What's up, fight fans? We are back at it with another edition here at Round One Sports TV. I am your host, Edwin. Where do wall fights start? Round one. So we have an amazing show to kick off here today. We got a lot of boxing to talk about. I would like you guys to come in and join the live stream. I'm going to talk for a little while, then I'm going to open the live stream up so anybody can come up and join, and we can talk boxing. So we have a lot to talk about. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Give the videos a like, and like always, let's get right into this video. See if my sound effects came in. Did they work? Good. Good. All right. I think I hear their sound effects and everything worked off good there. So fight fans, we got a lot to talk about here. Uh, well, how do I say this? Uh, One of the most touching topics right now today that I'm having a hard time to to like really look at, right? And I didn't know how I felt about this, right? Until I was watching earlier a sport event where I saw a female woman reporter reporting on sports. The minute I saw that lady, bad thoughts and images entered my mind. And the reason for that is because of Joy Taylor with Fox Sports and the debacle that's going on over there. Before I start this boxing channel, I just want to address that, right? And although a lot of men in sports with a microphone in front of their face, some will come out and talk about the situation, some would shy away from it because it's a very touching topic. But I want to commend Joy Joyce personally for destroying my perception and my view on women reporting. Thank you, Joy Joyce. You did that for me. I have daughters, and I always would look at female reporting, and I'm not gonna lie, as a man, I would look at their physical appearances, yes. But I still would try to deny some thoughts for giving that woman credibility for how she got there as a reporter. I feel anyway, Joy Joy set women reporting back 100 years, at least. There is no reporter, female reporter I've seen now today without a different view. And perhaps Joy Joyce is sitting there saying, oh, people are going to find out the facts or whatever. Not everybody wants to listen to the entire story. Some people take things on face value, what's on the front. That's it. What about the millions of people that are viewing you like that now, Joy Joyce? She didn't think about any of that. And now I'm sitting here as a man and I'm looking at these female reporters and I'm telling you, man, I'm being honest. That's why I'm talking my truth. There's not one female reporter I've seen in the past few days I haven't thought of a bad image or how she got there. And that's thanks to all of Joy Joyce's everything that's coming out. It doesn't matter what she does. It doesn't matter if she wins the freaking lawsuits to me. I'm telling you right now. Most guys, people, you think everybody's going to want to know the ins and outs. Some may, maybe the majority. I don't want to know a single other thing. I don't have to know another thing. One, I'm not a fan that much. Two, you did this to yourself. And three, I got more important things to do. I already view you that way. I'm good enough. What about people like that? You may call them ignorant for what? For not taking the time to looking down your mess? to not sorting out your debacle. So now I'm ignorant because I don't take the time to look out every detail that woman did. Nah, I'm a very smart man and I heard enough. What's wrong with that? Right? This lady, Joy Joyce, bro, I gotta tell you, man, she set women back so far, bro. I think in my eyes, in my view, like I'm not. This is not just gonna go, man. I'm watching Spanish Telemundo and I'm looking at the women, and this is all thanks to you, sweetheart. Thank you. And it's just like I'm like, man, like I think of my daughters and the careers they could have or life they could pursue. Now I'm telling my daughters or whatever, if they ever came to me, yeah, I want to be don't do it. Don't do it. Satan lives there. Ask Joy Joyce. You know, like come on, like what's my perception of women reporting? I just want to send a big shout out to Joy Taylor. I said Joy Joyce. Did I call her Joy Joyce a few times? Probably did. But fuck it. I'm glad I did. Right? Joy Taylor. Right? Because she deserves everything. Even pronouncing her name wrong. You know what I'm saying? For the first time, I'm glad I did that. Right? And like, because I just called myself pronouncing it wrong. You know what I mean? But it's just that if any woman wants to lash out at any man for coming out and saying anything about women reporting and anything they got to say about Joy Taylor and her situation with Skip Bailiff and countless of men. I mean, how many men were in the report, right? And co-hosts and God knows how many more impressions she gave the world. You know, I just want to personally tell Joy Taylor, thank you. Thank you. And when anytime any woman gets mad at us for saying anything dumb about freaking women reporting, just blame her because that's the image she look. It's not what we thought as men. It's not what we thought. It's not even the images that this. It's none of that. That chick made it a fact in our heads. Trust me when I tell you she did. And I'm just like, man. So I wanted to come on and talk boxing and everything, but I was covering boxing and I was looking at these reporters and these girls, and I was just like, this freaking lady, bro. Look what she did to her. Like, and I'm noticing like how I'm like viewing this lady reporting this stuff, and it's not even her. And I'm like, man, and I saw the effect of it and what it's affecting me, how it's affecting me, man. Yeah, I'm just like, this lady got us thinking that the autumn reporters is nothing but buckets now. They just back there fucking gang banging it. I don't know, man. Like my mind is racing on. Is it me? Please tell you know what I'm saying? Like, right? Man. And anyway, on other boxing news, right? I wanted to talk about some interesting situations with a lot of top boxers, right? One of them being Subriel Matias, Teo Lopez names quickly in mind when you say Subriel Matias nowadays, because Teofimo Lopez and Subriel Matias' name have been circling around in the world of boxing. Many names have been going around in the world of boxing of late. Devin Haney just showed up to like some, you know, card that he's not even involved with, and then he's like working out in the ring, like showing off his skills for Turkey or something. You're not even fighting on the card. So there's a lot of things to break down. Devin Haney being one of them, some of the top fighters in the sport. Where do you view the sport going? And also on this boxing channel, what we do is we educate, we talk about boxers and real fighters. Not just all the fighters that are going on because sometimes there's just not anything going on in the world of boxing. So sometimes I like to talk about fighters and break down past fighters. You know, today I wanted to talk about Subriel, which is going to lead me down Puerto Rican fighters and what it means for the island of Puerto Rico to get another world champion. There's a country right there, small in population, but very powerful when it comes to the sport of boxing. Two of their top sports is boxing and baseball, mostly like Caribbean islands, but when we break down Subriel Matias and what it means for him to be rated among some of the top Puerto Rican fighters in Puerto Rico, lifetime. You have your choice of who your favorite is of all-time Puerto Rican boxer. You know, what's his name there? Carlos. It was uh my grandfather's father used to talk about him all the time, right? They were like legendary Puerto Rican fighters. Like there was like a um see Wilfredo Gomez, Wilfredo Benitez, and them they're not that far behind. Even me, I was maybe a child at that time at some of those times in boxing history. You got situations like uh, 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 all right, Wilfredo Benitez on March, Jesus Christ, on March 6th, 1976. March 6th, 1976, he became the youngest world champion in the world at 17 years old. Wilfredo Benitez, like that's a stat, like shit. I'm starting to forget, right? um, but they were men in Puerto Rico that really did some remarkable things. And as the country as a whole, it's one of the countries that has a world champion in all 17 weight divisions. When you rate like fighters like Subriel Matias and where we could place them when it's all said and done, one of the most popular Puerto Rican fighters I can remember, because I was gonna tell you about some of my grandfather's fighters and stuff. I really don't, I love them. I love them, as fighters. Sesto was like our first Puerto Rican champion ever. He's number one, right? But I don't really know those fighters like that. I want to know them more intimate and on a better scale. And but one of the fighters today, like I know that he's not like the most popular Puerto Rican fighter, but Hector Camacho was my era type fighter. That was my era, right? The Macho Man, right? And when we look at fighters like Subriel and we rate him up against the most popular, which the most popular to me by far was Felix Trinidad. He has to be the most popular Puerto Rican fighter. Although Miguel Cotto is a four-division world champion, he accomplished a little bit more than Felix Trinidad, but Felix Trinidad was the man, bro. When I'm talking the man, like even worldwide, because he was in Las Vegas slugging it out with the best of the best. And so that's gonna be a hard milestone for fighters such as Subriel too, but he can definitely write his name among some of the top Puerto Rican fighters we have today. Young Xander Zion is another fighter that um, potentially could, you know, start to make waves, and there's a lot of great fighters coming up. So, when you look at like well, anyway, when you look at fighters like Hector Camacho, right? Puerto Rican fighter, right? They were cut from a different cloth, I think, anyway, in those times, in those eras. If you would think about Hector Camacho's record, man, it's fucking remarkable. If you was to like put him up against um any of our champions of today, um, I don't know how you would do that. I really don't know how you would do that. I think Camacho was like Well, what did he end his career? He was like 88 fights. He had like 88 professional fights. He had like I think it was 88, 39, 6-3. He had 3 draws, 6 losses. He had 88 fights and 39 knockouts. I think Hector Camacho ended his career, if I'm not mistaken. Um, uh, Hector Camacho was born May 24th, 1962. He died November 24th, 2020, 2012. November 24th. He died November 24th, which is ironic, right? Because he was born on the 24th, right? But they're not the same month. He didn't die in the same month. He fought in 7 weight divisions. He has 4 minor world titles and 3 real titles and 3 separate weight divisions. Now, there's a Puerto Rican fighter that was cut from a different cloth. That's a different era of boxing. 88 professional fights. My man was like, listen, and he fought Roberto Duran twice. He fought Sugar Ray Leonard. I mean, Edwin Rosario. These are men in those eras. And the reason why I'm bringing them up, it's just like I bring up legendary fighters, just like Oscar De La Hoya and or Floyd Mayweather, is to show the level of back then, how these guys weren't ducking anybody. Back then, yo, these guys were warriors, man. They were on just on different levels, my man. They were fighting yearly 5, 6 times. And Hector Camacho was one of those type of guys. And when you talk about boxing, you can't talk about boxing without Latin fighters. There's no way you can have a conversation in boxing without Latin fighters. No matter where I'm talking Latin fighters. I'm Puerto Rican, Mexican, Cuban, all Latin fighters. You pick whatever one you want. We're rich in the culture of boxing. And Puerto Rico is one of the countries listen, you look back at those fights in the 80s, the 90s, shit, any era you want. And I bet you some of the main events hold a Puerto Rican fighter. They periodically throughout the years, we've had our guy, just not enough of them. And in today's era in boxing, there's been a surge, but there's also been a surge everywhere. There's been a surge from the Dominican fighters. There's been a surge from Mexican fighters. There's been a surge of Ukrainian fighters. There's been a surge all over the world. And I love it. I love the competition of all these nations coming together to see where the best fighter in the world comes from. And I also love that the fighters from my country, Puerto Rico, are also bringing up good fighters. Subriel Matias has been in the headlines and, in recent weeks because of Teofimo Lopez and the potential matchup between them. Now, I want to tell you something about that right there. That Teofimo Lopez and Subriel Matias, that was real negotiation. There was nothing fake about their negotiation. Why? Okay. Out of all the top websites where you get your top information on box record, Wikipedia, and I mean it, like all the top guys announced that fight, meaning that they were, and both fighters admitted to it. Now, the boxing public wants to know what the fuck happened with the fight? And why is Elvis Rodriguez's name being brought up? Right? Okay. So check it out. Right? I want to take you down a trip down memory lane, right? See if anybody remembers this. Just before the Lee Amparo fight, negotiations started with Subriel Matias in his second title defense, and rumors started circling that he was going to make his second title defense in Puerto Rico, right? and Hearn was trying to put together a fight. Liam Paro he wasn't in the picture yet. Okay. Just before the Liam Paro name got picked, who is the guy that they were ordering the fight for Subriel Matias to fight? Elvis Rodriguez. It was Elvis Rodriguez. Elvis Rodriguez was supposed to fight Subriel. Subriel picked Liam Paro over Elvis Rodriguez. He was ranked higher. It was a better fight. And he thought he had the Australian, and they end up going with Liam Paro, and Elvis got scratched out of that fight. Remember that. So Elvis at the time was asking Subriel, give me a shot at the IBF title. Subriel ignored him and went with Liam Paro. Remember that. Then the fight card was announced for Subriel Matias versus Liam Paro in Puerto Rico. So now speed things up. We're here now, right? All of a sudden, Teo seems to have backed out of the Subriel Matias fight. Who's the guy that they said was a possible opponent? Elvis Rodriguez. What did Elvis Rodriguez do? Nah, Subriel, you ain't worth the fight. And I had to go back and look at why Elvis felt like Subriel didn't deserve a fight with him. And maybe it was because Subriel didn't give him an opportunity back then. So he's basically saying, when I asked you for a fight when you had the belt, you didn't give me one. Now that you don't got the belt, you want to fight me to save your career or whatever, right? That's why he's looking at it, right? Well, nah, I don't want to fight you. So now Elvis doesn't want to entertain the Subriel fight. Could it be that? Could it be that he's butthurt because he picked Liam Paro over him? Which in actuality really doesn't matter what Elvis says. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm speaking for the consensus here, but Subriel Matias is a way better fighter than Elvis. And I think Subriel will hurt Elvis. But let Elvis say what I can see it where Elvis trying to take a shot back at him for not giving him. You see? So I see where the history is. I had to go back a little bit to figure that out, right? Because another name is Ali Rivera. Michelle Ali Rivera. Michelle Ali Rivera, Dominican fighter, pretty good fighter. He lost to Frank Martin, I understand, but decent fighter, good fighter. His name was also thrown around. His father, La Sasa, was campaigning for the Subriel Matias sweepstakes at the time. He was the IBF champion. Subriel was riding on a high. Now, Subriel finds himself in a peculiar situation where that Teo Lopez alerted the world that they were going to fight, and now it's kind of making Teo look really bad. Where does this leave Subriel Matias? And at 32 years old, who does he fight next that puts him in contention for a world championship? So the boxing world ordered the fight against Subriel Matias against Elvis Rodriguez. And when they ordered it and they said that that's going to be in a title eliminated, that the winner of that would win the next title fight for the IBF, that they would become the mandatory. So the IBF has ordered the fight between Subriel Matias and Elvis Rodriguez, right? Okay. The problem is that boxing is subject to change. Any second now, we'll get another announcement that Joe Schmo is going to fight Subriel Matias. Okay. And I'm just waiting for that announcement to be announced, and I'll be able to tell you who he's going to fight, because I'm going to tell you right now, it seems like of late, a lot of fights have been scheduled, talked about, but not really occurring. And Teo Lopez is at the top of that list. And right under Teo Lopez is Devin Haney. And that's what the boxing world right now is talking about. But the boxing world does not evolve around fucking Devin Haney and Teo. This is boxing. We have a lot of great fights coming up right now. We have some cards, low case cards, but the biggest event that's probably going to come our way. Um, the Naoya Inoue fight is, to me, one of the biggest fights. You know, um, it's getting pushed underneath the radar because the way Naoya Inoue did it. I talked about this. He already beat the best fighters. Um, it just might be a point in time where he might want to think about moving up. There's just nobody there. As soon as he fights MJ out Madalia, which probably would be the next fight if he chooses to stay there, there's just not going to be anybody there for him. Um, Perhaps the MJ fight will be big, but they're not really talking up Sam Goodman fight as much as I think they should be. So that brings us to the next big fight card of the month, which is going to be David the Monster Benavidez, and I want to know you guys' take on that. Let me engage with the chat. I've been going on for a little while here. Let me see what you guys are talking about. What's up? Yeah, that's just another form of ducking, guys. Listen, but I also bring up the point that Elvis Rodriguez was the guy that Subriel was supposed to fight before he fought Liam Paro in Puerto Rico. He passed Elvis Rodriguez up to fight Liam Paro. That's exactly what happened. I know that for a fact. I covered that. So Elvis feels like he never got his shot. Like he was calling out Subriel, yo, 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 yo. And Subriel ignored him. Subriel basically told him, get better, kid. You're not on my level. And he went and fought Liam Paro and lost. Yeah. So now, Elvis, he just think about this rationally, right? Elvis is also a fighter, right? A real tough guy. The fuck you expect him to say to Subriel? If he were, he's not gonna come trying to come out too harsh out his neck, right? The most simple, basic way. Nah, you don't deserve to fight with me. See, fighters are willing to take the chance and the risk to fight a fighter such as Subriel if there's something to gain. Without the belt, Subriel has no belt. I knew this was going to happen. He's too high of a risk, low reward. You don't have anything I can win. There's other ways to get into the top, but just bypass Subriel Matias. That's what fighters are thinking. You see? And like at the time, Elvis was like, well, if I lose, at least I lost to the champion and I dared to be great. But by fighting Matias for no belt, shit, he might beat me. There's just other avenues to the belt. There's other ways I could try to like disguise it. Like, haha, I got up here. These are all the tricks of the trades. Promoters, managers, they know how to handle their fighter and try to get him to the title fight without fighting some of the top guys in between. They know how to do all of that shit. Yeah. So fighting Subriel in actuality would be a risky fight. But now if you promise me whoever wins out of that fight, a shot at Richard Hitchison for that IBF title, then now we're talking. Because now there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I know which way direction I'm going. Whether or not the boxing gods grant it, the one thing I can say though, for the most part, if any boxing organization I was doing business with and I would take their word for, it doesn't always happen, but I would say that the IBF, for the most part, are going to give you your shot. Not unless somebody got hurt, he broke his hand and prolong, and then another money, then the boxing gods say, no, we're going to go with this one, or crazy shit's happen in boxing. But for the most part, I can honestly say that if you go up the IBF ranking system, you'll get your shot. I mean, it's not nothing in life is guaranteed. I'm just, saying. So if that is promised to Subriel, and that's what exactly Ed Hearn is trying to lock down for Subriel, he doesn't want his next fight just to be another fight. They're trying to lock down right now is their next fight. They want a commitment. They want a commitment and acknowledgement from the organization and the promotional companies, to all say, yes, we honor this fight right here as a title eliminator fight. Next person gets the title fight. Understand? So that's what Subriel is looking for right now. He doesn't just want to fight just any other fight, so hopefully he gets it. I know the name they announced this morning. I ain't got nothing to say on any of that. I ain't got nothing to say on anything new right now. I'm just going to sit back for a second and watch all these things play out. Because another situation is that fucking Devin Haney kid. He's starting to piss me off. It's just, I feel he's doing so many things wrong, man. All right. What's up? What's this say right here? Koki? Out of God damn it. Did I put the text out there for the cursive shit? I must have been bugging that day. I don't know. He's probably going to clinch, just like you said. He's probably going to clinch. He doesn't have enough power to keep Matias off of him. He's probably going to clinch. I mean, you answered your own. I'm sitting here reading your messages, right? And I'm like, and he answers his own his own thing, right? Why all the sudden you talk about Mexican boxing? You what? You never mentioned him before. Because Armando is right. He's not. Lewis. Yeah, but doesn't Jose Valenzuela? The other Valenzuela, not Jose Valenzuela. Okay. That's a good fight. That's a good fight. I like that fight. I like that fight right there. Um, yeah, I would welcome that fight. I would definitely welcome this fight right here. Because he's not, guys, in the chat. He's not talking about Jose Valenzuela. There's another Valenzuela in the ranking, okay? Just in case you're thinking of that. I know who he's talking about, right? So, yeah, I mean that I don't got none against that. I don't know. Uh the, his name is Gabriel? Gabriel Venezuela? Okay, I think so. If I got that wrong, please correct me. Yeah. So anyway, I was just thinking of his name. But yeah, those are potential fights right there. But what gets Matias back to that road to the IBF championship? We want a champion. I don't want another fight. I've seen Matias fight tough fights. No, this was a hiccup in Matias's career. I want him to prove the boxing world wrong. Everybody thinks he's done. Everybody thinks just because Liam Paro beat him in Puerto Rico that cloak of invincibility was lifted off of Matias. Like if he set the blueprint of how to beat Matias. Now, perhaps some of those statements may be true. What if Matias just doesn't grow as a fighter and he doesn't correct his own wrongs? What I'm telling you right now here on Round One Sports Talk is that I got faith in the Puerto Rican training. And I believe Matias is going to make right adjustments. You don't got to change the man. He just got a few adjustments he needs to correct. He break out of those clinches, alert the referee to the clinches early so that they can make the calls and allow the fighters to be the fighters. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't believe he's done. And all this bullshit about how the boxing world wants to tell you he's no longer the boogeyman. Really, he's no longer the boogeyman. So why ain't these top guys fighting him? Why did Teo make a spectacle? And the fight was they went into negotiation in October. The fight was announced in December. And now we're not having a fight? They know who they're fighting against. It's no secret. Matias would have gave him the biggest payday, the biggest name. And at the end of the day, what do they measure you by? The men on the list in your career. Who'd you fight? So there's really, as the top guys at 140 in our era, that's one of the top names you would want on your resume. Why is it that he's not doing it? Teo's entire slogan, whenever you hear Teo open his mouth, what does he say? What is typically the first thing Teo says in every interview I've probably ever seen him on? We want to see the best fighting the best. Am I right? Am I right? That's all Teo says. We want to see the best fighting the best, so I'm out here trying to put these fights together, fighting the best. So if you want to see and you advocate, that's Teo's entire approach, like campaign. We want to see the best fighting the best. Really? So why didn't you fight Subriel Matias for the most money you probably would have ever made in your life? A lot of these fighters embellish the amount of money that they actually make. Just because you hear that the guy signed a contract to fight $5 million. Did you hear the word guarantee in any of that sentence? Because if you didn't, that's what he stands to make. What he actually makes, sometimes nowhere near that. That's just the hard facts in boxing. That's the truth. These guys, they're really not making that kind of money. I go along with it sometimes because I allow it to feed into the narrative of attracting all these. But unless you hear that word, that there's just that one magical word, guaranteed. Unless that word guarantee is not in that, you probably will not stand to make the amount that they claiming you signed to fight for. And I want to see Matias get his shot again for multiple reasons. One of the main reasons why I want to see him get his shot is because I want him to bring back the island of Puerto Rico another championship. Interesting fact, I went out and I checked out all Puerto Rican world championships, current and present. There are 69 world champions, including the women in Puerto Rico. Pretty impressive for the amount of people and the years. That's if you think about the population number versus champion, like there's probably no country stronger than them. Nah, not at the number game. No, we're number one. But when it comes to world champions, I just want to be the first. I'm not sure if I am, but if I'm not, I don't care, right? But I don't know. Do any of you out there in the boxing world know that Shakur Stevenson is registered as a Puerto Rican champion? They count him as one of Puerto Rico's champions, Shakur Stevenson. Yeah. So apparently Shakur is Puerto Rican and he's got a champion for Puerto Rico's records. So I was messing around the other day, like, yeah, we'll take them, right? It seems like they already took them. So they were more along the lines of what I was thinking. I went and I was just too late, I guess. They already took them all, you know what I mean? Come on, let's go, get over here. Right? Um, so I'm like, all right, Shakur from Jersey, Brick City. I was born in Brick City. Now he's Puerto Rican officially. I'm like, all right, I might have to, like, you know what I'm saying, see if we can get Shakur on the show here, you know? Right? Listen, I'll take him. I'll take him. You know what I mean? Um, because you know, right now, Puerto Rico right now, we're looking for that next champion, that next person to try to eclipse uh, some of Felix Trinidad's accomplishments. Felix Trinidad as a fighter and as a boxer, you know, I've had the privilege to know men, uh, talk to him, spoke to him, interview him, know a lot about him. And he always preaches that he wants to encourage the next Puerto Rican fighter to come out. And he's saying, listen, break my records. Felix Trinidad is saying, please, come on, break my records. Give the island. You know, the island has gone through so much in these hurricanes and stuff that it would really boost the morale of the people, I think. You know, if we can get that kind of champion that, you know, really solidifies and that they can back and get behind that guy and say, yeah, he's the one. So just like every great country, you know, you look for that guy for you. And we're, you know, we're seeing our top guys come up, and I'm hoping that young Xander Zion is one of those type of fighters for us. So yeah, absolutely. You know, and then, you know, we got all our American fighters and fighters such as Devin Haney getting in the ring right now with Turkey. And this whole thing is starting to unfold all over YouTube. It's got enough attention for me. I don't got to talk about it really. You know, Devin Haney, Bill Haney seem to be, um, you know, searching for a new home in boxing and somebody that would believe in them and get behind them as, you know, as a fighter. You know, BLK Prime, for me, if you ask me, is not the right look. It seems like every boxer that goes at the end of their career, they're like kind of going to BLK Prime. You know, you got Dante Wilder, AB, Adrian Broner at BKO Prime. It seems like a network that takes, like, you know, has been superstars and they're trying to develop as a promotional company. That's kind of where you would start, you know, to hear that Devin Haney's gonna fight on BLK Prime. Like, I'm a little thrown back by that. I'm looking at it like, the fuck are you doing on BKO Prime, bro? Like, no one wants to fuck with you like that? Like, nobody? Like, nah, Devin. Like, what? So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Devin's trying to have more control. Maybe he's looking for that word that I was talking about, guaranteed. Guaranteed money. Maybe he can't go to these top promoter companies and rely on them, because as we all know, in the business of boxing, that's a crapshoot right there in its own. The promotional company doesn't have to tell you how much money that they made in the fight, pay-per-views or otherwise. They could just lie to you, basically. Say that you didn't meet the limit. They don't pay you shit. And if you want to throw money at that in litigations to have them open up the books for you, good luck with that. That's why most fighters don't go after that. It's just not worth it. You'll lose more money than you'll probably gain. So these promoters know that. They don't show you the books. They're not transparent with you. So whenever you sign a fight and shit and you don't have that word guaranteed, you're in the dark. You're basically up to the mercy of these people giving you the numbers. Whatever number that they put out, that's usually not the number anyway. I know that anyway because of my relationship with a lot of people that are in promotional companies like Jose Rivera and them. They own a promotional company. I hear them talking about shit and things like that. And I ask a lot of questions. And in some of these situations in boxing, these people do not have to disclose that. You're going to have to get a fucking judge to order them to open those books. You know how much money that's going to cost you to get them to open their books just to be honest? And then after that, just because you got the real number, listen, it's just a nightmare sometimes. So going through that, these promotional companies really got their foot on the fighter's neck. You're telling me you want me to go after a promotional company that got millions of dollars and all I made was $150,000. I got screwed over on some money and I know I did. Tell that guy to go after that $150,000 is going to go in lawyers. And by the time you sue, you'll probably win 150. You'll be back where you were. And a whole bunch of distractions. And then you got a whole bunch of promotional people pissed off at you and not want to working with you as a fighter. Yo, they got boxers like this with the gun right to the back of their head. It's a crazy business. It really is sometimes. It's just that magical word, guaranteed. Once you hear that in a court of law, they have to give you that money. It's kind of like an NFL contract. When you hear a guy get signed for like $150 million contract, this is hypothetical, right? So he gets paid. He's got like a big contract. And you're like, oh shit, he got on it. And you think they just cut him a check for $150 million? Hell no. That $150 million divided by all the years, whatever the amount of years were. And throughout that, that's divided by shit you gotta fucking come up with, right? So many tackles, so many catches. You got quotas to make. And for every quota, for every season you didn't make, that's money off. Then they add up everything you did and any bonuses. And if you guys make it to the playoffs or to like the Super Bowl, then other monies kick in there. But if you guys get eliminated, you didn't meet your quota. You're not going to get paid the $16 million you're entitled to a year. Out of that $150 million divided by so many, you understand? You have the potential to make $16 million a year. What you actually make might be 8. Because they got all these stipulations of all these things the athlete has to do in order to get that money. That's incentive, what they say, so that you don't be like every game, oh, I'm going to sit out anyway because I'm going to get 16 million. No, you're not. Unless you go out there and catch, jump, flip, whatever, you ain't getting this money. You got to earn it. That's how a contract works. There are stipulations all in it. So sometimes these fighters are not getting what they were promised. Sometimes not even close. Yeah. Bill Haney talked about that on KO Boxing. He talked about, like, they sent us a letterhead and told us we didn't meet the quota, so we don't get no money. That's basically what they can do. And that's like as real as it comes right there. And you might be sitting back at home saying, how is that some fuck shit like business called business? You can't do that. No, that's how the real world works. It's kind of like you at home seeing that CSI show. When you see the CSI show, what do you see? There's TVs. Hey, Gene, draw it up on the main monitor. Beep, beep. Give me the traffic cams. Beep, beep. Now, zoom in on his face. Beep, beep. Give me the license plate to that guy. Although that's movies and TV, and you think that that's exactly how the FBI headquarters looks like, you would sadly be mistaken. You walk into a real FBI headquarters on a fucking floor, bro, there's like 4 people, 4 monitors, and then 4 people on this side right here, some desks, no TV screens on none of the walls. No, Jane, pull it up on Zone and give me the. No, that's not how real crime works. They got to ask permission from the city, get the transit guy to approve that the feds are going to be tapping into their live feed. That takes hours, right? If this all this shit was true about zoom in, blah, 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 right? They would have tracked that dude that shot that medical dude, didn't they? They days later they tracked all his movements exactly the way I'm describing it. Fucking days later, that guy was gone. They're lucky they caught him, right? That's how the real world works. It's not like, they try to put this shit in your head like, you know, that way you be scared to do anything stupid. And look at facial recognition and all this. Unfortunately, that's not how real crime is taken down. You know what I mean? Uh, I shouldn't be teaching you guys about freaking crime, but right? But yeah, I mean, sometimes things I'm just my example is that things are not always what they seem. That's my whole point. That all these fighters are really not making this kind of money. Some of them do have contracts and they do make a good amount of money. Some, the lucky few. Because let me remind you, not all of these fighters, as it was revealed. Tell me how many of you out there believed, and be honest with me, that Teofimo Lopez fought his last fight for $700,000, $800,000 his last fight. How many of you guys thought for sure he would have been in the millions somewhere if you had to guess? If there was a trivia and they said, hey, $10,000 right now, what do you think Teo made his last fight? Would it any of you have ever said $800,000, 700? Go. I don't think none of y'all would have ever even thought that he was fighting for that much money. And now that the pressure is on him, and by revealing this, it shows that Top Rank wasn't paying him this, and so forth and so forth. But nah, there's no way on God's green earth I would have thought Teo was fighting for that, guys. Lionheart said, bam, bam, front line, what? What's up, Lionheart? How you doing in the building? So, guys, give the videos a like, subscribe to the channel. Read the damn chat, will you? Edwin, what? What is MJ's birthday? MJ who? MJ Michael Jordan or MJ Medallia? At Medallia. I slept my way to the top of the chat like Joy. Yo, you mother. Yo, where's this dude at? I can't put it. It's right on the bam. Oh, he's right here. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, so how you doing, Adam? Teo should retire. Luis Armando, Teo should retire. I want to see real fights. Yo, even Jennifer, what? Jeremiah Ponce says Teo is looking for, and yeah, easy way out. He should try to fight one of them. Jeremiah Ponce will hurt him badly. Yo, Jeremiah Ponce is, in my opinion, an overlooked fighter. I think he's a better fighter than a lot of people. Okay, Subriel beat him, right? Yeah, Subriel beat him. But I think he would be tough for any of those guys at 140. That's one of the guys. Amnesian, like, okay, like Jukenbai would be another one, right? Uh Let me see. I think I shit. There's a lot of tough guys up there. I mean, Teo's got a good pick. I don't know what the fuck Teo's thinking anymore, bro. I kind of stopped thinking for the guy. I'm sitting here trying to think of fighters that, yeah, Jeremiah Ponce would give Teo a great fight, and then honor me, and I was going through the list, but it seems like Teo's saying no to everybody. He's gonna say no to these guys. He's gonna say, you saw how he try to downgrade Arnold Barboza. Oh, he's not on my level. He's not on this. Motherfucker, shut the fuck up, Tio, man. I'm sick and tired of using this gimmick that these guys are not on his level because of his excuse of not to fight him. Bro, that's bullshit. Like, Tio, no, we're in a gladiator sport where, talk is cheap. Show me. Show me that guy's not on your level. Go in there and fuck up Arnold Barboza. You know, Sandor Martin's out, because Sandor Martin already got his shot. Win, lose, or draw, whatever you think about that fight, Sandor Martin should have did enough to beat Teo, and he didn't. And Teo didn't look the best in that fight, but he won. So I'm not the type of person that's going to sit up here and cry over spilled milk. So I'm like, all right, cool. There's just a lot of good. The Russell, Puello, he's not going to fight these guys. Teo doesn't have me convinced nowadays that he believes in his power. Sometimes you see him come out and he starts calling these guys out, and I'm like, yeah, there's Teo right there, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, he gonna give us a good fight, an exciting fight, something to talk about. Let's get it, Teo. And then all of a sudden, it's like, it's like, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? So he's too busy calling out everybody else in everybody else's division around him, but he's just not. And I'm kind of like a little pissed off with him. I still am on the line. Yeah, he's good for the sport. I back that up. I mean, we need all the fighters we can get. Let's just be honest, guys. You know, I don't want to keep putting these guys down because of I need these guys to show up. I need you guys to have something to talk about when this guy beats him. I need you to also acknowledge that guy as a fighter so that it gives the winner more credibility on his win, and it validates his win in the boxing eyes. So, although I am pissed off with boxing in a sense, sometimes I got to admit, boxing has been good to me of late. Can't wait to see this David Morale and David Monster Benavidez fight. I'm telling you right now, I'm starting to flip flop every day with this fucking fight because I'm starting to see and acknowledge as I break down both fighters, because we're going to be covering, me and my team. We're hopping on that day. We're all going to have a blast, right? And I've been saying to myself, wow, David Morale got better footwork, right? David Morale throws better combinations. Now, although my measuring stick against his competition, you could almost say that in every fight, David Morale was the better fighter by far, right? Some were a little bit better, closer, but you still had David Morale in that fight, didn't you? And the thing is that when you can do that against that level of opposition, you'll look good throwing those combinations. It's going to be interesting to see how he can throw those combinations against a big fighter, such as David the Monster Benavidez. And the same thing goes for David the Monster Benavidez. When you see him throwing those flurry of punches and all those, right? It looks good. That shit looks good against a guy that's standing in front of you. A flat footed guy that's in front of you, that's leaning on the rope in his high guard. and you're unleashing this barrage of punches, yeah, I acknowledge the fact that this guy is standing in front of you. David Morale has better footwork, a lot better footwork than some of the guys that you've come against, flat footed dudes. Caleb Plant was one of the most elusive of the fighters. He chose to move against David the Monster Benavidez, the ins and out, for the most part, until David the Monster Benavidez slowed him down. Now, the prediction is 8 rounds. The prediction is 8 rounds. David the Monster Benavidez to stop David Morale in round 8. That's the family's prediction. They believe that David the Monster Benavidez is going to stop him in the 8th. As far as David Morale says, well, how could that happen if I'm going to stop him? Right? So, this is a fight that I truly flop around with. I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, yeah, he is doing this against this kind. I'm not sure you can do that against David the Monster Benavidez. Then I'm looking at David Monster Benavidez. I'm saying, yeah, I'm not sure you can do that against David Morale. Right? I personally think this is going to be a 12-round fight, and it's going to go down to the decision, whether it's a majority, split, unanimous. I think both fights are strong enough, unless somebody gets hit with a big shot. I can see David Morale real hurt and David the Monster Benavidez trying to end it, but I could see that same scenario playing out for both fighters. I really don't think that, the experience for me is on David the Monster Benavidez side. The experience, in pro fights, not in fighting in general. Um, you never know. See, there's no measuring stick for a guy's heart, how far he's willing to go. There's no measuring stick in that. That's something in a fight you would have to see firsthand. Are they willing to go in there and, hypothetically die? How far are they willing to go? I've seen fighters, you thought they were out of the fight, beating the whole fight. They weren't out of the fight. They came back to win the fight. I saw Diego Corrales losing that fight. That was a historical comeback. Historical comeback. So, and if I was David Corrales' coach that day in the corner, I might have cost him a victory. It's the win and the wear for the coach. When do you throw in the towel? Yo, when I saw him go down against Castillo, listen, Castillo, he drops him again the second time. I was going to throw in the towel in that fight. Hell yeah, bro. Diego was out of it, bro. He can remember his mouthpiece came out. He had to walk to the corner. They put the mouthpiece, bro, right then and there. Man, listen. His coach said, you better do something to Diego. Man, right then, I'd have took the towel right there. Nah, my fighter had enough. Yo, his eye was like this. He could barely see out of it. He turned around and landed one of the meanest hooks. Yo, and you saw Corrales' fucking legs go back, and he started walking. I was like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. That. So, I mean, when as a coach, when you say, yeah, enough is enough, I gotta be honest. I would have threw that towel in. I would have cost him the fight, man. You never know when your guy's gonna come back. Sometimes it's just there's no measuring stick for that. How far is a person willing to go for the win? And sometimes, you know, Guys go out there and they're too tough for themselves, and you got to interfere, man, because you can really hurt your fighter. He has no chance on winning. There's no snap on his punches. You as a coach, you got to start identifying that. Maybe they thought that um, Diego Corrales was, uh, 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 um, you know, throwing with conviction, but Castillo was, I don't know what they saw in Castillo. All I saw was him whooping his ass. That's all. I didn't see him getting tired at any point, right? So, but that was a real change of events right there. Yeah, there's just no measuring stick for that. That right there is something that I always speak of on my channel to you guys. It's the one thing that I do not let blind me. The possibility, the what if, because it's always there. It's always there. It doesn't always play out. Yeah. Not every fighter is going to be Mike Tyson versus Buster Douglas and the fucking underdog's going to win. It just doesn't play out like that. But there's certain situations. So that is something that um we really never have a measuring stick for, guys. What are you guys talking about? What's this front line? You talking boxing stuff, right? I think it'll be a KO. One of them will end up making a mistake and will pay for that in the fight. I gotta turn this curfew stuff that back down. The fight and will. The one that will make the mistake is David. They're both called David. Ah, really covering all bases there, huh? You know what I'm saying? I meant that David. You know what I mean? Frontline. Use a sucker for that one. Like, look. Did I read that right? The one that makes a mistake is David. Yeah. You didn't put no name, no last name. You're a sucker for that. Yeah. That's exactly what you did. You know what I mean? Nah. Um, shit. I don't know. Carlito. Where's my Carlito at? He be coming up here talking boxing with me. Where's he at? I haven't heard him in the chat. He beat the fuck out of the what? Out of the fax machine? Yeah, he hit that shit with a 3-piece. Yo, I'm gonna drop the link. I said enough. Yo, my man he said Joy Taylor to the top. Yo, that message ain't right. That shit ain't right, bro. But deserving. She deserves everything she gets for doing that. Sometimes she just thought she was bigger than, like, she only thought about herself. I don't know. She thought about all the little girls watching at home, or they mothers arguing about her situation while they play in the background with their dolls. So they talk about this moment in history, like with her. Joyce doesn't care. She's already been at the top in a place of power. It's a power struggle for her. She's calling them out and thinking, "You think I won't say nothing about this whole shit?" type shit. But she's not taking in consideration the magnitude of it. She's thinking that everybody's gonna, like, hang on every word that they say in the case, and that everybody's going to stay there for the ins and outs. There's going to be millions of people that are just going to read the top layer and say, "Oh," and they're going to make their judgment. It's people like that all around the world. Come on my channel all the time. You know, I just didn't really see her like this being fucking good. So I dropped the link down there. You guys want to hop on a panel, whatever, just talk anything, anything boxing shit. I'll let you guys come on and, pick the topic. We'll come on. What's up? Armando. Carlos, 721. Come up, Carlos. You know how we do all the time here. Talk to your boy. Let me know. There's my boy Carlos. He always comes through. Nah, Carlos, though. Hey, hey, hey. Hold on. Let me put on the headphone. I can't hear you yet. You there?
Yeah, yeah, you're good. You're good,
Hey, what's up, Carlos?
man. I just pressed the button and I just get joined quick. I don't know. I guess you just accepted me quick. I was just surprised.
Nah, I saw you there for like 10 seconds and shit. That's the system. Once you join, it like boots you in quick type thing.
Yeah, ya
Yeah.
me conoce. So
Ya
yeah,
te conocen. So what's up? Excuse me. What's up, Carlos? What's on your mind? What's on your boxing heart today? What has you most present? What are your questions for the boxing world here at Round One Sports Talk? What do you bring for us? Come on, Carlos. What do you got?
um, I've just been talking a lot of boxing today throughout the day. There's been rumors once again. The 10th time, Fundora Spence has been rumored March 29th. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. That's a date they're looking to make that fight.
That's the second March date that they thrown out. Now I'm hearing from you March 29th. Wasn't it March 25th or some shit like that? Or what was it? It was March something. They were talking about a date, but look, we talked about it. I don't like the fight. I don't like the fight with Sebastian Fedora and Errol Spence Jr. We talked about that, and it's just like too
There's
much
people.
time away from the sport. It
Yeah,
just we're if the one concern that pops out, the most is inactivity with Errol Spence Jr. coming back trying to fight an active world champion. Now Sebastian Fedora, you can look back, he only fought that year. So he has a little bit of that activity himself, but he was also coming off some of the injuries, the broken nose sustained in the Tim Tszyu fight, and so he needed a little bit of time away and to enjoy himself as a world champion, an official world champion, a unified too as well. He has two belts, so um, I don't like the fight in a lot of ways, but it is what it is. Let's see what Errol does with this.
yeah.
Yep.
There's people that I mean, there's people that believe that Arrow's gonna can pull it off.
Huh? Who? What
I mean,
planet do they live on?
I
Tell
don't
them
know,
to come
but
here and place bets with me. For the first time, I'll start gambling. Like
man,
I'll take all those bets. Bro, listen, the odds, um, because it's a numbers game sometimes, right? Numbers might not always be right, but it's a numbers game. And probability of Errol Spence Jr. winning is extremely against him. The car crashes, the performance with Terrence, the inactivity, his age now, all the factors you would add into this fight, nothing tells you that Errol Spence Jr. is going to beat Fandora. The only thing that tells you that Errol Spence Jr. would beat Fandora would be Errol's name. You're going to once judge him on the fighter he once was. You have no idea what you're getting. No one has data or information on Errol Spence Jr. There would be no one that can come up here and tell me, no, Errol Spence Jr. is going to win because X, Y, and Z. Really, how do you know that? What what information do you have in the past 5 years that tells you that Errol's going to do this? And I'd be like, and go, show me. Just 5 years. Go back 5 years on Errol's career and show me where you the proof that he's gonna be. It just
and like how I see it, how I see it. is that Errol Spence is not really a power puncher like that, and you gotta have power in the 54 division, I believe, because Errol Spence couldn't knock out a smaller Mikey Garcia with 12 rounds with him,
Right.
and
You
all
saw
the
what Ugas did to him.
yeah, and like 154, you got a lot of fighters that can punch, Um, I just don't know. That's a great fight for him because it's just like you're fighting an awkward fighter. You gotta height and reach the disadvantage. Your style of fighting, you gotta come in to close range to fight him. So you're gonna get hit by a couple elbows. So yeah, I don't. I favor Fedora winning that fight. But another topic of boxing. They're saying in the chat that Sam Goodman has been out again with injury. This is the second time, so I think the fight with Inoue is going to be canceled. What's your take on that?
Oh, wait. What? Sam Goodman's out of the fight with an eye injury.
Yeah, like in sparring, he got that. He cut it again. He's having plastic surgery, so
He doesn't want to fight Naoya anyway. He
yeah, he
doesn't
don't
want to
want
fight
that
him.
smoke. He don't want that
I
smoke.
told y'all, man. I told y'all. I was like, yo, he's all fake, bro. When he jumped in the ring in Japan and he was sitting there talking about Naoya in a way and he calling him out and then took another fight and claimed to broke his hand. And the next 2 weeks he broke both hands. And then I'm suffering a cut. Um, you're 2 weeks out from the fight. You were 10 days out from the fight. What are you doing training that hard that you're with headgear that you're sustaining an injury like that? Right? Like, and then you were given an opportunity for 30 days, knowing you have an injury on your eye. Why would you take the chance of sparring anywhere remotely hard to take, because you're still nursing the eye? For them to say that the eye opened up, that would really speak to unprofessionalism as your coach. You would be saying that your coach is that stupid to allow your fighter to blow probably the biggest opportunity of his life for 4 belts. And your excuse is that your fighter got injured again under your supervision, under your watch, under you as a coach. You allowed this to happen when there was we already know you can fight. Just work out and make sure that you're in shape. Shadow box. Go through the motions. You should have already developed a game plan 2 weeks leading into the fight against Naoya anyway. That's already been established. It's not like you had to go back to the drawing board and they gave you 30 days. And you mean to tell me right now that he don't want to fight him.
Yeah,
He don't want to fight him. He's ducking Naoya Inoue. And this is another case where that Naoya Inoue is going to get scrutiny behind the fact that he should have just fought like at Medallia, MJ.
yeah.
MJ, Ed Hearn, you know how they do. They're going to use that as fuel to say, oh, look, right? When in actuality, none of those guys are going to beat him. I don't give a fuck if you put two MJ. You can put MJ and Sam Goodman in the ring with Naoya Inoue on the same day, and they're not going to beat him. He's just too far on a different level than those two guys. He does too many things wrong, Naoya, in a way that they do more than they do right. They're outclassed. They're
I,
outclassed. You're asking MJ with what the fuck is his record? 11 fights, 12 fights. What does he got? Right?
I
Yeah,
really don't care much for MJ in that Inoue fight. If it happens, happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I always say in the chat, I want to see Inoue at 126, man. I just want to see
that's
him.
the gauntlet. I was saying that at the beginning of the show. I was like, man, guys, it just might be time for him to move up. There's nobody there at 122.
Yeah, he
There's
wiped out
nobody
the division.
there. There's nobody there. The only two fights for my man, to be honest with you, is one fight that I would welcome. Is Junto Nakatoni moving up,
Yeah,
right? I would welcome that fight, because of his stature. I think he can pull it off, right? He's not like a small man trying to move up. He's actually a big man moving up.
and he's
So
good, man. He's really
yeah,
good.
I would like that. I would like to see if Junto can beat him. I would welcome that fight. I wouldn't welcome a Bam Bam Rodriguez. I would think that would be bullshit. That would be cheating the Mexicans out of their fighter, two weight divisions. I'm not co-signing that
I
bullshit.
think
No.
I
I,
think I think I'd rather watch a Bam Bam Rodriguez versus Junto Nakatani because Bam is at 115 and Nakatani's is 118,
118. Yep.
and I feel like because hear me out. It's the reason why I say this because I think Bam is the number one fighter at 115, and I think Nakatani is gonna be the number one fighter at 118, and then when I feel like it's just two great fighters clashing soon to clash. You know what I mean? I feel like
That that's a different scenario, and I welcome that scenario. I like that. I'll take Bam versus Junto. That's only one weight division, puppy.
yeah,
That's all we're talking. That's two
three
different
pounds.
names. Yeah, that's two different names. That's not like Bam going up to Naoya at 122.
No, that's too
That's
much.
too much, I said. Yeah, and I don't welcome that. No. But if you're just talking Bam coming from 115 to 118 to Junto, I welcome that. Oh, I love that fight.
Oh yeah,
That's a fucking that's a banger right there.
explosion.
That's a banger right there. That's a good fight right there. Now you're talking my language. But cheating, having Bam Bam come to fight Naoya two-way, nah, I won't accept it. Because what's right is right. I'm not gonna fucking talk up Naoya anyway for Bam when I obviously say I don't want that Terrence Crawford versus Saul because of the same situation.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's the same thing, man. No, so I would be a hypocrite if I welcome that Bam fight. No, Naoya, what the fuck you think? This is Naoya Inoue boxing channel? No, I just cover all boxers, and what's right is right. So Naoya Inoue has no more fighters. He did it too good. He kicked open the 122 and he beat the best fighters. Um, he's got he doesn't got to do shit. First of all, he can stay exactly where he wants. He is the king. But as the boxing fans, the boxing world, the what ifs, 126 would be really interesting. You know, who do you got in the fight against him in Espinoza?
uh, I gotta go with Inoue. I like Espinosa. He's very unique, but it's just like Inoue got a more beautiful boxer.
Listen, Naoya Inoue, isn't he a fast starter?
Yeah, and
He is a fast starter. One thing about Naoya Inoue, in the first 10 seconds of the match, you can quickly see he comes out and he does like this. He like baits down and he throws that straight jab to the body. He wants to see if you'll follow him, meaning he throws down to the body. He wants you to react with the jab to the top of his head. And he usually snaps the guy on the side. He's really good in that sequence right there. And he gets the guy attention. He did it to multiple fighters, man. Countless fighters. One fighter in particular was that Filipino fighter. What was his name there, Rob?
Tabales,
No, 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 no. A little bit earlier in his career, well, in the middle. What was his name there?
Nonito Donaire,
No.
no Philippine. I don't know.
Um. Oh my God, I'm having such a brain fart right here. Um. He hit him to the body. He was like terrorizing his body attack.
Uh, I know he knocked out Manuel Rodriguez to the body.
Nah, he was a Puerto Rican.
Yeah,
The
but he's
manual
Puerto
was
Rican.
Puerto Rican. Yeah, I don't know why I'm having a problem with Naoya Inoue fighters. That just goes to show what kind of day I'm having today. It was a little all over the place. Des Marinas, when he fought Des Marinas, um, Des Marinas, early in the fight, like right away in the first 10 seconds of the fight, he did exactly that. If you have the time, ever go watch Des Marinas against Naoya Inoue. In the first half of the fight, Naoya Inoue doesn't even throw one body punch. And if you had to describe a fight where Naoya Inoue brutalized someone's body, it's that fight in particular. How did he get there, though? That's what I break down is in the closing, like, I mean, not in the closing, in the beginning of the first round, like the first 10 seconds of the first, he does exactly that. He goes down to the body, he goes like that, right? Des Marinas tries to chase him and he smacks Des Marinas on the side of the head. That punch was so hard that Des decided to block the punches up top, which opened up his lower body, which got brutalized in that fight. Naoya Inoue fights against a fighter like Espinoza, his tall torso. It
Yeah,
just I just see a lot of opportunity with Naoya Inoue because he has such a long frame. He can't hide.
yeah,
It's
but
not like he can hide under the guard or anything. And I think Naoya Inoue is such a technical boxer. He's gonna
yeah,
slip in and out of his guard and he's gonna rip his body apart. You know, um,
but
it would be a fight like Nick Ball. All right, go ahead. What you gonna
yeah.
say? But what?
No, I just want to say to give Rafael Espinosa credit because I do believe he can still give a hard fight to Inoue because
Yeah.
if Luis Neri can drop Inoue,
Uh,
Espinosa has the power to do so.
yeah, but Espinoza has a longer distance of movement. That's what I'm afraid. See, Luis Neri's reaction to the punch was too sharp. It was, and Naoya Inoue got caught, right? Um, Espinoza's length to open the shot, it's too long.
Yeah, he can see
Um,
it coming.
yeah, on the inside, I don't see him getting caught by, even if you pushed it, even if you were pushing your punches in a straight, Naoya Inoue is too skilled to allow that to happen. I think that Espinoza's, for me anyway, I think Espinoza's way of winning would be a volume of punches. Say he hits Naoya and he stuns him. Espinoza's not gonna stop. It's just gonna be boom, 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 like that. He knows how to put his punches together in volume.
So
Espinoza, right? Boom, boom. Likewise with Naoya Inoue, he knows how to do the same thing. But that's how I would have seen that. It wouldn't
we
have been like a
like I want to
sharp.
say that I want to say this quick that
Yep.
we usually see Inoue like hunting down his opponents, coming forward. Do you think that with a fighter like Espinosa, he's gonna be more defensively sound and have Espinosa come into his shots?
No. What I actually think is that um Espinoza is gonna try to push Naoya Inoue back
Yeah.
because um well, I at this point I'm thinking like a boxing coach, right? And if I was thinking like a boxing coach, right, I would know that typically all the Japanese fighters have their Achilles heel in boxing is getting pushed back coming out of the high guard. They're not really good at that. They don't know how to spin off of the rope really well, and they don't know how to hide really well. They're
Okay.
typically one dimensional when it comes to pushing Japanese fighters back, and they typically do this. That's what they do. Um, uh, um, then they're not the kind of fighters that know how to reach out, grab, and spin. They're not they're not some of them do it. Junto's been known, but see, he's training in the West. That's why I give Junto a lot of credit because I see the things that he's implementing in his fight, right? But if you carefully watch a lot of these Japanese fighters, so that's why I think if I was thinking as a coach, Espinoza would want to push him back. When you got Naoya Inoue pushing back, if you can do that, not a lot of fighters that have ever done that. I haven't seen that. So if let's just say hypothetically he can do that, I think that that's where he would have the better half of his success. I'm not going to rely on Espinoza's chin as a Mexican. Naoya Inoue's already solved that riddle, that problem. He fought that Mexican that he went the distance with. In fact, there's only three fighters he ever went the distance with. One of them was a Mexican fighter. Naoya Inoue's come against an iron chin. He knows how to deal with that. So it's not going to scare him that if he punches Espinoza, that he just doesn't fall. And you're still going to have a superior fighter in front of you. That's why I know in Naoya Inoue, that tactic of bam, I hit him with my best shot. What do I do now? That he doesn't give a fuck about that.
Yeah. Before I
Yeah.
forget, I want to tell you that it was really cool to see uh an old picture of you when you was young in the right
Really?
in the Golden Gloves, right?
Yeah.
And you knocked out the kid at what, third round, fourth round, something like
Third
that.
round, third round, third round.
Yeah,
35 seconds in the third round.
yeah, you're in the history books. I just that really was cool, man. Honestly,
Nah,
not a
what
lot
was
of people
cool?
get that live that life,
Yeah, I wish I would have went further, but what was even cooler than that moment was the fact that Armando Nieves went out and secured the picture for us,
Oh,
and for
okay.
me, that right there, there was nothing cooler than that right there for me, because the fact that he took out the time of his day, and was able to provide that for me, it was just a special day in my time. I talked about that moment with you guys, how I felt in the locker room and the build up to it. It was
Yeah,
just, and that's what we talk about. That's what you're in love with. Fighting. Fighting the best. Why do they do and how do they pull these moves off? Sometimes when you sit back and you watch a fight, you think it's as simple as, you know, but there were a lot of things going on. He made a fell for a certain feint. He reacted, went like that, and got the fighter to respond. And when he was coming out of the guard, that's where he snapped him. You ever see a fight where you say, "Oh, this fight was rigged because look, he moves his hand and he leaves his jaw wide open"? No, that's called timing. That's called timing in the sport of boxing. That's when a guy is watching you. He's anticipating you throwing a punch, and he's gonna catch you in the windup. He goes cock, one like that. That's when your punch is coming in. That's what timing is about. Positioning is where that you're in a position to throw the right punch with the good torque behind it. You're not out of position. You see? And these are a lot of things that we learned about the sport that I fell in love with. I was like, I always had a decent punch, but when I saw Sugar Ray Leonard, step back and not green out like that, Davy Boy Green, it was so brutal. It was like a 3-4 piece combination that I from that moment I was just like, I want to be him. I want to be him.
yeah,
And I was just, and that's what I love about the sport. Nowadays I watch sports and I watch it for the skill. And you know, men like me that watch the sport that don't judge by race or color, we just want to know who the best fighter is. We're
yeah,
drowned it by all the bullshit and all the stupid talk that goes around of who tweeted what.
yeah,
We're like old fashioned. We talk about like real fights
yeah.
and
You're old
sometimes
school, old school.
right, right. And that's all that I care about, bro. I don't give a fuck what you look like, how tall you are, you know, because there's just nothing better, because boxing is where I can actually punch somebody in the face and not get in trouble for it. So
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean? So, and you're gonna pay me. Like I'm like, all right, right? So, uh,
definitely. It's cool. It was cool to see that. Because man, that had been a lot of years.
yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah, man.
Uh, but oh, the Subriel situation. I remember last time we spoke, we was like, you told me, Elvis Rodriguez said he doesn't deserve a fight, and it was just so weird to me because I'm like, what are because in my mind I'm like, Elvis Rodriguez, what are you doing to get a title fight? You know what I mean? But good thing that the IBF is strict and they got Subriel and possibly fighting with Rayo uh, Gabriel. I don't know. This
Gabriel, not Rayo Valenzuela though. That's what you're trying to
no
say.
Rayo, man. But
Yeah, yeah.
Gabriel
You keep saying Rayo,
Venezuela.
but you're meaning Gabriel Valenzuela.
Yeah,
Right, right,
sorry about that.
right. Go ahead.
This is what I wanted for Subriel. I feel like he can become champion again. You know, I think he can
Yeah.
become 2-time IBF champion. I think uh I just feel like that Gabriel it's not gonna last with Subriel. I feel like Subriel knows now that he has to you know uh start quick. Start
Yeah.
quick, and he can get these guys out. I don't think Hitches has fought someone like Subriel. I don't think Hitches has sharpened his boxing style yet. I feel like in that fight with Leo Paro, I still see like,
You
yeah, he
see,
throws a jab, but he
yeah.
looks kind of, you
Okay.
know what I mean?
Okay. If you really think about the Subriel Matias, Liam Paro, and Hitchin situation,
Yeah.
you would see in that triangle of fighters that that's a prime example of when styles make fights.
Yes.
It's a prime example, right? Because when you think about the job that Liam Paro did to Subriel Matias, he figured out Subriel Matias, right? When you see the style of fighting that Liam Paro had to fight against Richard Hitchison, you saw where Liam Paro's style had holes in it. And Richard Hitchison was able to, and it was a different fight. He fought him in a different style and he approached the fight in a different way versus Liam Paro fighting Subriel Matias. When you see Richard Hitchison, shit, we don't really even got to talk about it. We just take his words for it. He said he wasn't ready for him and his style because Richard Hitchison knew that, you see, when you go into a fight and you're thinking about making a strategy of beating somebody, I hope that in your strategy, clinching wasn't one of the main fucking things because
Yeah.
that's actually illegal to do, right? But Liam Paro got away with it. The fact that he got away with it and in Puerto Rico in front of the fucking, I don't know what was up with that judge. It was just like crazy to see, but it happened. Okay. The odds of Richard Hitchison being able to do that to Subriel Matias, no. Styles are gonna make fights here, and you're gonna see one style crumble in front of the other guy's style.
Yeah, Styles
Just
makes fights,
yeah,
definitely.
you're gonna see one style exceed, and you're gonna see one style, and when you start understanding that, but that
Because
yeah, go ahead.
Hitchens has a style that his bread and butter is that ragey jab, but he it when it gets like close and personal, we seen it with the Gustavo fight. He sees like he gets in trouble when his short punches coming in, like
Yeah,
he looks bad, and I
right,
feel like that's just food for Subrel. I feel like that
right.
fits perfectly.
And that's where Subriel right, because Richard Hitchison is not good against a Subriel style. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I just feel like Subrel just needs to cut the ring and just
Right.
put it on him. You know what I mean?
But Richard Hitchison beat Liam Paro that beat Subriel. And
Yeah,
people are gonna see that's how some people would view a fight. Well, then if this guy beat this guy, then that means he should beat this guy. Unfortunately, that's not how real fighting works. You gotta kind of take a like this style of fighting is not good for him. Because although he's a good fighter, he might be a outside fighter. He might work good off the jab. but in close, he might not be good. He can't judge the distance of the short punches or when they're coming. He's just not good at it. So that's why, you as a coach, your fighter. And they knew Richard Hitchison, even though he was the number one mandatory to Subriel's belt at the time, he didn't take the fight.
Yeah,
With Elvis came in to be the guy to fight him, and they hurdled over Elvis and took the Liam Paro fight. Yeah, because I do remember when Elvis back then was axing Subriel for the fight.
he got dropped by his last fight, if I
Yeah,
remember.
he's not ready for. Listen, that's just that dude talking, bro.
Yeah,
Elvis ain't not nowhere near on the radar ready. He better get worry about climbing the ranks and stop trying to get an easy way to the top, because some of that easy way to the
you
top
know,
shit.
it's just why I mentioned Elvis, because I really wanted to. I really wanted Subriel to shut him up. I don't know, the viewers know, but you probably know that I'm Puerto Rican. I'm gonna
Yeah,
say it. I'm Puerto Rican, and for the people that don't know, Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic has a friendly rivalry,
yeah,
and it's just something like, competition wise, I wanna beat them. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. I hear that. Right? Listen, it's no secret, right? In my family, anyway, I'm gonna speak for my family, right? You know, as far as Latin men in the world of boxing, there are not a lot of Latin champions. So sometimes we have to get together and cheer for our cousins, so to
Yeah,
speak, Mexicans. I've had many moments where me and my family cheered on Saul. You know, um, I've had many moments where we have, until the day we come up against each other, and that's where the house is divided. Right,
yeah.
right.
But I
You
always,
know,
I always, I always try to be unbiased.
yeah. So for the most part, I said all of that to say this. My Dominican cousins, I got much love for them. I got much respect for all of their fighters. But out of fair competition and a healthy competition, when my guys go up against them, yes, I want my guys to beat them. Of course,
Yeah.
of course. You know what I
We gotta,
mean?
it's like a big brother, little brother type of deal relationship. You know what I mean? We just gotta give them a little noogie on the head, be like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, no, no. But it's cool, right? Because let me tell you something right now, right? Um, it would be crazy for the Dominican people to come up and challenge us or something shit like that, right? Because that would be foolish. But um, like you said, uh, they haven't really had any champions, and I would, as a country though, I gotta be honest, as fighters, I'm kind of cheering for them. And
Yeah,
like, come on, like Bronco, like one of you guys come up and be that Dominican champion you guys could be. You know what I'm saying? Like,
a lot
you know,
of good ones.
yeah, there's a lot of good ones. Just don't do it off my guys. You know what I'm saying? Right? But in competitive nature, like, yeah, because I do want to see these guys climb the rankings. Um I've met a lot of their fighters and stuff, and I think that, yeah, but as far as like that's my view though for every boxer. That's my view for Ukrainian fighters, Chinese fighters, Japan fighters. That's my view.
Yeah,
I just want them to get to the peak. There's no better feeling as a fighter to actually reach your peak. And I think this is why I do this. I ask myself this every day. And I think my question is because I never really got to my peak. And it's like a fighter's training was never done in my head. And to see the men and women get to their actual peak as a fighter, that is something that is a question I really didn't get an answer to for myself. And I think that's why I encourage all these boxers, no matter
definitely.
what race, nationality, or creed. I encourage them because I gotta know, man. I always wish to see, man, if I could have been trained the best, where have I would have ever gone, you know? So I think that's what inspires me to ask these young fighters nowadays that are climbing the ranking and how hard it is to be successful in the world of boxing. It's not fucking easy, bro.
It's
You know,
not easy, you know. That I
hell,
was that's what I was wanting to say. That it's not easy, and
it's not.
you know, I wish that every every boxer that comes from the bottom, no matter what country you are, what race you are, that you can reach your dreams and become a world champion because that's
Yeah, man.
every boxer's dream. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
y'all, and not only that, be paid handsomely because you know how the business with boxing, how you get effed over and stuff like that.
man. If you ask me, I've always said it. It's not worth the money's not worth it. You know, not being able to fucking spell your name at 50 years old or 60 years old and be on Depends diaper, sipping out of something, shaking while everybody else enjoys your money. You know, sometimes it's not worth it. You know, there are very few men that ever skate out of this. And let me tell you something right now. If you really pay attention to Floyd Mayweather, you can see the effects of the punches in Floyd Mayweather. You could see it. You know, in conversation, he drifts off sometimes. He just starts saying like random shit. Well, you know, he's a good fighter and I respect him. And you see the pauses and it like you could see the effects, man. And you know, and those are the guys
It's
that
a
didn't.
brutal sport, man. It's a brutal
Yeah, it's
sport.
a brutal sport, man. You know, you give so much.
I
You
try to
give,
tell this to like a lot of UFC fans. I know, like I watch UFC too, and I
yeah,
know UFC they be going at it, but like with boxing, it's accumulation of punches
yeah, no,
in
no,
your
no, no.
head, man.
Boxing is the most dangerous sport in the world. As far as combat sport, there is no sport more dangerous than boxing. Some people might want to argue that, and I will argue with them, and I will tell them, in a UFC match, how many times does a guy get punched in the face on average? How many times do they go down to that ground game or hold each other or whatever? Right? You can scathe through a US career. I mean, a knee or a kick can be real severe. Yes, real bad. An elbow, you know, that those are big injuries. Yes, that's one injury. But you're not going to tell me that you're going to fight for 36 minutes for 12 rounds and the only places they punch you are your head and your body. The majority of the punches are going to your face. You've taken over perhaps 50 punches to the face in the first round.
Yeah,
There's no telling, like, in actuality, you've been fighting for 30 minutes, 36 minutes on your feet, just getting punched in your face, right? And that's one fight. There's no way on God's green earth anybody can convince me that a UFC fighter stands up and takes an accumulation of punches to the face for that long. They only got 3-round matches for 5 minutes.
and 5 rounds for
For
five
five
minutes.
minutes on a championship,
Oh,
and
yeah,
and the, and the majority of that is spent on the ground.
yes,
So, I mean, yes, you can use your more limbs. There's more ways. It's more creative in the UFC. Oh, by far. There are men that their depiction of the best combat fighter is to be able to use every limb, and I won't argue that. And you know, in regular real world shit, yeah, I won't argue that. But if we were talking about in a boxing with gloves and the rules, there is no sport more dangerous than boxing. You're gonna come out of there a vegetable.
yeah,
Like no, yeah, oh my god, bro. Every fight you fight, there is no grabbing headlocking. There's you getting punched in the face. Fight after Camacho, I was just talking about, got 88 fights. These men back then were fighting like, I mean, we're taking the top guys today, and if you have 35 fights, oh my God, look at his record, 35 fights. Like, what?
yeah. Chavez had 115.
100 and what? Like,
15.
like, come on. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding? Chavez should be brain dead right now. You know, like, listen. it's so dangerous, man. It really is. Boxing is just something that, when you see the best do it, you realize why they're the best. You know,
Yeah,
you realize why they're the best. And when you see some of these guys, if you were to talk to right now, Hitman Hearns, that's just a sad case right there. He's so far gone. Like it was just, I mean, that's like bad. If you was to talk to like fighters like Tony today, you'll see it. Roy Jones is showing signs. Even Mike Tyson is showing signs. Um, and those are just that's just our sport. How many UFC fighters now that are fully functional? Shit, I see Chuck Liddell sitting there all the time, chilling. Unless he's coked out, then there's nothing wrong with him. You know what I'm saying? Shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm speaking the truth. I'm speaking
oh
the
man,
truth. I
the
see
Iceman.
Ortiz. Yeah, I see Ortiz there. All of them. They got all their wits about them. They don't got to worry about that shit.
Yeah, another topic to talk about that I see today, news. Uh, I see Haiti with Turkey Alex Sheik, so he getting that Middle Eastern money, so that's good for him.
Well, David Haney looks like a person that um he finds himself. You can take Devin Haney's situation from the outside looking in, and you could view it a lot of different ways. Let me just start off right there. Um, because actually, I really don't know what they're doing, but from the outside looking in, he looks like a fighter that's searching for guaranteed money. None of the other boxing promoters seem to want to have guaranteed him a guaranteed purse. He couldn't get the guaranteed purse because he has multiple offers. He had an offer from Top Rank. He had an offer from Ed Hearn. He had an offer from all of them. Queensbridge. BLK Prime, like where he ended up now, um, and Turkey Al Sheikh. And it seems like none of them could give him guaranteed money. He looks like a boxer that is shopping to me. He doesn't
Okay.
have a home. And when you're advertising to the boxing world that the best thing to do is to become your own boxing promoter, this is the boxing promoter showing the boxing world how powerful they really are. Devin Haney's on the outside, and they're not allowing him to play any reindeer games. He's out there trying to get money from the Saudi prince. Not sure if it went too well because as of this morning, it looks like he's signed to BLK Prime, which, if you look up BLK Prime's net worth for their entire company, it's 5.1. Then me and you talked about this. They probably got investors, but I'm looking at Devin Haney like a boxer that seems like he's entitled to something. He feels like he's entitled to millions of dollars because he feels like a star. And the boxing world feels like his star status is plummeting. So it's an interesting situation to watch him go out there, get in a fucking ring with your shirt off, start throwing around punches. Anybody that would see, oh shit, Devin Haney's fighting on that card? No, he's not fighting on that. What the fuck is he doing in there with his shirt off? Right? Like, so I don't know.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I do want to see Haney back. I feel like Haney's good for boxing.
Ah, yeah, I love him. I,
You know
I
what I
love
mean?
boxing.
Um, but you got fighters that are accomplished that they can do whatever they want. You got like fighters like Canelo, fighters like Yusuke, Inoue, um, Crawford. Like, and then you got fighters that are like still haven't. Uh, I'm trying to say they done any haven't done anything because like Haney became undisputed at 135. Uh, Teofimo became two lineal champion.
There's two fighters you could put in the same category.
Yeah, and you got Tank. Uh, what is he? Is he a three division champion?
No, two,
No, two.
two.
Because when he beat Barrios, Barrios was not a champion at 140 at that
He
time.
had the regular.
Yeah, the regular.
It's no good. That's no
You know,
good. That don't count.
and so what I'm trying to say here is that the job's not finished. You know what I mean? Their
Yeah.
job's not finished, and they gotta put in the work this year, 2025. Ryan to this day is not a world champion, which is
No,
like
no, but Ryan
crazy.
still has that fight scheduled in Japan against that Japan guy. I
Yeah,
keep wanting to see if Oscar's gonna sign off on it, but he keeps beating around the bush with every interview. But like I said, whenever you want to see if something's like legit, they got flyers up all over Japan for that Ryan Garcia fight. They got a venue, they got a date, and I'm looking at I'm like, wow, this kind of looks like a real thing, right? But I've seen situations like that fall apart. That doesn't definitively say that yeah, the fight's on head, but the fact that that fight has gotten this far and this much traction, it kind of tells me that it might be a goal for Ryan. Um, Devin Haney's situation, you were talking about fighters that, with the star status of a lot of these guys, your Canelos, your Tanks, your Crawfords, and Naoya Inoue, and so forth. There's only like 7 fighters that can actually do that in the world. That's it. The rest of the fighters basically kind of got to go on a schedule. Where Devin Haney's at and Tiafimo's at, they're two little stars that
yeah,
thought that they were shining brighter than they actually were. They were at the doorstep of reaching star status, both of those men. And both of those men's careers stalled out before they can reach that pinnacle of where they can choose their fights. But if you were to ask both men if they're in that room, they would say yes. Both of those men are in denial with the fact that they got to kind of rebuild their career a little bit. And neither of them want to do the job that it takes to get to that star status. They just want to be handed it. And Devin Haney and Teo are like those two stars that are starting to go out. They're never going to get to shine bright unless they take new chances. Both of them feel like, oh, I already did I took a chance. I did this. I fought Loma. I did this. No, but you fucked up, both of you. And
yeah,
now I think that they're at the points where they got to take tough fights. And that's what I think they're going to have to do for low money. They're going to have to kickstart their career. But neither of them seem like they want to do it. They just want to be handed Tank Davis money. They just want to be handed Tank Davis star status. But they don't understand that they're going to have to go through the gauntlet again. And it's no fault of their own. We didn't tell Devin Haney to go out there and look that bad against Ryan Garcia. And we didn't tell Teo to keep fighting fucking Steve Klagitz of the world. So you did this to yourself.
yeah. And one of the commentators, Lionheart says basically he disagrees with you. He says, "I disagree. Sometimes fighters are scared."
Oh, that's added into the equation too. Maybe he didn't hear me go on with the whole thing, but it kind of brings it back to that point, Lionheart.
I think
Yeah,
both
they
of your
scared.
points are valid. I think
Yeah,
honestly, because you like, for example, like I seen today Teofimo posted a video of him like homeless. He's spare change, and he's looking for a new home. Either that is telling me that he's trying to leave Top Rank. Is Oscar De La Hoya is gonna try to save him from that contract because I think I heard like an audio of Oscar De La Hoya in the end of that video saying "F you" something like that.
yeah.
So it's like I wonder what the future has for Teofimo this 2025. Because honestly, I want to see more of Teo. I want to see more of Haney. I want to see more of Ryan. I want to see more of Tank. They gotta be active. They gotta fight the fights that the fans want to see. You know what I mean? And
Yo, um, uh, two things, right?
yes,
What if Teofimo Lopez doesn't believe in himself no more? Remember that fight right after like Sandor Martin? He asked himself, "Do I still got it?"
yes,
His punch really never translated to 130 from 135 to 140, and it really never convinced me, and I'm not sure if it convinced him. What if Lionheart here in the chat here, right, is saying that he's scared, and it kind of plays into the fact that these guys don't want to take these chances because in fact they're scared because of high risk low reward situations.
yes. With the
T
Subriel situation.
Right. I mean, fighting Subriel, yeah, the money bag is in front of you, but Subriel doesn't have a belt. It doesn't make you unified. But what makes a better fight? Like, okay, so if you was asked to Teofimo Lopez today, you asked T, what's a better fight than Subriel? Right? Devin Haney said no. The other champions are tied up. Okay, what are your options? What's a better fight than Subriel? And I don't really think that there is a better fight out there for him because of what's Jose Valenzuela. He's fighting the Russell.
Yeah,
They
everybody's
all
busy at the moment.
right. Everybody's busy. So if you want it, see, and then Teo's gonna go again and fight another Steve Klagic, and that's why we're not happy with him. That's the very reason why me and you are having this conversation because of Teo's um inability to fight these top guys and fight and as you can see, like people in the chat are even saying it. Like people like Lightenheart are saying, no, Teo's scared to fight these guys. And they got the right to say that. He's not showing us anything other what makes me think that he's not, fight the top guys. Fight
unless unless he fights the winner between Jack Catterall and Arnold Barbosa.
now you gotta
But
wait.
but you gotta wait. But I believe I can't speak for everybody, of course, but I bet the majority of people rather see him fight Subriel than the winner of Arnold Barbosa and Jack Catterall.
100%. If we was to make a poll on that, I guarantee that. Now, another thing is my man here says the Naoya Inoue fight is off, right? Okay. That's fucking heartbreaking, right? Okay. Um, is it possible that they can get a replacement for Naoya Inoue? And I'm gonna have to check on that.
Yeah, gotta
Okay,
check on.
when you're talking about Naoya Inoue in the fight card, you're not just talking about Naoya Inoue and Sam Goodman. There are a lot of men on that fight card that are expecting to have a fight that night and get paid. Who gets bumped up to the main event and that card gets taken over type shit, right? But could Naoya Inoue, he's ready. Could they find him a late replacement? And who would it be? What are we less 2 weeks out from the date? So 14 days. I mean, if they had somebody on standby, did Bob Arum hear this or watch this coming again with Sam Goodman? I talked about this. I said they needed to have somebody on standby, and I felt like Bob Arum would have somebody on standby. So if they announced someone else, I wouldn't be surprised. But if they just
Yeah.
took Naoya Inoue off the card, that's probably what's going to end up happening. But that's a bummer. That's a bummer.
Yep. Arnando in the chat says Teo Haney wants to cling from the past when they were doing that BS social media thinking that they were the greatest.
Yeah, that's no, Devin Haney, man. Okay, look, I've heard a lot of boxers talk shit about other boxers, right? And sometimes I don't co-sign their shit talking, right? And then from the outside looking in, like I'm saying to myself, like, oh yeah, yeah, you can say that about, but no, this is fucking getting stupid, right? As you can look through Devin Haney's career, you would see him walking around with like entourages of bodyguards. Same thing like Mayweather. Remember when Tank was saying, I got tattoos on my leg, then he went and got tattoos on his leg. He's following, he's trying to beat me.
Yeah, he's
All that
copying
other
in my flow, something like
right.
that.
He's copying my style. And I kind of took it like just Tank taking shots at him, but Devin Haney wasn't really copying his style. Now I'm looking at it like this. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? This dude did everything Tank did, right? And it's hard to like, I'm like looking at him like, and when you look at Bill Haney and Devin trying to build their persona of his son as a manager and Devin Haney as a fighter, um, you kind of want to embellish things. You want to make things seem bigger so that the people will be like, oh, right? Now that the money flow ain't coming in like it's usual, when you see Devin Haney, how do you see him? You see him alone. You don't see him with the jewelry, the bodyguards. None of that. He can't afford it now.
It's more drama
It's
than
just a persona.
yeah. And I know this has nothing to do with boxing, but other platforms that are not boxing platforms, let's say music platforms or like stuff like that, they was like talking about how Devin Haney's baby moms was talking with Young Thug
Yeah,
in
yeah.
prison. You know what I mean? That was a bad look on Devin Haney. You know what I mean? So it's like, even though that's not his fault, but I'm saying like, man, like you gotta like prove to the audience that no, I am a all time talent. I am a
Yeah.
it's just they're covered with dirt right now. They just gotta clean themselves up. That's how I see it.
Well, I'm going to go back to my initial statement was that I believe that Bill Haney and Devin Haney are fighting the wrong war. They're fighting all the voices on social media. This didn't start on social media. This started in the boxing ring. Eh,
Yes.
they chose to shut up and go in the gym and train hard and come back and schedule a fight and win back the fans. I believe that would be the correct way to do it. But what do I know? These guys seem to be wanting to like please the general public and try to talk their way out of every situation. No, this is what happened. No, this. Let me explain this. This is why we're doing this. In
Talk is
recent
cheap.
Yeah, in recent days, like Bill Haney and Devin Haney, man, uh, shit, he's being blamed for everything that happens in boxing right now. Devin Haney, anything goes wrong in boxing, they're gonna attach it to him, and that's why I mean that Devin Haney needs. And I just believe they're fighting the wrong war.
Yeah.
Their approach to trying to correct all of this is all wrong for me, and this
I
is not
just
how it happened.
I just realized something. I just remembered something. Sorry about that. What's your take on the IBF making Raymond Morataya versus, I forgot his name, but he's like a Russian or Kazakhstan boxer somewhere over there in Europe, fight to become the number one mandatory or interim for Lomachenko's belt.
Okay, okay. See, okay, Lomachenko had into the first, right? So he announced his retirement.
No, he does. He had like a back injury, and he's extended. Like I had an extension with the IBF. He showed proof.
Okay. So the IBF gave him an extension, and so now they're gonna put Raymond Morataya, right? Which Raymond Morataya is the number one contender in the WBC for Shakur Stevenson's belt, which William Cepeda has the interim to, right? Okay. So and who you said the Russian dude was?
I can't remember his name. Is You can look it up in the rankings in the IBF.
Okay. Are you talking about his name is
It's a weird name. I can't pronounce it.
Abu
Yeah, Abdul, something like that.
yeah, yeah. Well, his name starts with a Z. It's
Yeah,
Zaur.
yeah.
That's his name. Yeah, I just can't pronounce it, right?
Yeah, it's like one loss, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So they're gonna have him fight Morataya for the okay. Well, at least that moves shit along in the IBF ranking
Yeah.
because according to what I know, the IBF ranking at 135 still doesn't have a number one ranked opponent, right?
Yeah, there's no Ring Magazine champion yet, so they
Yeah.
was gonna make the if the fight went on Tank versus Lomachenko, they would have become the winner of that fight would have been the number one Ring Magazine champion.
And then you got Keyshawn Davis fighting the other champion, which is Dennis Barancek,
Yep,
and that fight card is scheduled. So
that's
that
nice.
they're already in training camp. Yeah, that's official.
Yeah, Sander Saez in that fight card.
Yeah, he is.
Juanita
In fact.
Lopez, that Juanita
Yeah,
Lopez is
yeah,
in
yeah,
that fight card.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
Jared Anderson is in that fight card.
yeah. What do you think about Jared Anderson fighting this dude again?
Um, it's sad because you talk about American fighters, how right now we're losing compared to
Yeah,
the world, and heavyweight man, UK, not the no, yeah, UK European heavyweights is whooping our asses. You know what I
they're
mean?
dominating. They're
And
dominating us.
when Jared Anderson lost, I was like, man, dude,
Yeah.
that
My next hopeful was Torres there. That was my next.
yeah, Richard Torres.
Yeah, but he needs a lot of work, a
Yeah,
lot
he
of
needs a lot of work. He's kind of
yeah,
their size a bit, how big heavyweight fighters is,
yeah, yeah.
and it was like
I
it's
mean,
a
but talk about facing your fears. Jared Anderson, he could have avoided the fight of the first man to fucking knock him out, you
Bocoli.
know, McCauley and stuff, and you could avoid that shit. But he stepped up and said he would take the rematch.
Yeah, you got to respect it. The heavyweight division is not easy, but it's just like he had like a lot of hype for him, and
Yeah. I
with
saw McCauley beat, man. I saw how the kid that beat him, the style that he used to beat him. He had to take a lot of big of McCauley's punches. He did, but he did beat him. So maybe that's what Jared Anderson is banking on. I don't know, but as far as this Lomachenko situation, it kind of like pushes up in the weight division, and fighters like Tank Davis. Hopefully, we could see a unification,
yeah,
or Keyshawn Davis will push one because you could see Keyshawn's like a young lion, right? And
I
yeah, go ahead.
I think if I have to guess how's it looking for 2025, I think honestly either the Lomachenko fights Tank or else he's retires. I don't think he's interested in a Keyshawn fight or
Yeah,
maybe
but
not even a Shakur fight. Who
hold
knows?
on, hold on. Lomo won't be a champion no more after this fight, though.
After what fight?
Okay, so he has told me that Raymond Morataya is gonna fight this dude. Wasn't it for Loma's belt?
To become the number one mandatory, yeah.
Oh, just the number one mandatory. I thought they were stripping Loma of his belt and making him
No.
fight for it. Oh, okay, okay. That's just fucking boxing dreams. All right. So Loma's still gonna be the champion. The only fighter that's putting up his belt in recent um shit isn't the Keyshawn Davis fight before the Tank Davis fight?
Yes, because Tank
Yeah.
Davis is gonna fight in March. The Riyadh season is gonna be February 22 with Bivol Beterbiev, if I'm not mistaken, and this fight is gonna be in um, Valentine's Day, with the Keyshawn Davis versus Barancek fight.
Okay, yeah. So he's the only one in that weight division moving around. What the fuck is so Shakur Stevenson's gonna be fighting on the Devitt on the Arthur
Yeah,
Bennett and Demetrius Bivol against Schofield, and he'll be putting up the WBA world title there. So the only one will be Loma this year that has not fought for a back injury. All right, well we'll see where the 135 ends up. I like it. There's fighters like Andy Cruz moving up slowly up the division while these guys are fucking around. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Fighters such as Keyshawn Davis is coming up threatening for championships. I don't know what the hell William Cepeda is doing anymore. You know what I mean? Schofield, he's doing his thing right now. He's daring to be great. That's a big challenge for Schofield to defeat Shakur Stevenson, which I found out today that Shakur Stevenson is officially Boricua, and I guess they're counting him for Puerto Rican champion. So I'm like, all right, right?
yeah. His
So
father is Puerto Rican.
yeah, no, no, no. I actually went on Wikipedia and I wanted to see what Wikipedia was counting for Puerto Rican fighters. And then Wikipedia has them highlighted in yellow when you weren't born in Puerto Rico. You were like a descendant of a Puerto Rican, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And there are a lot of fighters that are real famous Puerto Rican fighters that weren't born on the island that you'd have been like, I thought he was born there, right?
like
But
Floyd
nah,
Schofield is, you know, he is Dominican. I mean, he's half Dominican. His I think his mother is Dominican. So
really.
yeah, so it's Puerto Rico versus Dominican fight right there.
Well, let's see. Let's see. You know what I mean? Who claims what? Because sometimes for popularity, all of a sudden you can sneak in. I mean, Shakur Stevenson was a brother all the way into like last year to me. So he kind of like slid in there. Like, where the hell did this come from? Like, so
It's all about how you being brought up with. You know what I mean? Everybody's not brought up the same. You know what I mean? How I've been brought up is different. How Shakur been brought up. Um, I'm a I'm a American. Yes, I was born in the United States, but my first birthday ever was in Puerto Rico and in Caserio. So that tells you how much of a Puerto Rican I am. So
yeah.
it's like, everybody roots is different, but
Yeah.
I respect
Now
anybody.
you ever have your Puerto Rican family, right, try to tell you that we weren't gonna celebrate Christmas on the 25th. We were gonna celebrate it on the 5th on Dia de los Reyes, right? Right? Yeah, the Five Kings. And not until later I found out that my dad was a sucker and he would buy us all the toys on discount after the 25th, right? Because he get a better
Oh
price,
wow. Yeah,
right?
that's smart.
And then we would celebrate it on the 5th. So he would get all our shit after the 25th. Yeah. And we're the kids, we would cry, no, we want it on the 25th. So, because all the kids in school would come back, yeah, yeah. And we're waiting for ours, like, you know, yeah, I went through that.
Yeah, that's a funny story, honestly.
Yeah, my father was too cheap to fucking buy everything on fucking, and so he would wait and tell us, no, no, we do it on the 5th. Although it was true, by by culture stand, that is a thing, we just didn't understand it, but I guess he was doing the right thing, but on the outside looking in, it looks suspicious, doesn't it?
Yeah,
uh,
but I believe 2025 is gonna be the year of the Puerto Rican boxers making their names. I feel like Sander Sayas fights. He's
I
fighting.
hope so.
He's fighting this undefeated fighter. I don't know. I think I don't know
Yeah.
where he's from, But I hope hopefully it's a 12 round fight, man. Hopefully.
He needs more 12 round experience.
I mean, he
Um,
hasn't have one.
right. I
It's
think
gonna
that
be
that's what affected Jermaine Ortiz in the fight against Teofimo Lopez. Jermaine Ortiz didn't have like virtually, if any, no 12 round experience coming into that fight. I don't
that's
even think he
true.
had a
That's
12 round
true.
fight scheduled.
I think he
Oh,
fought
yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The Loma fight was
the
12
Loma
rounds.
fight.
That was his first. That's right. That was his first. And he went right into the Teo fight. So they attacked him young and green,
Yeah, green. Yeah,
you
super
know,
green.
right. So what you're saying is the experience. Yeah, you would like to get Xander Zion some good experience.
Yeah, because if you look at the rankings, I believe Sandy Size is the number one ranked for the WBO belt on 154 pounds. So that's I scratched my head because I'm like, so is he gonna challenge for that belt? Because it's like, I don't know if he'll be ready for it.
Okay, okay. As we all know, Sebastian Fedora holds the WBO, and Sebastian Fedora also holds the WBC, right? Xander Zion is the number one for the WBO. Xander Zion is the number four for the WBC, and Xander Zion is the number five for the IBF, but he's not ranked in the WBA. So, as far as his opportunities, the men that are standing in his way, obviously Terrence Crawford, and Errol Spence Jr. That's the only thing that, and in fact, you talk about a fight with Sebastian Fedora with Spence. I would take Spence against Xander Zion. What about that fight?
I think, yeah. Uh,
I'll take
I,
that fight.
I favor
I,
Sandy
if
Size in
if
that
if
fight.
if if if, if listen, if Errol Spence Jr. is tough enough to challenge the champion, why wouldn't he be tough enough to challenge the number one opponent? What would be the difference? You'd be right there. You got a measuring stick. If you can come in and beat young Xander Zion, um, Spence, then you would deserve a shot at that belt. And I would like the matchup with Xander Zion, even though I like both of those fighters as my fighters. Looking at it like that, maybe I wouldn't want the fight, but as competition, yeah, you would be fighting the number one guy. The next guy, I mean, Carwell, Spence could
Yeah,
even fight
Caldwell.
him.
He's good. He's good.
Spence could even fight him, or,
But
or,
that's a
or, or
dangerous fight
Josh
for
Kelly,
Spence.
or he could fight Josh Kelly. Um, yeah, I'll take a Josh Kelly fight. Yeah,
Or
same
Erskine Lubin.
Lubin. Okay, I'll take Lubin, right? And now we're only breaking down fighters in the WBO ranking. We're only going, there's a lot of other fighters, and the other thing that Errol Spence Jr. can take on at 154 if we sit here and, but um Xander Zion's opportunities are what we were speaking of. And if I was going with Xander Zion and I was saying to myself, um, who was the guy he was fighting against? What was his name?
Uh, the
No,
last fight that Sander Sayas fought was he was a former champion.
no, not the
Texera.
last fight. The guy that he's scheduled to fight now.
Oh,
And
I don't know his name.
okay,
I'm
I
not.
forgot
He's
his
not
name.
known. That's why he's not known. But he is undefeated, so he has to be ranked.
I might have written it down somewhere. I would have to look it up. I would have to
Maybe
go.
if you look at it in BoxRec, they'll probably have it listed
Okay.
for like if you look at Sander Sayas' record, they're probably saying I don't know, coming soon. He fights this guy to be announced.
Okay. I got him up here on Box Reg. Xander Zion right here. I'm going all the way down right now. I got him. Spooner.
That's his name, Spooner.
His last name is Spooner.
Uh,
Suava Spooner.
See, look at that name. Yeah,
Slawa.
and he's undefeated.
He's 20-0.
He's so he has to be, solid.
He's 20-0. Yeah, I don't know if he's ranked. Let me now that you got me on the computer, I'm gonna go check the freaking ranking.
Is it a 12 round fight? They got it listed.
They got him listed as it is a 10-round fight.
What? Another 10 round fight? I
10
don't
round
like
fight. His last 3 fights have been 10-round fights. Four, wait, whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His last 5 fights have been all 10-round fights, though.
but he hasn't have a 12 round fight.
He has no 12-round fights, not one.
And how can you challenge a champion if you haven't had no experience for a 12 round fight? I can't. I don't know. That's
Don't let the fight go to the 12th round.
true. But is Saya's a power puncher like that to get
He's a
you know?
he has a good punch. He's more like accumulation of punches.
Yeah,
Um, his last opponent, Sosa, was a former world champion, and the thing was he knew how to roll with punches. He was a veteran fighter. It was hard to catch him flush. Zender Zion tried to go in for the kill and got caught with a couple big shots, but he wore him well in the
yeah.
fight.
That was a good
Um,
fight for him.
yeah, it was. It was a good, but you could see Zender Zion didn't choose just to ride on the coattails, the fact that he was winning the fight. I like the fact that of his intensity and the fact that he was willing to go in there and exchange to look for the knockout. He clearly was winning the fight, and I believe on all scorecards coming into the last round. But Xander Zion chose to, you know, try to get that knockout. So he knew how to mix it up, but I believe that Sosa was he was a veteran fighter and he knew how to weather storms, and it was a good test for Zender Zion. But this guy right here, he's coming against, he's 20-0. So somebody's gotta go.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to go.
Yep.
So this, and Xander Zion being Puerto Rican, fighting in Madison Square Garden, that's a little Puerto Rico. So the building's going, the crowd's going to be in your favor. I can guarantee you that much. Whenever Xander Zion is fighting in Madison Square Garden, they're coming up to support him. And we just might have to be there for that fight, bro. Might have to book myself a ticket, Madison Square Garden. I'm talking about it like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like right there. I might have to show out for Round One Sports Talk. I think come on, people. We got to get to Madison Square Garden. Let's go.
I believe in March, real quick. I think
Yeah.
in March, they're planning a fight card at Puerto Rico. I think Edgar Belanga is saying like he's gonna return to the ring, and he's gonna do it in a Choliseo in de Puerto Rico. So I wonder who's gonna fight in that card.
I, I don't. Edgar Berlanga got to remember that just leading into that Saul Canelo Alvarez fight, we saw the inactivity and we saw that you stood in the party a little bit too long. You forgot about what it took to get you where you were at. It's another case of a fighter. Then after the Saul Canelo Alvarez fight, we saw a fighter celebrate a loss better than any loss in probably history. Never seen a man celebrate a loss with that. Listen, he was like everywhere with his little parade and his little entourage of 45 people. And I was just like thrown back by how much celebrating he did for sharing the ring with Saul rather than securing the one thing he promised us, the victory. So, as far as a fighter for Berlanga, it's hard to get excited or to quickly, let's get behind him as the next Puerto Rican hopeful fighter when he's not really like bro, like you don't got me convinced. I'm not sold that you're dedicated, that your commitment to the sport, none of those things. You don't show me at all that as a fan, yeah, I should be supporting you. The only thing you got is that I'm Puerto Rican. Yeah, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm not stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, you
Yeah, I
know,
understand.
yeah, like he just
Hopefully he, he locks in, and he like, because the Diego Pacheco's or the Mobilities, Caleb Plant is calling you out.
yeah,
Uh,
that Caleb Plant fight would be a good
oh
fight.
man, I got, you know something. I
That
favor
would be a good
I
fight.
favor Edgar Berlanga beating Caleb Plant. I think,
You do? You really?
yeah. You wanna know why? Because, but if McCumbee could drop Caleb Plant, Berlanga could definitely knock out.
Yo, but
Yeah,
McCumbee
see
gets
that?
points for that mustache alone. Okay? Because that mustache, it had a fist in there and it hit Caleb Plant like that. You see what I'm saying? you know?
And you got to understand that Caleb Plant been through battles, Canelo, Benavides, you know what I mean? And it's like,
Yeah,
uh, it will be a good fight. It will be a good fight.
it would be a good fight, but like, um, okay. Does Berlanga possess the skills to beat a fighter such as Caleb Plant? Yeah. Does he have enough pop in his punch? Yeah. Where's his commitment at? That's what I talk about.
Yes.
Whether or not that he has the tools, yeah, you can make a decent fighter out of what Edgar Berlanga has been showing. Yeah, you can. But I'm questioning himself. And I wish Edgar Berlanga locked in, got into the gym, and it was all business. And then I can get behind him and feel more secure about him beating Caleb Plant. But Caleb Plant shows me out of the two fighters, the more dedicated to the sport is Caleb Plant.
Yeah.
So yeah,
He
so
don't play no games.
no, he
And
don't.
Lionheart says that Berlanga ain't winning without a good mustache.
Without a good mustache, it's not happening. You're gonna have to have a good mustache. You seen that stash that dude had? Just on points alone, he was winning in the fights.
Yeah, he had a cowboy mustache.
Yo, and there was a fist under the mustache. yo, that mustache was legendary. But yeah, no. When I view a fighter, I'm also checking his commitment to the sport, and um, I'll go that way versus then favoritism way with Berlanga being a Puerto Rican fighter. Love him, support him. Berlanga, yo, hey, it is what it is. But as far as what we're gonna get out of you, show us, show us. I
No,
would like to see.
I just say this because I feel like we're talking about the 168 division. I feel like Berlanga, like, this is the moment to lock in because Munguia just got knocked out. Uh, Caleb Plant looked suspect in his last fight. Um, we got the Pacheco's, and the Pacheco's gonna fight Steven Nelson. They're both undefeated. Someone's gonna lose their O. You know what I mean? And Mobili went 12 rounds with an old Derenchenko. Man, Derenchenko been through battles, but he went to 12.
Yep.
That's, you know what I mean? He couldn't get him out of there. So I'm just saying, man, Berlanga, you can be like, I don't know, in the top five, top 168 fighters. You know what I mean? If you be disciplined enough.
Yeah, listen, I got a lot of guys here talking about this Naoya Inoue, Sam Goodman,
Yes.
Christopher. He's asking, did I hear about Sam Goodman pulling out of the fight again? And then he responds here, why doesn't that dude want to fight Naoya Inoue? And then Mark says, Goodman needs to lose his mandatory positioning after the third. The third time he pulls out is time he ain't ready. Um, as far as that, guys, I have to honestly say here at Round One Sports Talk, I called it. I called it. I said to you guys, I don't believe Sam Goodman was ever going to fight Naoya Inoue until I see him the day actually walking out of the room, making his way down to the ring, dude, that I believe he was going to fight Inoue. I never believed it. I went along with the story. I reported, this is what I got to do. But I got receipts saying that I knew he was shook the day he jumped in that ring in Japan, right? And his response, like he was on the plane ride the whole entire way there. And what are you going to say to Naoya? I'm going to say this to him. Naoya, relinquish the belt, so stop tugging me and fight me, right? And he, I mean, that was in his head. Before they passed the mic to Sam Goodman, they gave it to Naoya Inoue because it was his event, his moment. Naoya Inoue said, listen, basically, if you're here to fight me, the answer is yes. I will fight you. When they gave the microphone back to Sam Goodman, he just uttered the words, vacate the bro, he just said he would fight you. You didn't have to say that. You could see that he was like pushed by his promotional management. This is all what they wanted. I don't think this is what Sam Goodman wanted. Sam Goodman, as a fighter, knew he wasn't on the level of Naoya Inoue. There are very few fighters that are on that level. He wasn't one of them. Although the boxing world may say that people like John Casamero or MJ, Naoya Inoue said it best when he answered to the text on social media on X to MJ. He said to him, bro, why am I ducking you if I beat the dude that beat you? I knocked out the dude you couldn't knock out. I beat the dude that took your belts. How dare you say, or even fake to say, that I'm scared of you? And that's one of the fewest times Naoya Inoue has ever answered anybody on social media. He had to tell MJ, bro, knock it off. Stop telling the world I'm ducking you. Because in actuality, this is a business thing, a business decision that Bob Arum didn't want me to go against a fighter with 11 and something and one record. You're not a champion. You're a former world champion. You have nothing to offer me, but I'm ducking you, and I have all your belts. So when these guys are up here, guys, I'm telling you guys right now, I hope we get to see Naoya Inoue, and they kind of squeeze him on one of these guys' cards because he's ready to fight. He just needs an opponent. I hope Naoya Inoue doesn't just pack it up and try to go for the next date. There are plenty of cards that are kicking off. David Morale, Tank Davis. There are plenty of cards in between. You can advertise them in America. And maybe this might be their opportunity to advertise Naoya Inoue in America. He might have to bump into somebody's card and take over the night. But fuck it. We want to see Naoya Inoue. And because of Sam Goodman's antics, we don't get to witness one of the best boxers of our era. It's bad enough we don't get to see him enough at 6 o'clock in the fucking morning. You want to take it away from us again? Yo, Sam Goodman, right here. Listen, I knew it. 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 He didn't want to fight Naoya Inoue. I knew it. He wasn't on his level, and just because in boxing they're just not gonna come, it just doesn't make sense. So I don't know what Naoya Inoue's situation is right now. I'm nursing a cold. I'm coming on with my guys in these last days, trying to give you guys a good show. I promise you guys, up early tomorrow or the rest of this night, and I'm gonna be chasing down possibilities to see where that fight ends up. If it does, we don't get them into the next day, well, then it's unfortunate. But hopefully, Bob Arum, top ranked team, they come up with some creative and they pitch it to the Inoue team. It's up to them to take it. Not sure what they're willing to do. Maybe Bob Arum came up with some ideas, and now Inoue and their team said they have the right to say no. They didn't study for this guy. They didn't build for this guy. They got a game plan right now for him, but Naoya Inoue is the type of fighter that he can fight spontaneously. And he would understand that if you made the fight new, yeah, I might not have anything, or I didn't build a game plan for that guy, but neither did he build a game plan for you. So you would all both be equal in actuality. So let's see what happens. What happens? I'm gonna find out more about this Naoya Inoue. Man, that pisses me off. It really does. We waited the 30 days. We thought we were gonna see him. Fuck Sam Goodman right now. A big fuck you to Sam Goodman right now. I'll love him tomorrow, but for right now, yeah, he'll get that from me. Um, I didn't think he was gonna fight him, guys. I just didn't think so. Unfortunately, I will have more for you, my guys that on Naoya Inoue that watch me for him, and I will keep you updated on that guy. But that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate, but I can't say I'm surprised. At the end of the day, I can't say I'm surprised. I said it. There was a part of me that didn't want it to play out because we were so close. But this is the shit that happens in the sport of boxing, guys. Yes, it is. Let me answer some of you guys' questions here. Let's see here. Armando, what are you saying? The what? The culture? A lot of people don't understand the culture. What if Oh, let me read this again. This cursive shit is fucking with me today. Puerto Rico is a pretty island, and if Puerto Rico's made that happen for him, why not? Oh, okay, yeah. So we were talking up there when we were talking about Berlanga and all that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I caught up to
No,
you.
you're talking about Shakur.
About Shakur. Yeah. Oh, that's what he was talking about. Thank you. All right. He put out two what? He pulled out 2 weeks ago. Should have pulled out the first time. Yeah, and then we would already got MJ Mark. Yeah, and he wouldn't have wasted our fucking time. And would have gave someone else to jump into that spot. And if Akmadalia was he just came off of a fight. If he was smart, he would have stayed in the gym. Shit, even look at this is when fighters right now can rise up and get opportunities. Right now, what's that? Picasso there, even off of a loss, win, any fighter, anybody can come in right now and raise their hand and say, "Yo, I'll be ready for the fight," because you know why? I was training. I was staying in shape. I'm a professional. And you could rise up and play spoiler to Naoya Inoue. And if you beat him, yo, you're stamping your ticket into the Hall of Fame. That's not for one belt. That's all four belts, baby. That's undisputed. You don't get a phone call like that every day. So when we're talking about professional athletes in the sport that they should be training in between fights, that's how you can tell that when guys didn't take this opportunity, because when shit like this happens, who's picking up the phone right now to fight Naoya Inoue? Who wants a shot at those belts? But how many of those guys were just calling them out? Let's see. I want to see. I want to see how many people mysteriously right now lose Bob Aaron's phone number. They don't know how to contact Top Rank. You don't know how to use Google? For real. I want to see how many of these guys, right? Because there's an opportunity sitting right there. A bag of cash, all the gold, and everybody in the world saying they were going to fuck him up. Yeah, I want to see it. You
All
can
that
still save this.
all
Go
that
ahead.
BS that MJ said, I feel like this is the opportunity you to step in if you're really about it, you know.
If you bout it, if you really, this is, look, man, listen. This is the shit I'm talking about. Now, you get me to tell me when you watch that MJ Akmadalia, his last fight, and you watched him knock that guy out, how much injuries or damage did he sustain in that fight? Zero. He
Yeah, he was
just
fresh.
he just went through a training camp. He destroyed that guy. He barely got touched by that guy. 2 months has passed. Right? Well, we're going on the second, right? That's He's in shape. He's legitimately in shape.
Yeah, he's in shape. He has to be in shape.
He has to be. He took no damage in the fight. There's your Naoya Inoue fight right now, MJ. You want Naoya? He's right there. You want to dare to be great? You Naoya Inoue, stop ducking me. Give me my. Here's your shot. You cannot tell me that man's not in shape, and he shouldn't have just after his victory laid on the couch. He should have anticipated. Oh shit, the world saw it. Naoya Inoue fight got postponed for 30 days. MJ, fucking get out off the couch. Get in shape just in case. Man, these guys don't want to fight him. These dudes are in shape right now, can lift their
People,
hands, and they're not doing it.
I
So,
believe people are just gonna make excuses no matter what.
nah, they will. They
If
will.
if MJ does fight and loses, they're gonna say, "Oh, but in a way beat him on short notice," something like that. It's like you can't win all of them, man. Honestly, people
All
are.
right, we got XL here. What's up, XL? Yo, XL, you there? Carlos,
Yeah, he's
you can
probably
hear
mute.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I guess XL's not here.
He's probably muted. I don't know.
Nah, he's not muting on his end either.
Oh,
I'll give him a second. XL, I see you backstage. Just flash your camera real quick. He left. He was in the building. Now he left. But
yeah.
yeah, what were we talking about there real quick?
Also, I want to say that Christopher Alexander in the comments said you did though. You called it months ago,
Oh
saying that
yeah.
you called it.
Did he? Did
Yeah.
he say that? Yo, man, I did. I told him, man. I was just like, that shit wasn't gonna happen, man. I knew it. I knew it. I saw it in his eyes. You ever see it when you ever be in a fight, you look at a man's eyes, that it's like a window to their soul. I mean, I feel like that anyway. You can tell right then and there when a person's about it. And the fear I saw in his eyes when he got in that ring, I didn't see anything in his eyes on that day that told me he wanted that fight. It was looked like they pushed him out there to do it. And I said it from the minute I was like, he don't want that fight.
So basically, he was all bark but no bite.
Oh, no bite, no bite. He knew he was outskilled. And a man like Sam Goodman, he's an arrogant, cocky little dude, right? His whole persona up to this point is that he's undefeated. That's his claim to fame out there in Australia. He might not be a world champion, but his claim to fame is I'm undefeated. And it's kind of like in his head, he has a belt, or he's viewed like, look it, that's our undefeated fighter right there walking by. The minute he goes in that ring, both of those things are gonna go away from him on that night, the world title and the undefeated O. And he ain't gonna wake up the next day with none of that shit. It's all he had. I don't, I don't know how to describe it, but I could just read through him. I can read through kind of men like that. Like I'm looking at him like, nah, you no. He's trying to be tough, like, yeah, I'll fuck you up. Yeah. No. I just knew he was full of it, man. And there's another fighter like John Casamero that got a fight scheduled right now. He can get out of that fight, or at least try, and see if he jumps up to fight Naoya Inoue. But I do understand that in some contracts, they'll sue you if you pull out of the fight to try to fight another fight. That means that all your proceeds will now they'll generate off your fight. There is things in a contract that those are like typical rules, depending what kind of contract he signed. I'm not in his office, but if he could find a way out, I would see if John Casamero would, fight Naoya in a way. I'm
Yeah,
not
hopefully,
sure.
let's see, because it's better to see in a way to not see in a way.
Yeah, yeah. Um. Oh, what's up, XL? Yeah, yeah. I had you in the building, brother. Yeah. We're in the building for Matias. You're damn right. We're in the building for Matias. You know what I'm saying, brother? We just want to see where Matias ends up right now. Now that we got fighters like Teofimo Lopez blowing smoke up our ass, and I try to tell you guys about him too. There's another fighter that I told you guys, and I was willing to talk about it because there was so many people and so many announcements. The fight was reportedly going negotiations in October. The fight was announced in December. They were working on, so they had already went so far, so it was worth talking about it, you know. And now where does that leave Subriel? When you see fighters like Teo, running for the hills, uh, if Teo's gonna opt out his contract in Top Rank, well then, you know, um, I'm not sure what Teal's doing anymore, man. That fucking guy, bro. I don't know. There's two big fights that kind of like I gotta scratch off the fucking list for this year. The Naoya Inoue and Subriel and Teal fight. They're not happening. You know, fuck.
Yeah, this sucks. It really does sucks.
Yeah, no, it does suck. But at least we got David the Monster Benavides in the morale card.
Yeah, man, that's a good fight, man. That's
Yeah, and then we also got Demetrius Bivol running it back with Arthur in their card. You
that's
know,
another good fight.
Yeah. I mean, Pitbull Cruz, man. I don't think he gets enough credit for his activity too. You look at him. He loses the belt. He's already in the ring on another card. Fighting Jose Valenzuela started. Going through issues. He wasn't gonna be ready for their fight. They were wanting to rematch. He saw Pitbull Cruz, I guess, let it go, and you know, um, but these fighters are making quick turnarounds, and they're trying to get back in the ring and capitalize off the market. Demetrius Bivol and Arthur, that was a quick turnaround for all those belts. It was a quick turnaround. Boom, boom. They put that card together like it seemed like yesterday. I was like, shit, right? And I like that. I like that. It keeps the sport alive. It keeps the top guys in the rotation. And I wish a lot of these other guys would do the same. All right, I think my man popped up again here. Uh oh, this is Lionheart, I think. Lionheart's in the building. Lionheart's joining us today. Lionheart, is that you?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
What's up? Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, excellent. What's up, Carlos? What's up, Edwin?
What's
What's up,
up, man?
Lionheart?
How you doing, Lionheart?
I'm not doing well. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah. What's up with you in the boxing world? What's up, brother? Tell us.
Listen, I wanted that fight so bad. I couldn't wait for Nalia to get in there and knock Sam Goodman's cocky head off. He just has a face that needs to be punched in. And I'm like, man, I can't wait for this to go down. But oh, guys, I got a cut. Oh God, I cut so bad. And look, I got a cut. See, I can't do the fight. I'm
Yeah.
like, all right. And you even said, you're like, look, these things happen. Sparring too hard. Maybe he's just being stupid. Okay, cool. So now it's pushed back to January. So I'm like, all right, well, I got to wait another month to see my favorite fighter. And then sure enough, we're almost there. Guys, I got to cut again. Whoops, I got a boo boo. Oops, got to
Yeah,
cancel. Like, this guy's a disgrace. He's a total bum. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, man, that sucks. That sucks so bad.
Listen, I look, I what's up, XL? How you doing?
Man, lovely. How are you?
All right, all right. My man Lionheart was showing his frustration on the fight with Naoya Inoue and Sam Goodman finally being called off again for the second time, and I'm with him on that one, man. I called it. I said that I didn't think that Sam Goodman was on his level, and I didn't think he was going to show up to the fight. And sure enough, he proved me right. So, what do you think? And um, Lionheart, what would you like to Naoya in a way fight now? And what would be in a good world for you right now to like boost up your spirits?
So, as we all know, when Naoya, kind of has a bit of a clear schedule, Casemiro, MJ, all these guys go back to hiding under their beds. They go back in their closet. They go back in the mountains. They toss their cell phones in the water. They ain't trying to hear it. They stick their fingers in their ear. La la la. I'm not listening. And these guys don't really want to fight this guy. So MJ, as we know, didn't take any damage. I don't know why he can't just be like, listen, this is my chance. I'm gonna go ahead and become undisputed, take the monster's oath, slay the monster. I don't think he's got the stones to take this fight. It would be nice. Best case scenario would be MJ coming out and being like, "Yo, I'm gonna take that fight," but I just don't see that happening. I heard someone say, "What is this about a who's Picasso?" I'm hearing that name float around. Who is that?
David Picasso. He was one of the guys in the division that was currently undefeated, and one of the names that they were throwing around for wait a minute. I just lost. I got a brain fart right here. Hold on. You got me screwed up with a couple of divisions here. Okay. First of all, the top guys that are right now, I would say David Picasso is for the WBC, right? And he was the number one, and he was the name being thrown around. And Marlon Tapales was being the actual number one for being the next guy up. So that's Marlon Tapales is number one for the real guy next guy up, and Picasso's the number one for for fans saying, yeah, he could fight him. But just keep it in mind, Lionheart, that David Picasso and MJ fought last month sometime, and they fought like a few days apart from each other on the same day, I think it was. I'm not sure. Carlos, help me out with this one. I'm not sure if they were on the same day, but they've already passed. So I don't think that they're going to be opportunity. I don't know if anybody can come and save us, Lionheart, that will satisfy us. But at this point right now, just give me anybody just to see Neo way, and I would kind of be happy, to tell you the truth, with the debacle that everything's going on. At least if I got to see him,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would like. But again, I don't know if it's going to be like another TJ Doheny trying to help us out. So I mean, God dang, man, this Brad Goodman guy, Jesus.
Yeah, I know you pissed. I know you pissed.
When I heard the news that Sam Goodman received another cut, a second cut, I was like, man, this dude needs to go to a dermatologist appointment, man. His skin is paper thin or something.
No, like I said to you guys, respectfully, I was like, under what coaching was this supervision? This is the coach's fault. What coach is letting you go this hard 2 weeks out? You had 10 days to the fight and you get a cut. Under whose guidance were you under that allowed this kind of to go on? Like, where does the line start? So I think it's more bullshit than anything. I just really think he didn't want to fight him at all. Hey, what's up, XL? How you doing, baby?
Finally, man, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
How are you, man?
We're doing pretty well.
I'm doing well.
What you got for us here? What you got for us?
Well, listen, man. I was tuned in earlier, and I just tuned in again. I had to stop for a minute, and then I finally went back in. I seen the comments a little bit talking about a little bit of the Boricua boxing, and then I entered the chat, and my microphone wasn't working, so then I had to use my iPhone, and anyway, it was a mix-up. Then the headphones weren't working, so anyway, I'm in now. We're good, and I hear you guys are talking about Anyway and Goodman, right? That's the next fight coming up.
Yeah.
It was supposed to.
It fell off.
Oh, it fell off? When was it?
Off. He pulled out again.
Weekend?
Yep, he pulled out again. Sam Goodman.
Damn.
Motherfucker.
Hey, but see, I'm gonna be honest with you, man, and I'm gonna just put this out there. I'm gonna say I'm more on the casual level of boxing, right?
Yeah, okay.
So to me, and forgive me if I might say something offensive, I'm really not hype on Anyway yet. I'm not hype on him because I don't see. I believe me, man. I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't get what all the hype is. I see.
What's not to get?
Is it because he hasn't fought in the United States yet?
Is it his size?
No, guys.
You know what?
He hasn't seen much of him. He was honest.
Yeah, Yeah,
You
I
ever
Okay.
really
seen?
listen. I ain't seen much of him, and then I just started hearing him blow up on the YouTube streets
Right.
and ESPN and everybody talking about him, right? But I've never been a big fan of the smaller weight classes up
Okay.
Okay,
until
okay.
I'm gonna say anyway, and bam, that's when I started getting into it.
Yeah.
Listen, it got to the point. I'm a Robesi Ramirez fan, right? When
Hmm.
he fought on the undercard in Japan, I think like 2 years ago, I actually woke up to watch that shit. You know what I'm saying? And because of the hype around anyway, I said, well, let me watch this guy. And I think I'm not sure if it was a Fulton fight. I'm not sure if that was a fight that night or that day, that morning. I'm from Cali, so it was early in the morning for me. But I started watching and I'm just like, I don't get what all the hype is. And I heard one of my other partners tell me on another channel, he was like, oh man, well he came up from like 113 and dominated everybody. And so again, I think you know what it is, man. I think because the smaller weight classes haven't got a lot of attention or a lot of popularity
Yeah.
within the past, I think that's what it is. And like I said, I'm on the casual level. So
Yeah.
to me, I just haven't grown into it too much. And it could be the whole US and the time frame. Cause
Yeah.
when it's a good fight night on, the whole house is watching this. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Right.
Yeah.
I tell
so
you what, I tell you what, man. If you got a chance, and you don't have to even watch all his fights, just get a YouTube thing and see his highlight reel knockouts, and then
uh,
go from there. And then when that interests you, then you go into watching individual fights if you have a time. But anyway, I know that you didn't come all the way up here to talk about a fighter you didn't know too much about. What fight? What What is it that you came up here to talk about? Let me know.
I got a few comments and concerns, right?
Okay.
One of the big ones I want to ask you guys, and I guess I'll ask the panel. First, I wanted to see what's about Matias, right? What was is he fighting the number one IBF one, and did he really get ducked by Teo and what's the Dominican's name?
Elvis
Elvis
What
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Elvis Rodriguez, right? I know Elvis Rodriguez. I heard your take on it, Edwin, a little earlier, and you were saying that he kind of did him how he was done, right? He said, okay,
Right.
boom. According to other sources out there, they're saying Elvis said he's not deserving of it, and Elvis is taking a lesser caliber opponent, right? That's what I'm hearing on the other spaces, right? But I could see your point too. I actually like your point a lot more, Edwin, where you like, man, he didn't give me the shot when he had the title. Now he ain't got shit. Fuck it. He ain't. I'm gonna get him the way he got me, right?
Right.
So what do you make of all this with Teofimo Lopez? Did he duck him? And do you think he's moving and I'm sure you've already got this question. Is he moving the
Mhm.
right way in your opinion?
As far as Subriel Matias, I think that Subriel Matias has to take his opportunities when they come up. I think he's moving as much as the way as he can possibly. As far as Teofimo Lopez, to go this far into negotiation and pull out, it officially makes you a duck in my eyes. You
Okay.
don't you don't come up and announce a fight and try to get clout off one of my guys and then just go right for no reason. You don't got a better
Right.
offer anywhere else on the table. There's no better offer, right? So
Right.
you're ducking the smoke. You don't start a fight, you don't pick a fight and then say you don't want to fight, you know? Okay.
Right.
So and then as far as it goes with Elvis Rodriguez, this is a thing where, two men were at different points of their life, but I have to be honest. Nor did I think Elvis Rodriguez was ready for Super back then, and nor do I think he's ready for him now. Fights will say
Okay.
the most outlandish things to get the attention of the people, like, oh, now it's my turn to deny the Subriel fight. But in Elvis, in actuality, if you really wanted to go forward, a Subriel Matias victory with having that name in the winning column would project you in your career to where you wanted to get. So understanding these fighters as, no, I don't want to fight him. Why not? That guy will take you where you wanted it to get. You
Right.
see that name. So then when you look at it like that, you say to yourself, no, you just didn't want to fight him because it was too high risk, low reward. Matia doesn't have a belt anymore.
But do
Why
you think
fight?
that's the only I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, why fight the boogeyman if you can get around them? That's all.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Lionheart.
Yeah. So I think it's pretty obvious given the way I talk about Teofimo. I'm not a fan of his. I think the guy belongs in the trash right there with Brad Goodman. He just sucks. And
Mhm.
the thing is that like I remember when I was on the show a while back, I said how excited I was for 140. Devin moving up and beating Regis, and Subriel was a champion. He had all these cool things going down, and then Devin takes that fight with Ryan, gets embarrassed. Now his mind is all screwed up. Subriel loses to Liam Paro, then loses to Richardson Hitchens, a guy who didn't want to. He wanted no part of Subriel, and then all of a sudden, Subriel loses to Liam. He's like, "Oh man, yeah, I'm ready for 140 now." So that's like another, kind of a coward, kind of bum guy, real chicken heart. And
Yeah.
the thing is that like, Teofimo, as I said before, the dude wants to go anywhere else. He'll sooner fight in heavyweight than want to fight another tough guy at 140. He's calling out Tank Davis. He's calling out Ryan Garcia. He's calling out Duran Ennis. This guy might as well call out Canelo. He probably got a better chance fighting him. You know what I'm saying? Calling out Terrence Crawford, making all these racist remarks. The dude, I'm sick of Teo. I really want him to just go away. I'll top ring, drops this bum. Let them go back to crawling around the ground. So I don't like Teofimo, right? And as for this Elvis, it's funny that Elvis says, "Oh man, who's this guy? What has he done?" Blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, I didn't even know who this guy was until like today. I had no idea who this bum. What are you talking about? I hate when fighters do that, man. Oh, what has he done in the sport, bro? You got 18 fights, and you already got a loss. What you talking about?
Right.
Like, come on. Good.
Carlos, you got anything you want to share?
To add to what Lionheart is saying, Elvis Rodriguez really like disappointed me because a lot of, like I said, like Sam Goodman, and Elvis is all talk but no bite. So
Chihuahuas.
it's like, and I remember the last fight of Elvis Rodriguez, man, he got dropped ugly by this one Asian fighter. I forgot. This Asian fighter hit him hard and he got dropped. He ended up winning the fight, but it just shows me that you can get hurt. So far that Subriel has not touched the canvas. He had like a standing um 10 count or something like that. But yeah, he's scared. Like people rap because Subriel's in like 32, so they're thinking they can like age him out. So that's why I don't like where boxing's heading right now. You got to fight the best, and just I don't know. It's a lot of ducking now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That,
the one more thing I want to
go
add
ahead,
on
brother.
that is like there is no there's no greatness without some risk. Like, is it wrong for me to want fighters to take some goddamn risk every now and then? I mean, we're all here because we like watching fighters fight. Get in the ring and fight. Stop with the social media. Stop with the podcast. Get in the ring. Is that too much to ask for? Get in the ring and fight somebody. I mean, for God's sakes, man, what are you even in this business for if you're just gonna you put on a pair of gloves and trunks, and then you just do nothing with it? I'm like, oh man, you gonna fight somebody? I'm like, nah. I just like the way I look in the mirror. It's like, come on.
Mhm. And
And
then these
also,
guys want to be paid for millions of dollars fighters to keep fighting Steve Klajic. Like, dude, like, no, we're not giving you. Hey, yo, was it shocking? Let me ask the panel right now. Let me be honest with all of you guys right here. How many of you guys actually thought that you could have said that Teofimo Lopez's last fight he got 700,000, 800,000 for? How many of you would have thought that Teo, the way he talked, he got a couple million at least for that fight? How
Yeah.
many of you thought that Teo was really broke? Huh? He ain't. That's his highest paying fight out of his mouth. His last fight. But he walks around like if he gets pay-per-view money and he walks around with him and his dad with the glasses and they got this show going on. But how many of you were in the know that he only made his last fight $700,000, not even close to $1 million for a fighter like him? But they think that Tio's saying, I want to gamble on myself. I feel that I'm worth more. I feel that my worth, and I can understand who am I to tell a fighter their value or their worth. But if you're not fighting any big fighters, how are they going to pay you the money? And that's where I stand. How
Yeah.
are you demanding the money and you're not getting us the big fights?
And another thing I want to add real quick, fighters nowadays have to stop protecting their O, because
Yeah, that's a
Subriel
problem.
Matias have 2 losses. He
That's a
avenged
problem.
one loss by knocking out the dude. And the second
Good
loss
point.
is Leon Paro. That honestly, if they fought again, I don't know if Leon Paro is gonna beat him like he beat him in the first time. He could get knocked out. You never know. So it's like it makes it exciting for the future when you can come back from a loss and you can like overcome like highs and lows. You know what I mean?
Right.
Now everybody like Hitchens is scared because he's trying to protect his O, or Haney um, got dropped by Ryan, and now he got his O back. But I
Right.
remember back in the day when Cotto got fucking cheated by Margarito, and they didn't take that loss away from Cotto. Cotto had to fight Margarito a second time and
To get it
avenge
back.
his
Yeah.
loss,
Get
get
it
it
back
back
in
in blood.
blood. Get it back in blood. Yeah, and that's what we're asking from Devin Haney to do right now. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you
I
think
mean,
though? Oh, go ahead.
Go
no,
ahead. Go
no, no,
ahead.
no. Go ahead, go ahead. No, no, it's okay. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask y'all this. So, also this was the other question I wanted to ask. Do you think that? So, correct me if I'm wrong, or educate me, please.
Yep.
Was it back in the day? And when I say back in the day, I'm talking about before 2010. Okay,
Okay.
so not too far back in the day. I'm talking about the Cotto, Pacquiao, Mayweather, and them days, right? And before that, where losses where losses didn't really matter. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like in the UFC. Cats can have losses and they could still sell out arenas and all
Yeah.
this and that, right? Do you think that boxing is kind of shifting back towards that, to where people are catching on to fighters like Tank that aren't facing the best of the opposition out there, and it's almost seeming like they're protecting the O's, that Mayweather trend in a sense. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Do you think that boxing is headed back towards that direction where losses aren't gonna devalue a fighter so much to where they're gonna prefer to play it safe versus giving the fans the fights that they want, or promoters or managers are gonna, you know, put those
Right.
fights together versus playing it
Right.
safe. Do you
See,
guys see that trend happening or no?
I, I would like to answer that real quick, right? Okay. That's a big question because the question that you're asking when boxing is an individual sport, you're giving me a question that I would have to answer for everyone. You see, people are in different places in their career. For example, I just recently came to face with what Tank Davis was. Tank Davis is not a legacy fighter. He doesn't go after belts. He doesn't really care about divisions or the Hall of Fame. He's a prize fighter. He fights for the money, the bag. He really doesn't care about the guy, but he can't have too many superstars because he would have to actually pay him. But
What
that's
is a
what a
prize
prize
fighter?
fighter does. That's what a prize fighter does. Okay. And when you come to grips with that, you say to yourself, man, it's me as a fan wanting my expectation on his career. I want him to do and I expect him to do what I ask, but that might not be his vision. And that's a problem. Now, as far as your question is saying that, do you think that, boxing is heading in the right future, the right direction with these fighters taking these fights? Brother, that's totally up to the fighters, but I would love to believe that, these men and women take these big fights to honor this and, fight, but um I can't speak for everyone, unfortunately, and that's just a big question when it comes to the boxing, and that's one of our biggest, ain't it, Carlos?
Um,
Getting
to
bigger.
answer your question, it's a tough question to answer, but in my opinion, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Seeing
what
the
I'm
difference
asking. Versus
from
with the trends, yeah.
The Mayweather era, and now, the good thing about boxing now, people are knowing more about unifications and undisputed fights. look how many undisputed fights we had um in the last, what, 5 years, 3 years. um and that's what helps make boxing great, because undisputed, you're unifying um four belts and four good champions, because if you got a belt, you got to be good, right? So, and the thing about losses that you was talking about, Manny Pacquiao had losses before he faced Mayweather or Cotto. Manny Pacquiao got beat by Eric Morales, but then he beat him. Then he faced him again and beat Eric Morales. So it's like, people gotta understand that protecting someone's O was just Mayweather way of selling his fights.
Yeah, but like the kids with like today, like the Shakur Stevenson, I feel like he doesn't take the risk because he doesn't want to take the chance of risking his O, and then he hangs around fighters like Terrence Crawford, another undefeated fighter. And I think that that pushes the message that the O is more important than the belt. But as these fighters mature in the sport of boxing, they start to realize that it is the belts. At the end of the day, it's what you did in your career. You can't claim to be the baddest motherfucker. You might have had a big bag of money, but where's your rings?
Yeah.
Where are your accomplishments? And what are you holding yourself against another champion? Is it just your opinion or did you do some shit?
And also,
Yeah,
look who Shakur is looking up to. He's looking up to Terrence Crawford and
Andre Ward.
Andrew Ward,
Andre Ward, who Andre Ward retired being undefeated.
undefeated.
But
Yeah, that's the message. And I think it's a
Andre
wrong
Ward,
message.
I think
We should
Andre
fight for
Ward is a
legacy.
good fighter, but honestly, he never did what Better BF did. Became undisputed. He never became undisputed, not even when he was at 168 or
So
175.
so was Andre Ward all hype then?
Nah, I wouldn't say all hype, managed well, took the right fights, and not too many fighters in his division. Yes. Capitulate on an interesting era. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Do
believe
you
he
Yeah.
think that he
retired too
lost?
early.
You think he lost the first one against Kovalev or no?
I did. I did.
Yeah.
I
I
thought
did.
so too.
And
I
Okay.
thought so.
he did a lot of dirty stuff. He was throwing low blows. Like, people don't talk about this because they're saying, "Oh, he won the fight." But man, that first fight, bro, I think they stole it
Yeah,
from
but
Kovalev.
name me one champion's career that undecisively he won every fight with no controversy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're gonna
nobody.
have,
Yeah,
and if you're lucky enough,
Canelo Golovkin, the first
right?
one.
If you're lucky enough for the judges to see it your way, fuck it,
Mayweather,
take it and keep
Corrales,
moving. You know?
even Mayweather with
I still
Corrales. Like,
ain't, I
everybody
still
got
ain't seen that
controversy.
fight. I
Oh
still haven't
yeah,
seen that fight. Yeah.
you haven't seen it?
No, and that's another one that I was gonna ask you guys. What
No controversy.
Okay, I see what's
Yeah,
going on.
nobody. Yeah,
And if you're lucky, I can
Canelo?
hear me in the background, Lionheart.
Okay, okay. Can everyone hear me?
yeah,
Yeah,
you good.
Okay, I'm not getting. Okay, okay. So let me just jump in real quick.
right.
Um, what few people I can talk boxing with who know even anything about it,
Yep.
like when they talk about their favorite fighters, none of them mention Floyd Mayweather. They actually hate him. They think he's boring. Nobody mentions or even knows who Andre Ward is. When we talk
Mm,
about fighters who just went their entire time getting an O, and every now and then someone will say like Rocky Marciano, but again, no one's favorite fighter was Rocky Marciano. They just know that he was
Yeah,
undefeated. This is something that's like really plagued American boxing because of it. I don't want to blame Floyd Mayweather because it was a good marketing ploy. I get it. Look, I'm undefeated. You guys' favorite fighter is Mike Tyson. Oh, that guy lost. You guys' favorite fighter was Muhammad Ali. That guy lost. He lost to a guy with 6 fights. He made himself. And I still don't like Mayweather to his day because I don't really like when fighters disrespect like the legends, the ones who carried
Right.
the sport on their shoulders. But Mayweather was a bad influence, regardless of whether he tried to be or not. And so what you have is a lot of American fighters being like, no, the O is what's important. That's my first class ticket to fame and money. I just need to be undefeated. But that is not the case. Because like I said, everyone I know who knows anything about boxing, if they talk about their favorite fighters, all of them have losses. Mike Tyson has losses. The real old heads, when it came to Joe Louis, he had what, 3 losses by the end of his career, and honestly, 2 of them came when he had to come out of retirement because the man needed money because taxes and everything like
Right.
that. You know what I'm saying? Even coming from like that Mayweather kind of era. I've heard people say Shane Mosley. I've heard people say Miguel Cotto. Everyone I know don't really like Floyd Mayweather, not just his personality, but they didn't like his fight. Let me tell you something. I remember when the Manny Pacquiao versus Mayweather fight happened, and people were like, "Oh man, this fight is going to be so good." I had a few people picking Manny. I'm like, "Yeah, he's not going to beat Floyd Mayweather." It was the it was like an energy siphoning fight because everyone was so happy until like 3 rounds in, and they realized, oh my god, this fight is dog shit.
Yeah.
They they hated that fight. You know what I'm saying? But to bring it back on topic, it's like I don't really hear this constant protection of the O from the Europeans. I definitely don't hear it from the Japanese. I don't hear it from the Filipinos. This is something that is specifically played American boxing, and I really hope that it is on the final vestiges because I don't know if, and I hope Devin realizes this. I hope Shakira realizes this. Like all these guys, and I think they're highly skilled. They got to
Why
understand, like I
Devin
said
though?
before, you need to take some risks. What about Devin?
I said why Devin?
Why do you think that Devin needs to realize like the O doesn't matter?
Yeah. Do you think that
So,
Devin has not been taking a risk or trying to fight the best out there?
well, Devin is like, I mean, look, he became undisputed, and you want to say, okay, he got it because he was emailed a belt, and then he fought against what was it, Cambosos, right?
Yeah.
Um, I think that Devin at one point cared about these things. I think he did care about legacy. I think he does care about legacy, right? But he's not moving in a way that I think all of us really want him to move. And taking that Ryan fight was definitely, I remember when that fight got announced, I'm like, Devin, you're making a mistake. Not because I thought he would lose, because I just thought, listen, this is just a cherry pick. Ryan is,
Right.
he's pretty good, but like, this isn't something you really need for your career. I want to like Devin. I really do, because again, maybe I'm a little biased, much like I think we're all American. I don't know if, am I right? Am I correct in saying, are we all American?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. So I do want American boxing to be back on top. We got a lot of work to do, but I
Yeah.
want the American fighters to understand that like it's okay if you take a loss here and there. I mean, when you get in the ring with another trained fighter, these things happen. All we want to see is that you showed heart, you never quit, and that you can, get back to the drawing
Yeah.
board and then come back better,
Yeah.
right?
You
Reinhardt,
know,
check it out. One second, right? As far as the point that you brought up, and this is the point, right? Is it better to have your O, or how's the fighter being judged today? And I wish it goes back to the time where a fighter was measured off the men on his resume. Who did you
yeah,
fight? That's where we should go back. Fuck this old shit and focus just because you're undefeated, but you're not daring to be great. You didn't fight anybody, like Lionheart saying. And I want to go back to the time where it was important that these fighters like Marvelous Hagler had Roberto Duran's name on there and Hitman Hearn, Sugar Ray Leonard. It was important for them, a win or a loss. It was an honor to share the ring
yeah. The
with
four
these kind of
Kings.
champions.
And they all
Yeah,
had losses.
right. And they all had losses because none of them were scared to be great. They wanted to see why they were in the sport. And why we were in the sport was, my question was, when I look across the ring, are you him? Can you beat me? Are you that guy? And this is what I trained for, to get, to fight and bring these kind of fights. But in the era we are, where Floyd made it more appealing for the I get it. I get it. And the question was, will we ever get to an era where that something else would be more important than the O? And I think that the names are more important than that freaking O, for me.
Yeah.
Exhale, go ahead.
No, I just want to add to that. Honestly, like how I look at it, how I see the world, how it is nowadays, social media, this era. I think people want like a perfect fighter. They want that he has to be undisputed. He has to be such and such division champion. He has
Right.
to be undefeated. Nobody is perfect. Everybody has their flaws. Haney's a good fighter. Teo's a good fighter. Tank is a good fighter. Shakur's a good fighter. But they all got flaws. Haney got things that people don't like. For example, he blows up in weight, 15 pounds of weight the night of fight night. Teofimo, he has his antics. Tank, he has two clauses he did. You know, Shakur, his fights are boring. You know what I mean? They all got their positives, but also their negatives.
Yeah,
And that's what people have to understand.
I can see what you're saying. XL, you got anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, I was just I was gonna ask you guys, right? So when it goes, it's a few points. Going the one that's sticking out to me the most right now is a Devin Haney and him getting dropped, or getting beat the way he did. Suffering a loss like that, guys that win only fight once a year. I mean, that has been the trend, right? Which I hope that ends soon too. PBC fighters specifically speaking. But when you
Right.
get beat the way he did, you know what I mean? Taking a year off to me is almost kind of necessary. On top of that, the psychological, everything with this new day and age, these kids coming up now, everything is on social media, everything is online, and I believe that's a real thing. Even Errol Spence said it when Ugas caught him and had him up against the ropes. He said that the only reason he fell back, which I don't believe, but he said he fell back and everything like that on that, on his podcast, his wife's podcast. He said it's because he didn't want his teeth, his veneers to fall, and it'd be blasted
Yeah.
online everywhere, right? But with all that being said, though, it's kind of shitty to me that Ryan Garcia is not being held accountable for the steroid and the PED usage and everything like that, right? That's one. When it comes to the trends in the Mayweather era, I remember after, I think when Broner was coming up, I remember that O being such a big thing because Broner was undefeated, and do you have that O? Do you have that O? Right? So it carried over, and now I think it's still a thing, for the younger fighters, they want to keep that so much. But I'm thinking, I'm the way I'm seeing it, correct me if I'm wrong, the way I'm seeing it is fans, especially the hardcores, are starting to catch on to the shit and are starting to catch on to the point where it's like, man, you're facing this sorry ass opposition, or not sorry ass opposition, but opposition that's not at your level, right? But let me ask you guys something, right? And I don't know, and you educate me again. Is BoxRec the end all be all when it comes to the rankings? Because I'm looking at the 140 division, and at number 4 we have this guy named Andy Hiroka, the one that beat up Ismael Barroso, that
Yeah,
Colombian, that
he's like Asian.
yeah, some Asian cat, Japanese, right? So he's number 4. I ain't heard nobody talk about him. I looked at his record. He looks to me, he ain't fought nobody, right? So my question is this though, going with all that put together, do you think that boxing and the sanctioning bodies have just came up with so many belts, and that's why people don't respect the belts anymore? I mean, the casual fans, nobody knows who's a champ, nobody really even cares. I'm talking about the casuals, right? Myself
Mhm.
included. I
Right.
go to the market out here in Pomona, and they talk about Canelo. They talk about Pitbull Cruz. And a lot of people still believe Pitbull Cruz won that first fight. You know what I'm saying? So, with all that being said, do you think belts even matter anymore because there's just so many of them?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
Were
believe
there
that.
were there belts back in the day? Were there this many belts back in the day during the
No,
No.
Cotto Pacquiao
no,
era?
no. Well, yes and no. It depends how far you're going back. Until the four belt era in 2014, when Bernal
Oh,
Hopkins and
okay.
Oscar De La Hoya fought in Las Vegas
Yeah.
to unify all four belts, and the last remaining of the belts was the WBO.
They
Finally
fought in
got
2014, De La Hoya and Hopkins.
Yeah, that was the fight that the boxing world officially allowed the WBO to start being tracked and awarded as a world champion if anybody got it. But before that, fighters like Marvis Hagler that fought for the WBO was threatened to be stripped of their belts if they ever competed for the WBO. See, Mike Tyson was unified, but he didn't need the WBO. It wasn't considered a world championship. So in Mike Tyson's reign, he was undisputed champion of the world, but he only needed 3 belts.
Yeah.
So it only depends of how far you're going back, and then I can tell you, and I can clear that up. As far as the belts as being a casual, I'm with you. Shit, I'm a hardcore fan, and I'm confused half the time. Okay, and I know everything that's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
around, and I know the ins and outs of all the belts, but it can be confusing if you don't know what you're looking for in one of the belts. And the way that the boxing world, you have to understand. You see, another one of your points was belts don't matter. I heard people like Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia, Keyshawn Davis, and fighters like that say that belts don't matter. But how can you say that if Tank Davis, your entire career, the part of your success is that interim belt you dragged around from 130 to 135 to 140. All he had was that WB. Every time Tank Davis got in the ring. So part of his success was advertising himself as a champion. Officially, he was not a champion until Devin Haney dropped the belt and he went in and fought Frank the Ghost Martin and became a 2 division. But that's what I mean. On the outside looking in, when you saw Tank Davis fight all his fights, he was introduced as the champion. In fact, all he had was an interim belt. The one he won against Mario Barrio at 140, that doesn't count. That was a regular.
Yeah, he became a the first time he became a world champion when he beat Jose Peraza
Right. That's
at
the first
130
time at
pounds.
130. He has 2 real belts at 130, but that's only one weight division. For example,
But
Mayweather has 5 belts.
right.
Why do I say he has 5 belts? He has 5 weight divisions to make it less complicated of all the belts and stuff he got. You can only count a division once. I don't care if you have 4 belts. We'll give you acknowledgement for the 4 belts. We'll say, yeah, you had all 4 belts in that one division. What separated other champions were divisions and the men that they had on their name, like that, right? So, yeah, interesting enough. Yes, we're in agreement with you. We should do away with some of these interims.
I
The
think what
reason
makes
why
it
you cannot, and I repeat, you cannot make boxing a single belt division is because in one division alone, there could be over 1,418 registered fighters. So for one guy holding one belt, what if he wants to go on vacation? You just hold it up 1,418 people's lives.
yeah,
So you make all these belts so that you can market off the massive amount of people you have. But the belt world saw the money, and soon money will corrupt them. They probably made it for good intentions, but it all turned into shit. That's my view on it. What you guys got to say?
Okay,
no,
I'll.
go ahead, go
Sorry,
ahead.
go ahead, Carlos. Go ahead, go ahead.
No, I think what's making confusing for the casual
Hey, whose
fan
echo is
is
that? Is that me? I'm sorry to cut y'all off.
Yeah, that might be your echo.
no, I think
That's
that's
me.
coming from Lionheart.
Lionheart?
You get, you guys are getting an echo.
I hear like a call, like a TV.
Oh, there is a TV in the background. Can you guys still hear it?
Yeah,
uh,
I can hear
I
the
can't hear
voice.
it no more.
no, I can't hear it
Not,
no more. But
not no more. Not no more. Yeah.
no,
Okay,
but
okay, cool. Go ahead, Carlos.
what I wanted to say is that what's making it confusing for the casual fan about all these belts is that all right, you got four belts, right? You got the IBF, you got the WBA, you got the WBC and the WBO, but also you got an IBO. What is an IBO? IBO is a British belt from the UK, I believe. And also, not only that, you also have these like regional belts,
Yeah,
South American belts,
Intercontinental,
Asian Pacific,
WBC Youth Champion,
WBC Silver,
Commonwealth,
WBC Diamond. It's like whoa, like
WBC
British
Gold.
champion,
you know.
Asian Pacific champion.
And
Yeah,
I just try to simplify it. You got 4 paths. If the if that belt doesn't say world champion on it, it doesn't matter to me.
Put in the
yeah,
garbage.
Yeah, put it in
right,
the garbage. Yeah, has
right.
no value.
Has no value. Because, and the reason why we say that is because when you go back and you corner these sanctioning bodies in, they themselves don't recognize the interim champion belts they make as world champions. They don't acknowledge them.
Ask Manny Pacquiao.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, right. For example, but the promotionals and the management have no problem selling it to the fighter. Hey, kid, listen, is it a world championship? Yes, it's a world championship. It's an interim title. It's you know what I'm saying. But what is an interim title by definition? Okay, let's break it down. An interim title means that you have a piece of a championship. Does that
Yeah,
mean that you are a full champion? Yes or no? No. So if you are not the full champion and that guy is being acknowledged as the champion, then what are you? Not the champion. I'll tell you that much.
like
So
for
that's how it
example,
goes.
Virgil Ortiz is the WBC 154 interim champion. He beat
Yeah.
Boacek for it. But who's the full champion? Fundora.
Yeah.
So
That
it's
belt
like
is garbage. I
Yeah.
mean,
It
no. We say that right now, but if I ever boxed and won an interim, I would love it. You know what I'm saying? But it's a good
I don't
achievement. It's a
I
good
don't
achievement.
I don't
But
think interims are bad. I feel like interims are good because they're good in some aspect because let's say the world champion
you could use it as a
ducks.
measuring stick.
Yeah,
As a
like
measuring stick.
he gets injured, or he ducks a fight,
Yeah, I
then
see.
that interim gets elevated to a world champion fight, I guess, right? Something like that, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Or if
yeah,
you
it,
want
it's
your
a
fight,
stepping stone.
yeah, if you want to use a measuring stick and like, I wonder if my kid's ready. Well, fight for the interim first. If you win the interim, well, then you would be ready for the champion. But you got to vacate them quick because, and then all of a sudden, you start seeing this shit on TV where Tank Davis is on his 5th interim title defense.
Jesus.
And you're looking at it like, dude, you're not supposed to be defending not one time an interim belt. An interim belt is only supposed to be put in place so your next fighter is supposed to be against the champion. But it seems like boxing, you know, sanctioning fees are paid for real world championships and for those interim belts. You better believe it.
It's all a
So
business.
it
Yeah.
became
So
a money thing. It became a
yeah.
money
So
thing.
oh, most definitely. So the way that I feel about it is this. Again, at least I might speak for everyone here. Pay attention to like the big four. All those other like little side silver, whatever. Don't pay attention to that stuff. Pay attention to the big four in every division.
Yeah,
And when you hear someone say something like, "Oh, the belts don't matter," what to me, whenever I hear that, I know like, okay, this guy doesn't want any real expectations put on him. What he
right.
wants is what Tank Davis wants. He just wants to make a most amount of money as possible with the smallest risk. And if you say, "Hey, Tank, why don't you fight some of these champions?" Oh, what have they done in the division? Oh, I don't need them. Blah blah blah. It's like
Tell him to vacate the belt and I'll fight him.
yeah, exactly. It's just nonsense. Yeah, Ryan was saying that. Every time I hear that, I'm like, okay, so this isn't a fighter I really need to pay any real attention to. Because to me, it's the effort to try to get the belts and say, listen, there's one champion in that division. That's me. That's Terrence Crawford. That's Usyk. That's Artur
Yes.
Beterbiev. That's
Yeah, yeah,
Naoya
yeah.
Inoue. These are guys who they really do put it all on the line to
Yeah, they
pursue
do.
greatness. And when you do that, the money comes along with it. You're getting
Yup.
these huge paychecks from Turkey Al Sheikh. When you take that risk, there is a reward at the end of it. We're not asking you to fight these other champions for free. No, think of everything you stand to gain, even if you lose. I mean, for God's sakes, we talked about it earlier, right? Berlanga lost, and he's celebrating like he won the fight. You would think
Yeah.
he beat
If you didn't
Canelo.
know any different, you thought he won the fight.
Yeah, Berlanga's like, I beat Canelo. I mean, I didn't
Yeah, he
beat him,
went
but
into
like,
a
hey, I
celebration tour.
survived. you know?
Yeah,
Big
man.
celebrations tour. And also another thing, like if you look like if you see Alexander Usyk when he beat Tyson Fury the second time, you see Daniel Dubois jumps in the ring and he's like, fight me, fight me. And Alexander Usyk simply said, Turkey Ali Sheik, may I fight Daniel Dubois? That's it. And now they can run it back and they could be, and if Yusuke wins, he can become a two-time undisputed heavyweight champion. Or if Daniel wins, he becomes a undisputed champion because he has the IBF.
And and let's not forget, not too long ago, at least I was calling the man triple knee. I was calling it like this guy gives up in a fight. That was his reputation not that
Yeah,
long ago. A guy who Dubois, a guy
yeah.
who
When he
gives
fought Joe
up.
Joyce.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, man, when he fought against AJ, I was talking mad shit in the chat. I was like,
Yeah, yeah,
yo,
yeah. I was there.
get ready for a slaughter. This guy ain't gonna make it 4 rounds, and he obviously, he that was a long weekend for me, let me tell you. But this is a guy whom a lot of people, consider him just a quitter. And look at how he changed it around, right?
He changed
He's
it
got what,
around.
2 losses? Yeah, he's got 2 losses. Like it's possible. Look at where he God, man, like a year. That's all it took for this man to really rebuild himself. And now look where he is. Look where he stands to gain by taking these risks.
Mhm.
That's what we want.
He went on an ill run though. He
He sure
fought
did.
Big Gerald Miller. Then he fought that what is
Philip Hergovich.
that him. Then he fought. Yeah, he went on a pretty good run to get that put himself in contention, and then to be awarded the IBF, and then to successfully defend it against Joshua. And that's a fighter, Lionheart, that really turned it around, bro.
Oh,
You know,
most
that old
definitely.
shit didn't fucking matter. It was hard work in the gym, believing in yourself when no one else believed, because I didn't believe in him.
It's a
And
Cinderella story.
yeah, man, that's a fucking great, like, you should kind of make a movie out of this shit. Like,
I want to.
damn, this motherfucker turned around. Yo, I had him after that Usyk that he quit on himself, and then the knee with Joy Joyce, and we all know the story. And I just didn't believe in his chin. I didn't believe in his warrior spirit. I thought when times would get hard, he would quit. He was a quitter. And that was what I thought of him. And boy, did he turn that around. So yeah,
You
man.
guys talking about Joshua or who?
We were talking
Dubois.
about Dubois.
Dubois,
Oh,
Daniel
Dubois.
Dubois.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Daniel
I think he
Dubois.
should have beat Usyk in that fight.
Yeah, with the stomach punch.
Hey,
Yeah, but they're
can I
running
ask
back.
y'all something real quick?
Go
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
ahead.
All right, so I'm gonna test my mic real quick, okay? So
All
you
right.
guys hear me? Let
Yep.
me know if you guys hear me now.
Yeah, we
I
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
How about now? Talk. Nope. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Okay,
I hear
I got
nothing.
it. So I gotta
Okay.
keep the screen open. Okay.
Okay.
No, no worries, no worries. But yeah, I was sitting I was sitting there talking to you guys the whole time, and yeah, no wonder.
Oh,
No
okay.
wonder I wasn't getting nothing back. But yeah. Hey, let me Edwin, I wanna ask you,
Yeah.
who's the face of Puerto Rico right now? Puerto Rico
The face,
boxing.
the
Mm-hmm.
face of Puerto Rico is Oscar Collazo.
For the
Oscar
males.
Collazo,
Yeah.
For the males.
honestly,
Okay.
he should be the face of Puerto. And then Amanda Serrano is
You,
like our top. I guess if you want to put it that way,
Accomplisher. She's
she's
our
the more
top.
well, yeah, in our era right now, she's probably one of the most popular too. So I can put her.
who do you feel the casuals are putting in line? Because the casuals always I mean myself included, but who do you feel the casuals are putting in line for? I'm gonna just ask you: do you think Xander Sayas is the one that's either knocking at the door or already with a foot in the door? You know what I'm
He,
saying?
he I think he's peeking in the door. I think
Because
he's peeking.
I hear Xander Sayas and I hear Subriel Matias. You know what I mean?
Mhm,
But
mhm,
Hmm.
but
mhm.
by in between, there's casuals and hardcores. In between that,
Yeah.
But
There are a lot of
Sander,
young
for
there
damn
are
sure,
yellow
out of Miami, in Miami, I've heard him a few times.
okay. There are a lot of young fighters, your Latin, young Puerto Rican fighters that are coming up that I'm paying attention. I got real high expectation for them. Let's see if they start making a name for themselves. But you're right
Okay.
around the line. You're right about that. What do you think, Carlos?
Um, to answer your question, you know, because the reason why we say Oscar Collazo, because he is a unified, you know, WBO, WBA champion at 105 pounds. Yes, it's the minimum.
Golly,
That's
that's the problem.
You see what I'm
yeah. You don't
saying?
get to
I
know
didn't
because
even
he's
know.
the
I was
minimum
wondering
weight.
who the fuck is Collazo. Like, in the only Collazo I know is the old school Collazo, the one that fought Victor Ortiz. You know what the one I'm
Yeah.
talking about?
Right,
The
right, right,
tatted
right.
one. I think he was tatted back. You know the one I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Collazo
And
back then.
that's why he
Oh,
doesn't
he's
get as much is
105.
because he's
Yeah,
105.
you don't get enough shine because
Right.
Oh
he's a really
shit.
small fighter.
But
But
he's a legit unified champion. Legit.
yes, with the Ring Magazine belt that basically tells you you're the number one fighter in that weight class. So we was talking about if the belts matter. Yes, it does matter because how are you gonna get to the Hall of Fame? You know.
Right. Right.
And another thing, I want to read this comment from Bub's
Oh
Boxing.
shit!
He
I haven't been
says,
reading the comments.
For real.
he says,
I just thought of
Clown
that.
tell Shakur to go after Keyshawn belt of he gets it. Since the belts are so
They're
important,
friends. Not gonna happen.
don't make it only important to Tank. Make Shakur do the same. Anyways, that comment reminded me that Shakur and Keyshawn are buddy buddy. So let's say
Yeah,
Keyshawn
they're
beats
friends.
Baranchik, he becomes a WBO champ, but he won't unify with Shakur because they're both in the same team. They're both friends. This is the type of mentality that
Right.
these fighters are having nowadays. It's like, no, man, like
Right.
either fight each other, make the bag, so y'all can have. Because look at how hypocritical it is. So Keyshawn, you won't fight Shakur, but Shakur, you fought Jamel Herring at 130 pounds, and you said Jamel Herring was your friend, but you had to do it because he was a champion or something like that. So come on, you can't pick and
Mm.
choose.
Yeah.
It's
The
a
other day
difference
I
though.
heard.
They might be very close. You
Yeah.
don't know, and I'm sure many of the listeners and many of our boxing fans, you know what I'm saying, the hardcores have been in the gyms, you know what I'm saying, and it's a difference, when you got your boys side by side, and you just know that you guys will never work with each other in the ring or spar because because of the fear of that relationship falling apart. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I know that's the kind of person I am. I wasn't before, but I understood it after I lost a couple close ones. You know what I'm saying? And I get it in a sense. I get it because
Right.
I do
Right.
hear from the young ones coming up. They're like, oh, it's
Right.
not even a question. It's like, would you fight, and both of you on the same weight class? Would y'all, but yeah, it's kind of like asking the Charlo twins if they'll ever fight each other in a sense.
Yeah, but that
In my
doesn't.
opinion, in my opinion.
Right. Okay, but that doesn't excuse you from everyone else in the division neither. Right.
Mm,
Okay. So that's
yeah,
just
yeah.
one person. Right. And then what about everybody else that you haven't been fighting? It sounds like a lot of
Yeah.
excuses from Shakur Stevenson in the
Yeah.
position that he puts himself in. I remember once upon a time, Shakur Stevenson was offered to fight Devin Haney for 4 belts. Now, let me tell you something. I'm going to be perfectly
Mm.
honest with you. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. If you
Go
gave
ahead.
me a phone call to fight for 4 belts, I'll fight you in a parking lot for that. Okay? All right? The cash amount wouldn't matter to me. It's legacy. You gave me an opportunity. Plus, I'm saying that, Devin Haney and Shakur had a relationship. I guess the relationship was tested, and Devin Haney gave me an opportunity. Now, Shakur didn't take it, and I started to question that. Now, Shakur Stevenson, Keyshawn Davis want to start this buddy buddy. I just saw yesterday Keyshawn Davis saying he would fight Shakur Stevenson now, and that he would invite to the gym and all this other stuff, right? So, at some point, you got to be honest with your friend. We're both warriors. We'll still be friends tomorrow. Just on that night, don't treat me as one. I want your best. I don't want you to say that you were my friend and that you lay down or didn't feel like punching me in the face. You give me your best, I'll give you my best. And we have to understand we got families to feed. So for any of them to go on, I just think Shakur's young-minded. He was the first one that came out and said, no, I won't fight my buddy. I don't know what Shakur felt like that. But in this business, that wasn't something you should have announced. And being in the same weight division, that was horrible. You know? So, it really sets a precedent. This is a lonely man sport. This boxing's not a team. I don't pass the
Yeah.
ball to my boy. I don't set you up for a dunk. I don't want to hear about you won't fight him. And in my eyes, it's just a duck, and you're trying to avoid a better fighter than yourself. You became friends with the guy that you thought was going to whoop your ass. That's all you did in my eyes. That's all you did. You became friends with the tougher guy and then vowed not to fight each other. So.
The chat is saying to send the link again for the stream.
Oh, they are? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, man. What do you guys think?
I can understand like why, let's say Jamal and Jermel won't fight each other because they're
Right.
blood brothers. But
Right.
when you
That's
have
blood.
Keyshawn and Shakur, who are not blood related. Like, dude, come on, stop that soft stuff, man. For real.
Right, man. That's just soft shit now because I don't think it was something you should have just put out there and announced, man, bro. Um, you know, you just was avoiding to fight him. That's all I think.
It's
But
because y'all both look up um Crawford. Doesn't mean that you can't fight each other, because
right with Bomac,
look
being
at,
the
for
senior.
example, look at Sean Porter. Sean Porter
Sean
respects
Porter and
Crawford.
Crawford. I was just gonna say that.
You know, how many times Sean Porter be on his podcast
Talking
respecting
about he
Crawford,
loves
and
him and
they
shit.
fought each
Yeah.
other and Crawford stopped them. Like, dude, come on, man. That's
Do you
just
think that was a sellout? Never mind. I'm not gonna get into that. But do you going back to the Keyshawn and Shakur? Do you think that Shakur might feel, or let me ask y'all, do you think that Keyshawn will stop Shakur or beat him?
I I don't this
That's a two-part
man,
question. What do
see
y'all
this
make of Keyshawn?
I like Keyshawn. I think he's an all right hombre. I got to see more from him. As for
Okay.
Shakur, again, I wish Shakur fought more often because then I'd have a better idea of kind of like uh,
Right.
where he is. So it's hard to say, but it's something that I would like to see because hopefully Keyshawn can put Shakur in positions that I haven't seen him in,
if
and the same goes for Keyshawn. I
all I
think.
got all I gotta say is this to answer your question. If Andy Cruz can beat Keyshawn in the Olympics like 3 times or in amateurs, yeah, Shakur is beating Keyshawn Davis. That's my opinion, but that's how I see it.
No, I pick Shakur to win. I do want to see it. I want to see how that
Yeah,
works.
because styles
Yeah,
makes fights. So it's
yeah,
interesting. You
most
never know.
most most definitely. Oh, in real quick, if I can just respond to this whole like friendship stuff, it's like Riddick Bowe and Holyfield are like best friends. You wouldn't know given their trilogy. I mean, when you watch, my
Yeah.
goodness, man, given that trilogy, you would think they despise each other. Those two are friends to this day. Thomas Hearns and Sugar Ray Leonard, buds. They've been cool their entire lives. Once again, they had 2 fights with each other. You wouldn't think they were friends. So when I hear this, oh, that's my friend, I don't want to fight him stuff. I'm like, bro, you gotta, come on, man.
Yeah.
I don't
Hey,
want
yo,
to hear that.
XL alluded to a question, and I'm just wondering if this was it right here. Do I think that Sean Porter and Terrence Crawford, that they were like taking it light on each other? Well, my question to that would be, pay attention to the 10th round when they told Terrence Crawford he was down on the unofficial scorecard and he
Yeah.
stood up and knocked him out, right? That's when the competitive nature. Yeah, at one point I believe he was taking it easy on him, but and then he really like showed who he was on that night. And I think both men went in it, and then you could see from the reaction of Sean Porter's father when he threw in the towel, he saw enough. He saw enough of his son getting put down like that, and that was the first time he got put down. So I think it was a competitive fight. Hey, yo, we got another guy on the panel. Call, what's up, man? Talk to us. You there?
It might be that mic shit.
It might be
The
the mic shit.
restriction. He
The
might have to
restream is
come
weird,
back. And
man.
yeah, it's crazy because before
I'll
it
be
used
right
to
back.
just
I'll be
pop
right back.
up on the app. You know what I'm
Oh yeah,
saying? On the actual Streamies app. And
right.
now it makes you go through either Google Chrome or Safari or whatever. So I got this new phone and I had to use my iPhone to do this shit. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't able to.
Oh,
Yeah, man. That's why I
Yeah,
kept coming in and out at first.
it's a
Go ahead.
hassle.
really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know it was so much of a hassle. I might have to switch things up.
How does it work for you, Edwin, being a YouTube creator yourself and actually having a channel? When you go on the other platforms, does it give you any trouble or no?
No, I don't actually go on this restream on the other platforms. Some of these guys got other different services like
Oh,
StreamYard or OBS and things like that. They use
what is
different.
this? Is this not StreamYard?
No, this is StreamYard. Yes. So what? I'm no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no. This is not StreamYard. This is Restream. Sorry.
Oh, that's what it was, and I was tripping.
Yeah,
I was tripping there.
yeah.
Okay.
This is Restream. Yeah, not StreamYard. So and then you got to disconnect your mic from the other one sometimes because it'll be connected from the last one you got on. But yeah, and that's how it'll go. But for the most part, I thought that it was real easy with the restream just to get in, but you would
It's
have to
weird.
figure out.
Yeah, it's
Sometimes you
like
got to disconnect yourself from, like, say if you're on Discord. Discord's the most pain in the ass.
Oh,
If
that,
my
okay.
mic is connected to Discord and I come to the restream, I gotta physically turn it off in the Discord, then come, because
Dang.
it'll stay connected. Yeah.
yeah, restream is
Okay.
weird. I mean, it clearly works for Carlos. Carlos will just be chilling here the entire day.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
envious of him.
yeah. No, it was, so there are a lot of these big fights we talk
There are
about,
no
guys.
friends in boxing.
Yeah, there's no friends in boxing. There is just no friends. Yeah. And then look at the opportunity that Keyshawn's getting now. He's gonna fight for the WBO title against Dennis Berenchik now.
How do
And
y'all see that going?
William Cepeda didn't get the fight. Why? Why?
Because you don't want to fight no champions, man. That's a Peta guy. He just wants to be number one in everything, and that was his life's purpose. That was his mission. Actually, having one of those real belts around his waist, this guy, is he waiting for like a vacant title or something?
I
I don't
don't
know
know.
what
I'm
his deal
starting to
is,
question him.
or is it truly the drug testing thing? Maybe
No,
Farmer was
I
onto
didn't say it.
something.
You said it. I didn't
I
say it. You
said it.
said it.
I
All
said
right.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Listen. I don't want to accuse no fighter. I don't want to make accusations, right? And this would be all hypothetical, right? Don't fucking people don't come after me, right? But under my experience, the times they test you mostly is when you're in a world championship fight. Now, I'm not saying that they're doing this, okay, but a lot of guys, if they could and they wanted to cheat, it would be a little bit easier fighting on those lower cards because they don't really test you as much because those tests are expensive. They're like $1,500 a piece. So you better be fighting for a world title, which we'll get into that later. But anyway, then he's throwing 1,000 punches against Farmer. Farmer drops him. William Cepeda starts coming on in the later round, and I'm looking at him and I'm saying, wow, that's pretty unhuman right there.
Do you know who else was throwing thousands of
But
punches?
Brandon Rios and Mike
Big Baby
Alvarado was
Miller,
doing that.
baby. Big
yeah,
Baby Miller was throwing all sorts of punches until he got caught for like the whole pharmacy.
yeah, I know, right? For the whole pharmacy. No. Do you guys remember when they set up that Anthony Joshua fight that he didn't test positive once? He didn't
With
test
who?
twice. He tested 3 times positive. They gave him 3 breaks. The boxing world they said, look, we'll overlook your first positive test. Let the steroids go down. We'll check the levels. When they check the levels, they spiked back up. They said, dude, we obviously know you're doing it. Knock it off. We'll give you another shot. And they went back up again. Like, how much of a fuck up can you be?
So, what are
Did
your
you
guys'
really
opinion
think?
on Ryan Garcia then?
Well, Ryan
Well,
Garcia,
Does
we
he get
know
a
he got
pass?
caught, right?
yeah, no, Ryan Garcia is like any steroid cheater that at least I myself on this channel, I've already come to the conclusion. No, you're a professional athlete. When you sign a contract, it says in the athletic boxing committee, they give you a
There's a
list
lot
of
of shit they
rules.
can't take, bro. There's a lot of shit they
Yeah,
can't drink.
yeah.
Yeah,
They give you a list. They tell
energy
you
drinks and shit like that. Yeah, it's a lot of
you
shit
are
they can't take.
responsible as a professional athlete for anything that comes into your body. It's you that is responsible as the athlete. I don't have to watch what you drink. If you see a bottle on the floor, don't pick it up and drink out of it. If you don't know what those supplements are, don't take them. They tell you, send them to the lab and we'll test them for you for free. And we'll send you back the results if it's okay for you to take it. That's what the athletic boxing committee does for you. If you have any questions and you want to start taking this, just send it in. They'll send it back to you and say yes or no. And then you can start you're cleared on taking it. You see? But some of these boxers are lazy. They don't want to fucking pay stamps to avoid a problem. You are responsible. So Ryan Garcia, no matter if it was a tainted supplement, no matter if you knew, willing or unwilling, took it, you're a cheater. Now, whether or
Drug
not,
cheat.
yeah, whether or not, he had an advantage. When I look up Austrian, as a professional fighter, I got to admit there's 1,000 more things you could have took better, which is really weird.
But
Um,
right.
and in 10 days, I'm not a scientist, but I had to think of the situation. And I said to myself, 10 days leading on to the fight, you tested negative all the way through. And just into the 10 days, somebody whispered in your ear and said, "Hey, Ryan, why don't we miss weight, take these Austrian, give up your first opportunity a world title, disgrace your family name, your legacy, possibly get suspended." And Ryan Garcia looked at that guy and said, "Sign me up. Give me some Austrian." That made sense, right? So I was like, how much of a fuck up is he, right? So even if it wasn't okay, granted, but one thing I will not take away, I do not believe this at all. He would have got the same ass whooping, no matter if he had that 10 whatever day Austrian in his system, because I don't think Austrian made Ryan Garcia turn into Sugar Ray Leonard, and
I think so too.
nor did he look
I
like
think so
him.
too.
I
You know,
disagree.
I mean that left hook is something he literally could always do always. I have
no,
Why
no
didn't he
reason
always.
to
do it against
believe
Everybody
Tank?
knew it.
Why didn't
Everybody
he do
knew
it
it.
against Tank?
he
Everybody did.
tried.
He did it
He
against Tank.
tried.
Nah,
Yeah, Tank was a little
I
bit smaller.
disagree. Yeah.
Yeah, well. Look. I just can't let Devin slid out the back neither. By me giving Ryan blame and saying, "No, you were Superman on that night," it excuses Devin for not showing up on that night. And that's how kind of I see it. If I'm not gonna give one an excuse, I ain't gonna give it to the other a way out. There were two men in that ring on that night.
I
Floyd
know, but I
Mayweather fought
right.
plenty of people with
Real quick,
steroids.
Edwin, can you shoot the link again for Carlos?
Yeah, definitely. I'm like, I know a lot of boxers that beat fought guys on PEs and beat them, or
But
bigger weight
they're
in
both at a
boxer.
very, very, they're both very high level boxers. That shit to me, this is just me. When I seen it,
Yeah,
when they listen, and like I said, I'm just a casual.
yeah.
When I watched that fight and me and my lady both are tuned the fuck in, right? Because when I tell you, when it's a boxing fight, all lights go off, everybody's focused, all the kids, everybody, right?
Right.
So we're watching, and I'm like, yeah, Devin Haney, I put money Devin Haney's gonna win, decision, the whole thing, right? So I go real quick to the restroom, come back, I want, do some little things, and then she's like, ah, and I heard her like do a little noise. I said, what happened? I said, pause it. And Devin Haney got caught. I don't remember the round he got caught. I don't think he ever recovered. But
First round.
as I was first round, right? As I was watching, I was like, fuck, Ryan Garcia is way bigger than this man. I
Look,
said,
two
something
divisions
don't seem
bigger.
exactly, something didn't seem right. And I was like, what the fuck? And I've been next to Ryan Garcia in person. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm from Pomona, so he's came down to a lot of events, and and I've seen him in person. I'm like, the kid is not, he wasn't that big, but compared to what people are saying Dev is like, I've never seen Dev in person. But when I was like, I was looking at them together, and I was like, damn, Ryan Garcia is fucking huge. And as I did a little more research and I talked to a couple more boxers and a couple more people in the community, a lot of it correlates with cycling. In my, from what
Oh
I
yeah.
got out of it, it correlates with cycling. So if it didn't show up prior to the fight, but it showed up on the 10th day or the day of the fight, whatever happened, I think that it was, like they say, you know, you can only cheat so much until you get caught.
Hmm.
Women lie, whatever numbers don't. That all that shit, right?
Right.
I think it just
It caught up to him.
yeah, hell yeah. It
Okay,
caught up, it
I'm gonna
appeared the
agree
way
with
it had to
that.
do.
Could be a possibility. That could
And
be a possibility. Now, as
he was
eloquent
fast
as
as fuck that night. And he
right,
was
check it out. Check it out.
yeah,
As eloquent as you broke that down, right? Right. There could be anybody else that
thank you, I
will
appreciate it.
stop you in a conversation and say, "Well, doesn't Devin Haney fuck with Snack Victor Content and he's wearing those snack shirts? The
Doesn't
guy that
matter.
makes the best ones that you
Crawford
could
does.
cycle off, right?
Caleb
And if
Plant
any
does. That don't matter.
right, okay, but this
That's
is
his
what I'm saying.
past.
That's
Right.
what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Anybody could come on and that's what they're gonna say to you, right? Okay. But Devin didn't get caught cheating. Ryan did.
Exactly.
That's what I would have to say to that, right? Okay. So like you see both arguments. That's all I'm trying to bring. It's like one guy could say this and somebody would say that. And the thing to me would be Ryan's the one that got caught cheating. Now, here's what I got to take away on the fight itself. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If we remember leading up to the fight, the one thing Devin Haney kept saying is Ryan Garcia, two things. All you are is a quitter and a left check hook. That's all he said. And he kept saying it, kept
Golly,
saying
he
all
did say
week,
that.
throughout the
He
2 weeks,
did.
all you are is a quitter and a left check hook. The reason why you're a quitter, because you quit on Tank Davis when you took that body shot. So you're a quitter, right? Okay. And the reason why I bring this up is going to play in factor. Check it out. Stay with me. So we get to the fight. In the first sequence, in the
3
first
Panadol.
attack,
Can't
in the
forget that.
first round, the first weapon he throws is the left check hook and he catches you with it. Okay, pause right there. Now, Devin Haney, if you knew the entire time all Ryan Garcia was is a left check hook, what were you working on in your training camp leading into the fight?
I'm
Your
with you.
preparation should have been blocking already the one punch you told the world about. So you were aware of it. You had you had tape, audio. He knocked out everybody with that left check hook, right? He even stopped the gold medalist, Luke Campbell, with that left check hook to the body. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the world knew it. When Devin Haney was going through that debacle and he was losing the bad fight badly, and he went down, I think it was in the 9th round, and I looked at his face. I was like, the boy's done, right? He couldn't quit. You know why? Because all he said to Ryan Garcia was, you were a quitter. And Devin Haney had to stay in there and endure that beating as a man because he couldn't eat the words he accused him of. And he knew that was playing in the back of his mind all night. He knew he couldn't quit on himself. Now,
right.
as far as the fight and fighting skills, I'm in agreement with you. Ryan Garcia looked 2 division size bigger than him. He was the bigger man. He was the stronger puncher. And for the first time in Devin Haney's career, he didn't look like the weight bully.
He was a smaller man, yeah.
He was the smaller guy, right? So, but for all of Devin Haney's skill, and I've said it on my channel, if my followers know, people said it was Devin Haney's defense, and I say no, it wasn't. Devin Haney's defense had nothing to do with it in the fight. I'm a boxer. Let me tell you what happened. It was his choice of weapon. He used the wrong jab. He used the bow and arrow jab, is where you extend and it looks like you're throwing a bow and arrow,
Right,
like you're
right.
pulling back.
As
It
you extend, you
exposes
pull
your
back on
chin.
the right arm, yeah.
Right, it exposes your chin. So he threw it at the wrong distance, and he didn't anticipate Ryan Garcia's speed. He truly slept on how fast Ryan Garcia truly was, and Ryan Garcia caught up to him so fast he didn't have time to adjust. Once he got hurt big, he never recovered. And Devin Haney was just a shell of himself. That's what happened in the fight. But yeah, go ahead, Lionheart.
Just add on. So real quick, Carlos says he's in a waiting area. So just
shit,
kind of
where is he?
That's what he said.
5 of us in a waiting area. They're saying.
Yeah, he says I'm guessing we're in the waiting area because I'm on the region. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so let me say this.
Free.
Yeah.
I'm free.
Yeah, so let me say this, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing when you get popped is it opens you up to, as you're saying, Excel, like, yo, if you got caught for something here, you must have been caught all those other times. You know what I'm saying? So now essentially, and you're not wrong for thinking so, you might think, man, how many times have you taken Austrian or whatever the case may be for any of your past fights? Because yeah, he did look way better than Devin. For once, Devin had to pick on someone his own size, and he didn't like it very
Not
much.
his own size, way bigger. It looked like
Way
he was
bigger.
fighting
Yeah, you're
Spencer.
right. You're right. Even
Yeah.
bigger. So he didn't like that very much. But at least my opinion on it is, again, steroids don't give you skills, right? Is it possible? It's true. Steroids do not give you skills. Yes, your overall physical attributes, your overall physical attributes will be heightened. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. But if you can't fight, you can't fight. If I get in the boxing ring with a trained fighter, I'm getting my ass beat. That's
Fuck
it.
all that. Let me
That
ask
will
you
happen.
something. let me
Even
Go
on
ask you
ahead.
something.
steroids, Lionheart, I
Fuck
could give you all
no,
the steroids in the
no,
No,
world.
no. Fuck
it's
all
not going to
that.
be
No,
enough.
no.
It's
Let's
not
be
going to be
honest.
enough.
No.
Steroids don't make you a good fighter.
Bro, no, 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 no.
Yes.
This is
Go
what I
ahead. Go
think.
ahead.
Okay, so let me
Go
let me
ahead.
ask you something. Okay,
Yep.
I imagine we're all professionals. We're none of us are professional boxers. We're professionals in the in the regular spectrum of
Like a
society,
regular
right?
job. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
So
yeah.
me, I'm in the construction industry, right? Okay, cool. If I decide to fight another construction industry individual, okay,
Yep.
my size, and it's all fair game, cool, right? But let's just say we decide to fight, and I know I'm taking shit, and I know I'm, or whatever the fuck, right? I'm taking Ostarine. Ostarine is just the only shit that showed up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because
Yeah.
these guys,
Yeah.
we're talking about millionaires. We're talking about professional athletes that got people that handle their diets and everything like that. So maybe Ryan didn't know, but whoever the fuck is in charge, you know what I'm saying? That's just the shit that came up, right?
Yeah.
On a
Fair.
profession, on a regular civilian level, I could mask all the drugs that I decide to do before a drug test, before a DOT drug test, before anything. And I'm listen, if all that shows up is THC, then I'm lucky. If anything else, then it's like, damn, you know what I'm saying? I didn't take all that shit, but let's try to redo, right? Anyhow, the point I'm trying to make is this. If I decide to fight another civilian on the street, or another construction worker, or another whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Joe
Right.
Snow on the street, and I know I'm taking shit, that's an unfair advantage. And yes, there's abilities added to that: speed, power, and reaction time, right? That's why they're banned for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
when you have two A-level fighters, regardless of the shit talk that Devin Haney did when he was like, "You're a C-level fighter, you're this, you're that." I get it. I get it. It's all shit talk and it's a sell to fight. Just like Ryan Garcia acting fucking crazy and doing all the shit he did, right? It's
Hmm.
all, and look at all the shit he did afterwards, and people forgave him. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because
Hey,
I
yo,
either
didn't
he's
forgive
selling
XL,
him.
his brand.
XL.
Yes.
You said an interesting thing, and I just want to touch on one real small thing right here,
Go
right?
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
with the steroid thing, as far as a boxer, right? I've been in and out of boxing for a long time, right?
ahead. Right.
There
For
are
sure.
PEs for anything, right? You can buy a PE for eye-to-eye coordination. You could buy a PE for strength. You could buy a PE for speed. You could buy a PE for that. Okay. The reason why I said all of that is because when the Boxing Athletic Doping Association finds out what PE it is, in some of the PEs on the sidebar, they can be criminal charges brought up against you. On some PEs, you're going to court after that.
Mhm.
You could have killed me. That you could have took a PE for eye-to-eye coordination. You could have hit me with 150 shots. You would have never punched me with. So when they're actually looking for these PEs, they're looking for specific ones because they're looking to prosecute you. The one that he took was blatantly Ostarine. So they went and looked up what the effects of. On the bottle, it says you got to take for 2 weeks. But like you said, he could be cycling off for all we know. And he could have had some shit and he could have ran out and got busted. Okay, I'm in agreement with that. But what are the effects of Ostarine? And it says it. It only retains the water and keeps muscle. Doesn't add speed, eye-to-eye coordination. It nothing, right? So let's just say, for hypothetically, he was taking that other shit, but he actually winged off. I don't know what drug in the world you can take a month later and feel the effects on full effect on fight night. That would be like me sniffing coke on
No.
Monday and showing
Right.
up to
Right.
my
Right.
job on Friday still high. Like the effects,
Mm,
you would have to have an
I think.
accumulation of it in your body to at
Listen.
least. It's
I
not like
get you.
you feel me. So
I get
okay,
you. Yeah, I do. I do. I do. I do.
and if you're wait, one more, 10 more seconds, and if
Go
you're
ahead.
and if you're thinking about saying, how do I feel about Ryan Garcia and them being prosecuted and not everybody just liking him? That you can't say that honestly. A lot of people think he's a shitbag. Connor Ben did the same thing when he got caught in the UK. 2 years banned. Where'd he come to America? Right? And they didn't say anything about him. Ryan wants to go make money in Japan.
Who did
He
he
comes
fight
to.
though? Who did he fight?
Who? Conor Ben?
Who did Conor Ben? Yeah, was he? Was it an A level fight? Was it a fight on the and none is right. None is right. Right. None
Right.
is
None is
right.
right though. None is right though. Right.
But what caliber fight was it? Was it on the
It was
big
a
stage or was
professional
some Joe?
fight that counted. It wasn't no
Okay.
exhibition. He had the right
Okay.
to fight in the U.S., and that's bullshit. He got 2 years banned in the UK. Ed Hearn even came over across the pond because of Conor Ben. That's why Ed Hearn owns Matias, Duran Boots Ennis because of Conor Ben's situation. Ed Hearn was a European promoter. He didn't have no U.S. fighters. He never owned one of them.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha.
And then
Okay.
And,
Conor Ben, yeah. What's up,
yeah, yeah.
Lionheart? Go ahead.
And real quick, I just want to actually, I just want to make something very, very, very clear here. I can't speak for everyone here, but I strongly dislike Ryan Garcia. Trust me, this is not me taking his side because
Sounds like you're
Oh,
defending him.
I think it's
yeah,
okay that
I
he was a
thought you were
drug
gonna
cheat
figure
or
that
anything
out.
like
I was
that.
like, I'll just let
I
Lionheart talk.
really
Mm,
don't like Ryan Garcia.
I,
So
I
I'm
didn't
with you.
I didn't
I'm
know
with
that.
you in the sense that did that Austrian or whatever he had in his system play a big part in him defeating Devin Haney? Maybe. I don't know.
It's
What
banned
I
for a reason. You know
You're
what I'm
right. You're right.
saying?
No, you're
That's all
completely
it comes
right.
down to, and it's all
No,
wrong. It's
you
all
are
wrong.
completely listen. Ryan Garcia is a scumbag asshole. I
You
don't
are
like him.
preaching
If he
to the choir
retired
right now.
tomorrow, I would not give two shits. Guys like that, I think, are very bad for the sport. Okay, but I can't help but feel like, and this is just my opinion. I don't know how Carlos or everyone feels about this. It's just my opinion. I If he took nothing, would that fight have gone differently? I don't know. This is
I
the
think
reason
so.
why a lot of people are calling for a rematch, right? They want to see, okay, if Ryan is being tested for everything, now he can't weasel out of it. What happens in that fight? Does Devin knock him out? Does he beat him by points?
He's gonna
You know what
beat
I'm
him.
saying?
Give him his time
People.
though. Like damn, he got to recover. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
you're right.
Winners take a
Look.
year off.
I
He just
no,
had a
no.
baby and all this shit that's going
I tell
on. And yes,
you
but you
completely right.
understand the day we live in now.
That fight
Social
does
media
not
is a
need to happen
motherfucker.
next. Yeah, that fight doesn't need to happen. It can happen later. If Devin was smart, right, and we all love active fight. I mean, I do. Devin should have got back in the ring with somebody.
Yeah, with
Go a
somebody,
step below. He should
yeah,
have gotten in
yeah,
the ring with somebody. Keep those
just a
skills
little,
sharp.
yeah,
Keep
yeah,
training. Don't get out of shape. And next time you get the chance at Ryan Garcia, you show us, hey, this is what I would have done to Ryan Garcia had we a fight, and he wasn't a drug cheat. You know what I'm saying? That's why people are really anticipating that fight. They want to see, okay, again, you got your O back and everything. Now this is the real fight. Ryan has been tested for everything you can possibly imagine.
yeah,
There is nothing
yeah.
in that man's system. Okay, we
I
know what he
agree with
had
all
for
that.
for
Yeah,
breakfast that morning. So Devin, you show us what you would have done if he wasn't a drug cheat. That's where I'm standing on it.
I do. I agree with that. I agree with that. But now we get into the topic of
Hold on, what do you think about
emotional
that,
issues.
Carlos?
Oh, what I think about the whole Ryan and Haney situation. Oh
Oh
man,
shit, we got a few people in the chat.
it's so complicated. But it's like, hey man, I just two wrongs can't make no right. You know what I mean? I feel like what I seen that day, it was so surprising because I actually
Same.
had Haney winning against
We
Ryan.
all had Haney winning,
We
man.
all had Haney because you think about the buildup. Ryan drinking, Ryan like not disciplined, missing weight. Oh, I'll pay for the extra pounds, this and for the 3 pounds, and it was like, you know what I mean. But then I think about Haney's history. I think about the times where yes, he made weight, but the day the fight night, he will blow up 15 pounds. He will look like a middleweight against smaller fighters like Lomachenko. And I think about times when Haney beat Linares, but Linares had him wobbled in that one round. So I think about all this stuff, and I'm like, well, sooner or later it was gonna bite you from the behind, but it still doesn't change the fact that Ryan had a billionth of a gram of Austrian inside him, and you know what I mean. We gotta support clean fighters, and you know what I mean. So it's like
True.
it's I can't just I don't know. I honestly they gotta run it back. Run it back. It will make more money. Um, it was a humbling situation for Haney. I think it's just gonna make him better because think about it. Before fighting Ryan, he fought against Regis Progress and he outclasses Regis
He made
Progress.
that dude look silly.
We talk about Regis Progress, a 2-time world champion at 140 pounds. Like
He's legit.
like his trajectory was just going up and up and up, and then until he fought Ryan, it was like boom.
He ran into a brick wall, man.
It's like having a car race. You know what I mean? We have the same amount of weight, torque, horsepower, but I have something secret in the truck. I
You got
got
some Nas.
nitrous.
You got some Nas. Yeah, you got
Yeah,
some
you know what I
bullshit.
mean?
Yeah.
I got
So then
some
it ain't a
nitrous.
fair fight. But why are we forgiving a man? You know what I'm saying?
Look,
I'm
I
not
do not
forgiving
forgive.
I'm not
nothing.
Let's get
saying that
something
we're
straight.
forgiving
I do
him.
not forgive.
Yeah, IR definitely doesn't forgive him. I say I
Edwin,
like him for the
are the
sport.
YouTube streets forgiving him?
Oh no, well, it depends what YouTube streets you turn down. You know what I mean? You
If
know?
you, I tell you what, this is what I've seen. If you hate Haney, then you
How can
forgive Ryan.
how
You know
can
what
I
I'm saying? If you
support
hate
Ryan?
Hayden, yeah.
How can I support Ryan if Ryan never won a world champion? How can I support Ryan if Eddie Reynoso, Canelo, literally said he's not disciplined enough? How can I support him?
Right,
How can I put my faith in him? You know what I
right,
Yeah.
mean? So
right. He's
it's
not
just
serious with the sport. Listen, and if you guys were to talk about the four horsemen that was coming up in their era, the young men, it was Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, Tank Davis,
And
Loma
Teofimo, right?
but yeah,
Teofimo, Shakur.
right, right. But Shakur was in 130 at the time. It was just them at
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Yeah.
Teofimo Lopez at the 135. So as you've seen these gentlemen grow up in their career, each of these guys have gotten world champions in multiple divisions. Ryan Garcia is the only one that stood in the same place. And when I mean the same place, the man hasn't even fought for a world championship. All of them, Teo, Tank, Devin, they all got each of them different divisions, multiple world champions. One of them was unified. What did Ryan do? And and you want me to get serious or back behind a guy like that?
The guy who says belt don't matter. I remember when Ryan was
Right.
saying
I
that
mean,
belts don't
he's got
matter.
more
Says
followers
a
on
guy who
social
don't have a belt.
media. He has more followers in social media than he ever did in boxing up into this Devin fight, where that he kind of like made himself. So he got. Don't get confused. All
I'm
these social
yeah.
media fans with boxing fans
I'm
and think that we forgave them.
I'm
No.
for the betterment of the sport. I'm not here with this circus
Yeah.
Same.
stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
guys out there, that's social media. You know what? Well, right here, no. Here you're gonna have to get it in blood. This did not start on social media platform. This did not start. This started in a ring. Okay, everything got wiped slate. Devin, you got your O back. You're back where you started. You claim that you can beat him. Reschedule the fight. You know that the world's going to be scrutinized. Both they're going to be waking you up to test you for steroids, there's going to be a guy in the room testing him for steroids already. He's going to have to wait for his turn,
Hey,
Yeah.
right?
no, and another
You
thing. Oh,
go ahead. Go
sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead. No, I just want to say this: is that if you notice, every boxer has their arch nemesis. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Whether it
Rivalry.
was,
That's
whether it was Cotto Margarito, now it's
right.
Haney and Ryan.
Do you
Whether
think it's
it's
gonna be Morrell to Benavidez?
ooh,
We're gonna see.
we're gonna
We're gonna
see.
see.
We're
Do
gonna
you
see.
think Benavidez is bringing up all this drug shit and everything to try to give himself
To get in his
some?
head, I think there
It's
was some truth
possible.
behind
I
that.
think I think I think Morrell's already in Benavidez's head without him even trying. I
Yeah.
think
So
that's what I believe. But
you do you favor Morel to beat David Benavidez?
yeah, yeah, I do.
Okay, that's interesting. That's good. That's good.
I think Morrell's gonna do Benavidez like Crawford dispense.
I think that
Really?
I pick Benavidez for this fight. I think he has more experience.
Really?
I
Yeah,
think that's
Let's
gonna
talk
shine
about
through.
it.
that's
Hold
good. See,
on
this is
there.
a good fight because you have
Yeah.
Some people
I'm
can see
listen,
Morel
that
win. Some
I'm
people
shit.
can
gonna
see
too.
I got a brand new calendar. I'm gonna show y'all next time. The first thing on my calendar is this fight night. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
telling you.
No, listen,
And
listen, listen. We're gonna be here live anyway, so join us because we're gonna be streaming the live, shooting the shit. We're gonna be talking about the fight
yeah,
anyway because it's gonna be a
yeah.
big fight, right? Armando just
This
joined
fight's
the,
gonna be fucking crazy. This
Oh
Oh
fight
yeah,
yeah,
is gonna
Armando
snap.
be
just joined the live stream.
yeah.
Now, I'm with. I don't know if you see it quite way the way I see it, but
How do you
I
see
think
it?
that David Morrell has better footwork. I think he throws
Yeah.
better combinations, right? And I also think that David Morrell, um, he has a certain flair to him, right? But it's funny he did that against that level competition. Those guys ain't David the Monster Benavidez.
But neither Benavidez did that against 168 pounders, and he's way
Right.
bigger. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? So
Right.
Lonnie B said it best. You know what I mean? Honestly, and he was saying that shit way back when. So
Yeah.
when Morrell got up there and called him RoboCop, you know what I'm saying? And I was like,
Yep.
That was funny.
California, man, that
That was
shit.
funny.
Honestly, and it's the fucking truth though. You know,
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
my opinion, right? In my opinion,
Right.
listen, this fight it marinated well because this shit should have happened. I mean, I was calling for this in 2023, right? All the channels were, and it
Right.
was supposedly supposed to happen, but
Right.
they were both too big for 168, and they did what they were supposed to do against 168 pounders, just like Jerron at 147, just like what's that guy's name at fucking at the one that's fighting Carlos Adames, the Dominican,
Uh,
Shiraz or whatever.
Shiraz.
He's lucky he's getting a fight against Adames, and I hope
Yeah,
Adames wins, right?
but
But
he avoided Janabek for a Carlos Adames fight. So
who avoided Janibek? Oh, Janibek's another big 160 pounder. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
unified.
But yeah, but anyway, back to Morel and Benavidez. Listen, they're both this shit is crazy. This is what Errol Spence and Crawford should have been back in 20 fucking 19, 2020. You know what I'm saying?
Errol didn't want that smoke, man.
You think it was Errol? You think it was Bud?
Not dude, given what Bud did to Errol, I listen. I think Errol kind of knew that he's going to lose those
I didn't
belts if he fought
I
against
didn't
Terrence Crawford.
me
To
personally I
to
didn't see
talk
it coming,
about
man.
the both Davids, right? We're talking about two young
David's going to win.
fighters. Yeah,
What
David's
Davis?
gonna win. But
Davis is gonna. I got my money on Davis.
we're talking
David by
about
decision.
we're talking about two individuals that are similar in height, similar in weight,
Yeah.
similar in reach, and I said age and all that.
Yeah.
Both fighters have not looked great moving up to 175. Benavidez went 12 rounds with an old Vozdek that got stopped by Beterbiev. Um, Morel didn't look great when he was facing Hot Rod,
They
and
both had their reasons though and excuses.
Yeah, but
and
who looked worse? Who looked worse though? Honestly, I think Morel looked worse.
I think Morel looked worse.
Okay,
But
okay. Go ahead.
Benavidez mentioned that after the fight of Vozdek, he had
His
like an
hands were
injured
hurt.
hand, and he got hurt. He got hurt during that fight. I guess
Do we
throwing
believe
punches.
that though? I mean, fighters are
No, fuck
always
no. I don't
making
believe that.
excuses for
I don't
bad
believe Tank. I
bad
don't believe Tank's hand
performances.
was
Come
broken
on,
against
Dad, talk
Pitbull.
about
My
it.
hand's
Don't let him
broken, my
think
I
for
don't
a
foot's
believe.
second.
I don't
broken.
believe
I didn't
Tank.
get enough
Listen,
sleep
I don't
last
believe
night.
Tank
The
Davis's
sun
hands
was
was
in my
broken against
eyes. I'm
Pitbull.
like, man,
After the fight, he was jumping on the ropes, grabbing the motherfuckers, and doing all this shit with his hands. So how the
doing
fuck, if it was
backflips.
broken? Listen, man, if my hand is fucking broken, which has been broken before, right? You know, it swells up and everything, but you're not fucking grabbing on the motherfucker all hard. And maybe adrenaline is different. I ain't been on that level, right? But anybody who's broken a fucking knuckle, you feel the motherfucker when you try to close that shit up again. You know, kind of almost
Yeah.
instantly. You know,
Yo,
but
did
again, I've
you?
never been on that level. But no, I still want to see that rematch, and I'm one of the casuals
You know,
that is
to add
agreeing with
on,
Rosie Perez and the rest of them that Pitbull Cruz should have got the draw. That's
What's
my
up,
opinion.
Lionheart?
I was just gonna say, if you watch the what was his name? Big Baby Miller versus Andrew Ruiz.
Yeah, Andrew
Andrew
Ruiz.
Ruiz broke his what was his
That
wrist
shit
or
was
knuckle
crazy.
Yeah,
something.
That
we
shit
seen
was
that.
That
We
crazy.
seen
Yeah,
that.
we seen that.
I
That
saw
shit was
that.
crazy.
I saw that, and I was
That
like,
shit
okay,
was
see, you got
crazy.
an excuse.
Yes,
That's
yes,
gross. That's hard to look
yes.
at. You know what I'm
That
saying?
shit was crazy. What do you
Yeah.
think, Edwin, when it comes to that Andrew Ruiz shit? Because I know you used to box. So what do you think about that?
Listen, guys. I talked
Ah,
about broken hands before, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Every man and every broken hand is different.
different.
You can have a break; it's considered a fracture. It's still broken. One guy could break his hand, like I don't know, like Mayweather when he punched that guy, he broke his fucking hand. And then there's other situations where I seen boxers still throwing the same hand, like me. I broke my hand. I was still hitting the guy, but I wasn't hitting him with conviction. But I
Could
was
you
giving
feel
him
it?
enough to
Could you feel
stall
it
him.
when you was doing it?
No, I knew it was broken, but my adrenaline
How?
didn't let me feel the pain. No.
But how?
Once
How did you know it was broken?
I felt it. I felt it radiate through my body.
Was it
It radiated
numb?
yeah, it radiated through my body. My knuckle got pushed back all the way back here, and I could feel it, but
And you had
I,
gloves on?
yeah. And then what happened was the more I punched him, the more it hurt it, the more I wanted to punch him because the pain gave me comfort.
Damn. Also,
It,
you
it
just fucked off.
so yeah,
Wait, respectfully.
yeah.
You just a different individual. Yeah, hey man, that might be the case.
No, well, no. Well, no, because I know guys that fought through broken jaws and shit, and I was like, damn, you're
Yeah,
amazing,
that's true. That's true.
you
That's
know.
true. That is true.
And I've seen him do it. Nail, yeah, ain't no way got a fractured orbital bone. He went 10 more rounds. You know,
Against who?
it depends, you know, on a guy's threshold level for pain and how
True.
far
True.
he's willing
True.
to
True.
go.
True.
I talked about this. There's no measuring stick on a guy's will.
That's true.
You
That's
know,
Yeah.
you're
true.
gonna have to kill me in this ring tonight, type shit. Like,
Yeah, that's
Because if
true.
you
That's true,
remember,
bro.
Every
because
fighter
if
has
you
different HP,
yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Like
yeah,
What is
a very
HP?
quick, yeah, a very quick
health
example.
points.
Danny Dubois, when he got his orbital bone broken by who's it, Joe Joyce, he had enough. He said, "I'm out
Yeah.
of here." But
right.
then it happens to Naoya Inoue, and he's like, "No, no, I can fight. We're
Yeah.
good. Let's keep
You could
going."
tell Brooke against Errol Spence
But
Jr. He took a
but
knee.
but was
He held his
motherfucking
face.
was anyway was his shit really broken or was it just swollen?
Oh, the dude had to
It
have
was
facial
broken.
reconstruction surgery.
Yeah.
He
No,
had to have
not
I
only
surgery
gotta
was
on
I
it
that.
gotta
It was
I gotta.
broken,
bad.
What fight was that? What fight against who?
that was Donaire.
Nonito
That was
Was
Donaire,
Donaire, the first
the
fight.
not
Filipino
only
Donaire broke
Flash.
his shit.
Lionheart. Not only was his orbital broken, but he got his nose broken in the 9th round too.
Oh, I
So
gotta
his
check
nose was
that. Damn.
broken and
Now,
his
okay,
orbital
I
bone
see
was
why
broken.
everybody's so hype on this motherfucker. Then, okay, I'm gonna
He's a
check
real
that fight.
warrior.
He's
He's
the
a
real
real
deal. He's a
warrior.
samurai. He's a modern day
He's a
Yeah, he's a
samurai.
real
samurai.
warrior.
I'm gonna check that shit out.
He's on my
Okay,
wall
so
for a reason.
That was the
let me
first
see.
fight.
Is he
Naoya
on your
versus
wall? Let me see.
Nonito
Hold on.
Donaire. The
Listen,
first
I got
fight.
all my legends up here: Floyd, Mike Tyson, Ali, and you know some of the greats. Just to
Tom
because,
Brady.
You
yeah,
got
and
Inoue up there with Ali and Tyson and Floyd?
respectfully, because that's to represent my era right now. This is my era in the past. This is my era of the great, and this is in my era right now. That's what
And
that
he's
means.
the only winner now?
No, he's the only one. These things cost like $140 a piece. Would you like to
I
mail me
believe
one?
you. No. I'm just saying, damn,
Oh
there's
no, I
other
don't buy
fighters that
cheap
deserve
shit.
it. Crawford, where's Crawford at?
Yeah, they want $275 talking.
Bro,
Donate,
really?
donate to the fund, all right?
Yeah, like
I,
them
wa-
Crawford shits ain't cheap. Come on, man.
I
Nah,
want to.
don't
Hey,
get paper.
my bad.
This is not a
I didn't
paper
know. Yeah,
poster. This ain't
that's.
paper. This is acrylic.
Oh
This is
shit.
cost hundreds
Okay.
of dollars, bro. Fuck that cheap shit.
Gotcha. Hey man, you
I
doing it
want
for
to
real,
ask
not for
y'all a
play.
question, real quick. I want to ask y'all a
Yeah,
question
what's up?
because this David Benavidez and David Morrell fight is really interesting. Yeah, we know that David Benavidez has more experience than Morrell in the professional level, but we did see Benavidez drop to the canvas against a journeyman of Gavril, I believe it was his name. So we do know that Morrell has sneaky power. Can Morrell drop Benavidez in this fight?
I think so.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
believe so, yeah.
opportunity. Yeah. Yeah. No,
Can
I don't
what was
think
the
it will.
question? Can who?
Can
Can David
Morrell
Morrell,
drop?
drop
Oh
Benavidez?
yeah. Listen, can I give my prediction real quick?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead.
So I believe my prediction, and this is might be heart to heart, it's gonna be like what Crawford did Spence,
Oh wow.
or it's gonna be like what Bevo did better Biaz, but they're gonna give Benavidez a credit. You understand that?
Oh, it's gonna be a
So
close fight.
I'm gonna put money. I'm gonna put money on a draw. I'm gonna put money on Morel by the knockout, and then I'm gonna put a little bit. I mean, I'm gonna put Morel on the money line for the whole fight, but I'm also gonna just put a little bit aside on Benavidez for the robbery. You know what I'm saying? But I think the boxing world is gonna speak, and there's gonna be a second fight. I think Morel is gonna take him to school. I think okay. If Morel is, I mean Benavidez is lucky, it's gonna be like Lara and Canelo. But yeah, good luck. You know what I'm saying? I think.
How I see it,
Go ahead.
how I see it, there's two ways I can see one winning and the other guy winning. For Morel has to show us that Cuban school of boxing. Use your feet, dance on them, throw the jab, maintain that like that style. Because Benavidez has one way of fighting is coming forward and throwing an accumulation of punches. So you know what he's gonna do. It's up to you if you have the air tank, the endurance to withstand that, and make sure that you're up on the cards. And not only that, have Benavidez respect your power. For Benavidez, you got to do what you're known of doing. Not only that, being defensively sound and also cutting the ring off. So, yeah, this is a great fight. I really like this fight.
Yeah. I see the fight can go in either way, man. These guys are so good mirror images of themselves, and this is such a great fight. When we talk about big fights and wanting these guys to fight, this is it right here. If you were talking about one of them big ones, this is it right here. I can't think of a fight that I flip flop more throughout the week. No, Dave Morel, no Benavides, no Morel, but you know what I mean.
What
And
about Crawford Spence? How did you see that one going?
yeah, no, I couldn't. That was another flip flop. I didn't know, but
I
but
picked
I,
Crawford that fight.
I thought that
Yeah, that
uh
fight shocked me.
yeah, I didn't have a lot of information on Errol Spence Jr. of the car crashes and everything and the inactivity, but yeah, but for as far as the two Davids go, um, Styles make fights and their sizes, they're finally fighting against guys. I think as the mover, Morale got more of the mobility. I think as the more the volume, I think as the fight goes into the later round, it favors David the Monster. Yeah, I think in the early half of the round, I think David Morale has his windows of opportunities. But if I was to put money on the fight, I'm not a gambling man. I'm gonna take David the Monster Benavides in a decision. I would put money down on the draw, and I'm gonna take David the Monster Benavides by stoppage by the eighth.
Wow.
I think
What are the boxing streets gonna say
hmm.
if it goes to a decision? What do you think, Edwin?
Huh?
What would the boxing streets say if it goes to a decision? If it goes to a decision, do you think that it's going to be a robbery towards Benavidez because he's the star, or do you think that it's going to be well deserved
Okay,
if it
okay.
goes a distance?
It depends. It depends because sometimes when I listen to the boxing street, I understand they're a little bit emotional. Whenever you see a fight that's a close fight and the one of the guys win, you can't say it was a robbery. It was a close fight. So I can see I'm talking to a bunch of emotional fans. Second, if the
You're right.
fight is clearly where that the fight is separated, where that one guy is clearly the victor, and for some reason the other guy wins, then we can talk about a robbery. Okay. But no, if it goes to 12 rounds, then it's gonna be everything we thought it was gonna be. A great fight, I hope. I hope it's not a 12 boring fight with these two type of men with these
That
volume.
ain't gonna
You
be.
can't see that happening, can you?
Was
So
Bivol better be boring to you?
huh?
Hold on, real quick. Can I get on the
Headline.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
David?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
My bad.
So real quick. I'm not super. The thing is, I don't think there are that many David Benavidez fans. I think what you have are people who hate Canelo, and
Yep.
so they back
Yep. 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 Yep.
Benavidez
Yep.
because of that. So I hope the fight does well. I think this is definitely a good fight, but I don't see any crazy people screaming robberies or anything like that.
Mm.
Again, the reason why I picked David Benavidez, I think he has more experience overall as a
Yeah.
professional
With
boxer.
who though? With
Because of
who?
that, I think yeah, you're right. Not with the greatest competition in the
168
world, but he
pounders, smaller man.
sure, sure, but
That's a
skills.
good point.
Yeah, that's a good point. I just think that you know because of that experience, and yeah, they were he spent most of his career, if not all of
Small,
his career, at
small, very
168.
small.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. So we got to see, yeah, how are you going to do with someone, kind of like your size? Because as we saw in his last fight, I don't think he did all that well. Now, again, he says, "Oh, I hurt my what was he shoulder fit? What did he say? What
And
was the
and and
injury?"
Morel and Morel couldn't see, and it was 100 degrees outside in LA.
Yeah,
I
it's
know because
always
I've been in
something.
that
Yeah,
stadium.
yeah,
So they both have their
just like you,
reasons,
I don't
and they
buy into
couldn't
these
see.
crazy excuses. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't buy these crazy excuses. That's why I think this fight is intriguing. I
Evenly
just
matched.
see, yeah, yeah. I just see, yeah, you're right, even. I
I'm
just
sorry.
see David being able to just kind of figure him out and then kind of outpoint him. That's how I see it. I don't know if there's going to be any stoppages. I see a points decision, what probably like a unanimous by
He's gonna outpoint a
Benavidez.
Cuban.
Yeah, yeah, I
Okay,
think so.
cool, 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 cool.
I think so.
I'm sorry to say this, but whoever does win this fight, I still don't see him having a chance. Whichever Bivol or Better BF, I still think
Oh
Bivol
God,
and Better
no,
BF is
no,
just monsters of the
no.
175 weight
Listen,
class.
it's pick your poison, man. You fight Better Beef, and you're gonna get messed up. If you fight against Dimitri Bivol, you're gonna get completely schooled.
Yeah,
Goodness
I
gracious.
don't agree. I think whoever wins is gonna match up perfectly with them men because they're. I think they're all 175 pounders. Truly, you
okay.
know what I'm saying?
I
That's
think
what I believe.
the
And like I
gap,
said, man, Morel's gonna
the way
I
finish
don't
I
him.
know,
see
man.
it,
That gap is crazy to me.
the gap with Dimitri Better Beef is so much higher than everyone else in that
Base,
division. It's not even
base,
close.
The only
base,
thing I can
base.
say is this: you better hope that Better BF and Bivol lose something from
Leg burn right
themselves
here.
from beating the hell out of each other a
Good girl.
second
Come here.
time around. That
Yeah,
after that fight, they no longer is the same fighter. See, because this is a fight game. People wear and tear. You know what I mean? That's the only
yeah.
chance I could give Benavidez and a Morel is like, okay, these guys are killing each other. They're no longer in their primes. Maybe it's your time to attack. You know what I mean?
That's their best bet.
Who's not in their prime? Morel or Benavidez or both?
No, they're in their
Unless I caught
primes.
that the wrong way.
No,
Yeah, he
I'm
was
just
talking
saying
about
about
Better
Bivol.
Beef and Dimitri. He's hoping that they do so much damage to each other in that rematch
Yes.
that like they're kind of a shadow of their former selves by the time that either Morel or Benavidez get to him. Because
Gotcha, gotcha,
if
gotcha,
they're
gotcha, gotcha.
fine, they don't take that much punishment. Neither of those two guys are beating Dimitri or Better Beef. At least that's what we believe. Me and Carlos, right?
Because you gotta understand, Better BS is 40 years old. You know,
Yeah.
Thank you.
He
And he
weird,
did
but
not
yo,
look
that
like
dude.
that fucking monster against Bivol.
Yeah, but that dude like looks better like every fight though, man. Better
He
Beef
didn't
is
look that good
weird.
against Bivol.
I think he looked good enough to outpoint him. I don't see it as a robbery.
So
I'm
you
like,
think
okay.
Better be have won?
I at the end of
I
it,
had Bivol winning that fight.
yeah, at the end of it, I kind of
I
felt
gotta
like
rewatch
But it
that
was a
shit.
close
even
fight, so I
more.
can't
Edwin,
get mad at you.
maybe one day you should do a rewatch party, and then we could all watch and score it round and round.
Okay. 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 Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. When you name the date and time, and we could do it, baby. Let me tell you
Right,
something.
right, right.
Okay. Let me give my opinion, my honest assessment on this fight. Okay, and just hear me through. I'm gonna try to do as fast as I can. Arthur Benavidez and Demetrius Bivol, it was a really good fight, and I think that both fighters had their moments in the beginning and the middle of the fight. Where I think that the fight was decided was in the championship rounds, and I think Arthur Benavidez did enough to win that. The last image that the judges had was Demetrius Bivol running for his life, going like this, bouncing off. He was exhausted. He was tired, and Arthur Benavidez was the one coming forward. And as we all know, as the judging goes in boxing, forward aggression is awarded. So where the fight was lost for him, for instance, Oscar De La Hoya versus Trinidad, he was winning that entire fight. He got on his bikes in the last 3 rounds and he gave the fight to Trinidad. And he stood there and he was wondering how he lost. Right? You got to close these fights at these championship rounds. The impression, the last 2 rounds, I can honestly say the 11 was a little close, but I think Arthur won them both. And I think that's what won him the fight. If you ask me my honest assessment, there's no way you can say Demetrius Bivol won the 12th round. He was running for his life. He was on the road. He was almost knocked out, right? The 11th round, he fought a little bit good. It was okay. But then look at the 10th round. But the 9th, the 8th, he did great. And Demetrius Bivol had his moments. And he boxed brilliant in the first half of the fight. But, like, Arthur had these sneaky shots. And it's not about punches landed anymore in boxing. It's about effective punching. What your effect. So you can land 20 jabs on me. I punch you once and you move. Guess whose punch was stronger? So that's what you got to look like. When you see the scorecards are unofficial, this guy landed more punches, you're going to say, yeah, that guy should have won. That's not how a fight is scored. It's effective punches. What effect did your punch have on your opponent? And did they see every time that Arthur hit him, Demetrius go back? Did he wince? Was he retreating? Look at the expression on his face, and it tells the story. It's not about 20 jabs to your face. So in that regards, I was like, Arthur beat him.
I respect,
so that's my opinion.
I respect that point of view.
I see that. At the end of that fight, I was like, yo, this can go either or. I was rooting for Dimitri, but when Better Be won, I was like, yeah, okay, I get it.
And then I
wasn't mad at it.
Then I bring up another fight that was a lot of controversy about. This fight was fighter of the year, definitely. For 2024, it was the Virgil Ortiz versus Boacek fight. Oh man, because Boacek drops Ortiz twice, but I debate about like how Ortiz, okay, he got dropped, but he got up and he was still coming forward and he looked strong and he was strong in the last rounds and stuff like that. So it's like, you know what I mean? It was another close fight, man.
Okay, Carlos, some fans would argue with me that Ortiz fought better in the round that he got dropped and that they don't feel like he won the round. But I'm going to inform all the fight fans around the world once again, right, that the rules state it is a mandatory. Now, if you score a knockdown, you are awarded a 10-8 round. Mandatory. So those 10-10 round days were supposed to be done and over with. Now, what city are you fighting in? What country are you fighting? What one honored that rule? Who adopted that? And that is all the confusion in fucking boxing.
Yeah.
Because we were supposed to address situations like this, but now you're going to tell me that the place that they were fighting didn't adopt that rule, and now they scored that a 9-9 round because Ortiz, in fact, won the round.
Yeah.
So these are rules in situation boxing. We need to be on an even playing field. Where that New York, California, fucking Japan have all the same rules.
What is California's rule?
Now, look, because if you fight in California, you fight in New York City, you know they're not the same rules. If you fight in Las Vegas, it's not the same because Las Vegas says you could put tape on skin when wrapping your hands. If you do that in New York, you're disqualified. You understand? Those rules. And then if you go to Japan, they don't honor the 3 knockdown rule. If you go to UK, that's what I'm talking about, brother. So
it's not uniform.
Right. There's not just one rule across the table. So when these, like when I went to the judges convention and they were announcing how they were viewing these fights, and I'm like, okay. But and then when at the end, when they said it's only good in this state, and then they closed the meeting. I was like, but wait, what the fuck is that? We didn't get any closer. They try to act like they did something. Like, I was like, what the fuck? Like, and that's where the judging and the officiating, because Carlos brought up a great fight. How the hell did Ortiz walk away with that victory? Now let me bring up one interesting factor in that fight. Let's play this out in our head, gentlemen. Right? Remember when Ortiz went down and they did not award him the knockdown? And by like it was the fourth round, the guy got up in the corner and was notifying them we're awarding him the knockdown. Remember?
That was
But all
weird.
the way up until like that point, no one knew that the first initial knockdown counted.
Did
Now
they
let's
use the replay thing, something
right,
like that?
right. Remember that was one of the fights that they used the instant replay. It's
Yeah,
an
instant
important
replay.
night. It's an important night. Now let's say instant replay wasn't allowed in that city. They didn't award him the knockdown. And they announced the same winner, which in fact it was Virgil Ortiz. Let's say they would announce the winner with only one knockdown scored in the fight. What do you think the other corner would have said? The only reason why we lost is because you didn't score that knockdown. And in fact, you scored the knockdown, and guess what? You still would have lost. But if we didn't have instant replay, it would have been one of those situations playing out where one knockdown wasn't awarded. And they would have walked away believing the defining moment was because you didn't give us that knockdown. Am I right? Am I wrong? You
I
understand
mean, yeah,
the
yeah.
situation? Do you
Hmm.
understand? Because if without instant replay, that knockdown doesn't count. He's going to still be called the loser. He would say, what would he say? Oh, we would have won that fight if you would have given us credit for the two knockdowns. Well, in fact, right? We did give you credit for the two knockdowns, and guess what? You still lost. You see? Do you
Hmm.
understand? It's a kind of funny, tricky situation, right? Where
It
that you're
is.
like, you ever wondered in life, like, if I had to do that over and this played out, would shit be the same, right? Well, that's one of the situations I laugh at, where I actually got to see you know, the second version play out, and he still lost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right?
Real quick. Yeah, real quick. A lot of people kind of forgive that fight because it was so good. They kind of it looks like a lot of boxing fans are kind of giving Virgil Ortiz a bit of a pass, like, "Yo, that fight was really good." And it seems like, at least as far as I see, other
Yeah,
boxing
yeah,
channels like, listen, even if they think Boacek won, they're like, "But listen, Ortiz, you got to do something with this Madrimov guy because we'll forgive that because that fight was so good. But if this is a close fight, you win a decision,
Yeah.
we're dropping you. We're done with you."
And
So
another
he
thing,
he got to show out.
yeah,
another thing about I remember that night watching the Virgil Ortiz versus Boachuk fight. I remember they interviewed Oscar De La Hoya and Turkey Ali Sheik. They was setting up Ortiz to fight against Crawford. They was favoring him to win this interim belt so they could make a Crawford deal. So when you see that before the fight starts, you can you're rightfully so. You can say, "Oh man, the fix was in," or something like that. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
yeah, yeah.
But talking about the Israel Madrimov fight, yeah, Ortiz, you gotta show out, man, because if you're able to like do something that Crawford has not done, getting this guy out of here, man, you have bragging rights. You're only as good as your last fight.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a big moment for Ortiz there with Ishmael, because it's that's a measuring stick. Now he can see where he fares with Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford being the last fighter that shared the ring with him. And if he can beat him decisively in a better fashion than Terrence Crawford, it would also mean that he's ready for his bully. Because as we can all know and look back, Terrence Crawford's been Virgil Ortiz's bully. He's been his mandatory for multiple years in the lower weight division and never filled out that paperwork because he would have to fight Terrence Crawford. So now here's his measuring stick, Ishmael. He comes in against him. Depending, like I said, how he fares against him would set a precedent for how he's ready for Terrence Crawford. And that's what I think he's aiming for.
Yes.
And
Oh,
Crawford ain't getting any younger.
yep.
No, 38 now. Next time he entered the ring, he's 37 now. But
Yes.
I'm kind of like giving him the 38 because shit, that's when he'll enter the ring.
Also, I want to say something. What is y'all opinion about Jerron Booth Ennis? Um, you know, I still see him as the number one guy at 147 pounds. I heard that there are no negotiations to make Stanionis versus Booth Ennis unification fight. But when he was in talks to fight Virgil Ortiz and that fight fell off, it looked like he ducked Virgil Ortiz and it made a bad image for himself. You know what I mean? Because after the fight with, I forgot the dude that he fought twice, he said, "Man, I think it's time to move up to 154." And you had a
I already
fight,
know what Edwin gonna say.
and
Yo,
and
you
and you
go
and
ahead,
you
go ahead,
had
go
a
ahead, Carlos.
fight guarantee with Ortiz, and that's a tough fight. I don't know, and it looked like you ducked. But also, I still like Bucenis, and I'm not like other people that want to crucify him because his last performance. I still think he's a good fighter, but now it's like, okay, slow down, buddy. You gotta work your way up because you only got one champion in your resume.
All
Listen,
right.
you can't duck someone who's not in your division.
There you go, Lionheart. There you go. You said it before. You knew
I
I was
already know
gonna
what
say
you're gonna
that.
say. I
You knew
got you,
I was
dog.
gonna say that. You knew it. You
Yeah, that's
knew
a good
it.
point.
You knew it. That's all I had to say. That's all I had to say. That's it. You can't dug somebody that's not in your same division. Yeah, that's an opportunity fight. That's an option. You can't. And then you know how grimy or promotional companies are, like Oscar De La Hoya. Oh, we're gonna take that as a moral win. Like look at Jerron Bucenet, the one they're saying that this next phenom doesn't want to fight you. So we're going to use that to sell your next fight. So I get the ploys and the gimmicks. I've been in the game a long time. I can see this shit happening. But in technical, you're not even in his division. How the fuck you going to call me a duck? I'm a champion. You're
But
not.
the thing, right? My only pushback to that is that Jerron is a really big 147 pounder, just like
Yes.
Benavidez,
Yeah, that
Morrell,
doesn't
or
matter.
Ole Iglesias are really big for their division. Which, and this is, and I'm gonna tie it in, right? I think that this whole weight bullying thing, just like management, promotions, and ducking and everything, has become so public that people are starting to look into it. Even the casuals. Well, I'm not going to speak on the casuals on this, but the YouTube streets, right, have all looked into it so much that I think that the fighters or promoters or managers are starting to see that when a fighter is too big for that weight division and the power carries through, that fighter is going to basically either be avoided or shunned out the division. Kind of like Ennis was for a while up until his last fight, or Benavidez was at 168. Morrell or Le Iglesias, that's going to happen this year. He's not going to get no fucking fights, and he's number 3 in the world. You know what I'm saying? That's a big ass Cuban at 168. He should be a light heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? So I could see that shit happening. What do y'all think about that?
So,
Well,
so real quick, can I go first? Can I
yep,
go
yep.
first, real
Go
quick?
ahead. Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Oh, weight
So,
bullying, in other words. Weight bullying is
yeah, no,
starting to
I got you.
become more
Okay.
prevalent and more
So,
obvious.
okay. So here's the thing. I think what we could all agree on, and we know this will never happen.
When the power carries, though,
Yeah.
Devin Haney is not a
We
weight bully
yeah,
because the
we
power
know
doesn't
this will
carry.
never happen. I would love to go back, and this is a pipe dream. This is even forget I'm about to say it. I would love to go
I'm
back to
with
same
you.
day weigh-ins.
Same
I
day
think
wins. I'm
that
with
would
you.
be the best way to do it, but we know that's dead. It's
Why?
like going
Why is
back to the
that dead?
one
Why
belt
did it
era.
even die? Why did it die?
Didn't
Edwin, can
that
you
so
answer that?
Edwin, didn't that have to do with the Michael Spinks fight, right? Isn't
Yeah.
that
Well,
why you don't do it?
well,
Do
well,
you,
well.
Edwin? Do you even know about that topic? Like, or I mean, I'm sure you do, but I'm
Yeah.
saying, like, was that a thing back in the day? And was weight
Yes.
bullying a conversation back in the
Yes.
day? And
Yes. Yes. 100%. Weight bullying has been around as old as boxing.
was it looked down upon back in the
Well,
day?
look, okay,
It
okay.
was harder to do.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Weight cutting is truly an art. and it's not an art that is given to every man. Not every man can will drain all the water out of their body like another man can. Some men can do it better than others. Now, the men that feel like they couldn't do it, they felt like they were cheated, but they were men like Devin Haney, could cut a lot of weight and make the weight.
Espinoza
Now,
at
yes,
126.
Espinoza,
Fedora.
Motherfucking,
and yes,
what's that big ass, the Towering Inferno?
Fedora.
Fedora.
yeah, Fedora, the town front. Right
Come
now,
on.
now, now,
Benavidez at
now,
168.
right. The
Shit.
truth of the matter is, if the answer you're seeking is this, you want to know the truth about boxing? There are very few men in the world that are actually fighting in their own weight division. They're
Everyone's
actually,
doing it.
they're actually all doing it. There's not too many fighters that you can actually point out and say he's actually fighting in his natural weight division. So it's actually like an even playing field. But there are some men that can do it extremely better than others. Now, there
It's
is a
not even
rule,
though.
and I've
Go
been
ahead.
argued about this. Now, this is something that I got to get to the bottom to, right? Because there is a weight restriction and a limit that it seems like no one's honoring, that there's a certain amount of weight that you can't exceed in a fight, and that after that weight you will be penalized, right? But it doesn't seem like the boxing world is because if you fight for the IBF, they'll say no, but the WBC will say yes. So not all organizations are in cahoots with the same format. But as your question goes, that's something that I don't think will ever be fixed,
Why
because
not?
because how could you determine that I'm not in shape?
Height should be a determining factor within the weight
So
division.
because of our height, we can't get on the ride.
I
No. If
disagree
you're
there.
fucking 6 feet, why should you be allowed to fight at
You know how
126?
many 5'3" people you would
Luis
have
Ramirez
saying
was
you're
robbed of that.
discriminating me against me in the division because I wasn't born 6 feet tall? You know how many fucking
No,
things?
no, 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 no. Right, I get what you're saying, but okay, if you're 6 feet fucking tall, you can't fight at nothing less than 154. You know what I'm saying?
People's
It has
builds
to
are
be
Can't do
different,
some
though,
that. Can't
sort.
do
man.
Everybody's
that. I'll tell
genetic.
you why. I'll tell
Yeah,
you
yeah.
why.
Okay,
Everybody's
I'll
so
tell you
People's
genetic.
why.
builds are very different.
Is weight bully even a thing? Is
Okay, but wait a
Espinoza
No,
minute.
weight
I
Wait,
don't
bully?
think so.
wait.
No?
I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I'll give you two fighters, right? An example right now. Okay.
Go ahead.
Tank Davis is 5'5". He fights at 135 pounds. Naoya Inoue is 5'5". He came from
Weight
108,
bully. Weight
right?
bully.
Okay.
Hmm.
They're the same height according to you, but they don't have the same body structure.
They're not the same
Okay.
build.
Yeah.
Okay, so then give it to anyway. You know what I'm saying? Give it to him. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, let's give it to him. Let's say he's not a weight bully. But let me ask you this: you said that there's a few fighters that are actually fighting at their weight class, right?
Yeah.
Do you know of any of those? Do you know of any of those few
Subriel
fighters? Or
Matias is a true 140 pounder.
I believe
Naoya
that too.
Inoue is a true 122 pounder. Terrence Crawford was a true
Regis
140.
Prograis, true
Yeah.
140, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dimitri
Okay,
Bivol, I'm pretty sure he fought as a light
true.
heavyweight his entire career.
He started
Yes.
his
But
entire career there. His
okay, so let
entire
me ask you
career.
something. If Bebo was to say, you know what, fuck all that, let me go down to 168, dominate that division, and become popular because Canelo's at the division, which I believe is the only reason Benavidez made his name at that division, right? But let's just say Bebo was to do it. Would he be considered a weight bully
No,
in
he
your
would
guys'
not be
opinion?
considered a weight
I wouldn't
bully.
consider him.
I would not
Why
consider
not?
him a weight
Why?
bully, right? And not only did Dimitri Bivol already say that he could do that for Saul, Saul denied the fight.
He didn't want to lose his belts.
He told Dimitri Bivol told him, I beat you at 175. I'll go down to 168 and I'll challenge you for all four of your belts. Saul said no.
How is that not a weight bully though?
I don't know.
Okay, so
I don't.
what is a weight bully then?
I
Okay,
don't
a
think
weight
there is such
bully
a
would
thing
be
as a weight bully.
a weight bully, Edgar Berlanga.
Oh fuck yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, Benavidez ain't a weight bully?
Yes.
Well, actually, he's struggling to keep weight at 175, and he
Fuck
didn't look
no.
that good. It didn't show me
Benavidez
signs
can
of a
fight at
weight bully.
cruiserweight.
If he was a weight bully, he should have translated to 175, no problem. He should have knocked that guy out.
He
By,
did.
by
He sparred him before. There's
yeah, but
that
by
guy is on
That's
tape.
definition,
sparring, man. Who cares?
yeah, but
No,
by
but that guy's on
definition,
tape saying that Benavidez kicked his ass in sparring. You know what I'm saying? So
mhm. Okay, okay,
Zurdo. Okay, go ahead.
okay. Weight bully, for instance, right?
Yeah, what is a
Keyshawn
weight bully?
Davis versus Limon, right? Okay,
Yeah.
check it out. Didn't he come in 6.5 pounds overweight? Weight bully, right? What did Keyshawn do to him?
Knocked him out.
Not same class or level of fighters. That's what I'm saying. It has, in my opinion, it has to go. And this is where. This is.
Wait a minute,
Go
brother,
ahead.
brother. If we're talking about this situation, this is what you explained to me. This is what I explained to you. That the guy that Keyshawn Davis was a much bigger fighter. He came down to fight Keyshawn. So he was already in the higher weight class. And then he came into the
You know what?
Keyshawn fight
You're right. You're right.
6.5 pounds overweight.
Yeah.
So
You're
either
right. I'm
way, he
sorry.
was the bigger man.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm looking
Right.
at it right now. I had to pull this shit up. Okay,
Right.
you're right.
That's all
So
I gotta.
What I want to
Lemos,
add to this,
he was 20. Okay, so yeah, they were around the same level of caliber because this guy was 29-1 when he fought Keyshawn. I'm going off of box rec, by the way.
And that's
So
why
yeah,
sometimes
my
the
bad.
skills pay
I
the
thought he was
bills.
a Joe Schmo. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's why sometimes the
This man's a
skills
real
pay the
hitter.
bills, my man. Like skills really do pay the bills.
Okay,
Sometimes.
so let's just say that guy was a weight bully. No, he wasn't. Okay, let me see his height. I don't think he was a weight bully. They look the same fucking size, 5'8" and 5'9". Call it 5'9". They look the same fucking size. Yeah, they're the same size, 5'9". And Keyshawn probably has longer,
Yeah,
better
but what they come
ability.
in on fight night? He came in 6.5 pounds heavier than Keyshawn.
Which means he probably rehydrated to be a much bigger
Right,
weight by the time the
Okay,
Reinhardt.
fight
so then
happened.
Right.
would you
It was
say
way
Gustavo
heavier.
Lemos? Okay, so would you say Gustavo Lemos is at the same caliber fighter, same grade fighter as Keyshawn Davis?
Now you're pushing the goalpost. Now
Then
you're
it doesn't
talking about
matter.
skill.
Yeah, because you're changing the argument now.
Yeah, you're changing.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Weight bullying, in my opinion, has to do with the same caliber fighter. Okay.
But how do you measure that?
Yeah, how do you
How
measure
do you
that?
measure the same caliber of fighter?
Right.
because
How do we
I want
know?
to. Can I say
Okay.
something real quick?
Go ahead.
I-
Yeah.
I
Help me
want
out.
to add to this because
Help me. I'm a cat.
Yep.
about weight bullying and stuff like that. How I see it. Sometimes it could be a bad thing, but sometimes it could be rewarding if the smaller fighter beats the bigger fighter. That's why Roberto Duran was so beloved. That's why Manny Pacquiao was so beloved because these smaller fighters was beating these giants. You know what I mean? And that's why one of my favorite fighters is Canelo Alvarez because in every fight he's in, he always
Edwin,
has.
is that a true 168 pounder? Sorry, bro.
No, he's not a true
Yeah,
168 pounder.
Canelo moved up to
He moved up,
168.
and he's
Yeah.
always in the
Thank you.
height disadvantage, weight disadvantage, and a reach
Arm lanes.
disadvantage. When he fought against Berlanga was 6'1", and he came in at 200 pounds, and Canelo still outclassed him, 12-0. Berlanga didn't even win not one round. So just because you have more weight doesn't mean that you're always gonna win the fight. Does it? Is it something that people use to have an advantage? Yes, but it's not always a guaranteed win.
Okay.
And
I
it, and
wanted
it
to
comes with a share of disadvantages too. Go ahead, Edwin.
Yes,
Yeah,
makes you
no,
slow
I
and
wanted to
sluggish.
share one thing with him because I remember what this conversation stems from. Jerron Bruce Ennis saying that he wanted to move up in weight, right?
Yes,
And
But
him ducking Virgil Ortiz.
right. So when you're looking for clues to figure if a fighter is for real or full of shit, or was it that he just didn't train and he didn't take his opponent seriously, right? And this is how you can find out the clues. At the end of the fight, the report, the the announcer guy, he put the microphone in his face. He said, "Is it time to move up?" He said, "Yeah, it might be time to move up."
Thank
He
you.
yeah,
said, "But what if some of the guys here at 147 or some of the champions challenge you?" He said, "Well, then I'll take the fight." That told you right there. You can make 147. It wasn't time to move up. It was you. You didn't take this guy seriously. You had a bad performance and you needed a way out. You started to say you could no longer make the weight and you needed to go up to 154. But when somebody from 154 challenged you, Virgil Ortiz, what'd you do? You stayed at the where you had the problem, 147, and you mean to tell me that you didn't move up? Really? It's because you could always make 147, and that's when you can tell it's the fighter, not the weight. Where that you see young fighters transition in the sport, they're just getting too big,
But
and
let me ask you.
they got to start moving up. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you. I'm sorry to cut you off. But when does it come to a point in time where you're like, "Come on, man! Now you're just taking advantage of these smaller fighters. You're just taking advantage of," and that's why nobody wants to. That's this is
When
my
it
opinion.
starts to hurt you as a fighter, when you
Exactly.
start to come
There
into
you
a
go.
fight weight drained, and it starts, and as we all know, as
No.
fighters,
What
the
about
more weight
promotional
drained you
wise,
are, the
where
more
nobody wants to fight
dehydrated.
you? They're just like, damn, this guy's
Yeah,
really. Jamal Charlo said that about Benavidez. He was like, or I'm not sure which one, Mel or Maul. I really don't know the difference between
right,
the two as far as names.
right.
Which one is bigger, which one is smaller. But one of them said, I think they were talking to Brian Cusser, whoever the fuck it was. It was like Benavidez is really a light heavyweight. I think it was a smaller one that said it, right? Because the
Yeah,
bigger one, it would look bad if he said that. But it's like I think people or not people. I think the again the fans, the YouTube streets, and the actual managers and promoters or whatever the fuck, right? That are in charge of these investments as fighters, as athletes, are starting to catch on to these fighters that are taking advantage of the smaller guys, right?
yeah,
Because weight does play an issue. So if your power carries like a Boots Ennis, like a Benavidez, like that, fuck, I can't speak on him because I've never seen his fights. They're gonna be avoided and they're gonna be forced to move up, right? Everybody wants to fight, or fights are coming his way now. Boots because of the way he looked against
yeah. But
Chupacabra. Yeah,
okay, let me
but
ask you a question. Let me
go
wait,
ahead.
wait, wait. I don't mean to cut you off, but okay. See, I understand where you're going with this, right? With the weight bullying thing, but unfortunately, right, you're gonna be taking away something away from the fight. The
Like
little
what?
guy that could.
Yes,
When I
that's what I'm trying
saw
to say.
Cruz fight for against Rolly, and that big ass Rolly, and I thought he was so strong, not skills, but I said, man, maybe he might. And I saw that did something for me for the little guy. Sometimes it is part of the sport where the little guy
Okay.
got to come up and overcome. And these are going to be big chances. If you're in the weight division, you make
Well,
that
it's
weight, and you're as a professional, you step on that scale and you can make that weight. Well, let me tell you something. You might be able to cut a lot of weight, but you're also taking a lot of risk
Yep.
because if you don't dehydrate just right, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out because I'm
Your
fully
punch
hydrated.
resistance
yes.
Yeah,
almost
I'm
will go
fully
away.
So
dehydrated.
can I ask you guys
Yeah.
then, since we said all of that, to sum it all up, is there a such thing as weight bullying, or is cutting weight just an art?
Let me go first.
Go ahead, Lionheart.
I wanted to get this out. Okay, so Carlos, I don't think you had a chance to answer this. So once I get done, I'm curious to hear what you have to say about it. Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I'm
for
curious.
me, I don't think there isn't such thing as a weight bullying because everyone is doing it and everyone has the ability to do it. Whatever you weigh right now is probably not the weight that you would want to go with if you were a boxer because you're gonna quickly find out that everyone who could be like one or two weight classes above you are fighting at your weight class. You would be putting yourself at a major disadvantage. You decide to fight at your walking around weight. That could be a huge problem, especially given your dimensions. You could be like, let's say, if you're like 5 foot, 7, but you've got the build of like someone who can be like fight at like 220 pounds. You really want to go to the heavyweight at 5'7"? These guys, oh my God, it would
Sebastian
be bad.
Fedora get killed at heavyweight.
It would be, oh my god, it would be really bad. So you got no choice. I mean, you're gonna have to cut some pounds. You're gonna have to go,
Yeah.
to try to make it a like light heavyweight or something. You'd be a small light heavyweight too. So because everyone can do it, listen, like Evan said, if you can make that weight, then you can make the weight. Nothing anyone can say about it. If you can make the weight,
Yeah.
then
If you
cool.
can make the
But
weight, it's all
again,
good.
exactly. But again, just understand you're taking risk because being able to cut that much weight by the time you go there to fight night, you're going to be very much diminished. The ability to get like everything back into your body to rehydrate everything, you're not going to be completely yourself. So that comes with some risk. It's not as simple as just, oh, I'm going to go in there, I'm just going to be the bigger guy. You're not going to be able to move like you really want to. You're not going to be able to really throw and put punches together. You may find yourself being super tired in that fight. Like it does come with risk, and some people can cut weight and fight kind of diminish better than others. So for me, because everyone can do it, and let's face it, damn near everyone is doing it, aside from, again, those special guys who they're just straight up moving up in weight and they're letting their skills and everything carry them to victory, like a Canelo Alvarez, like a Naoya Inoue, like well, maybe a little less so like Usyk. You know, he's a natural cruiserweight who moved up to
Six
heavyweight,
three,
but
Yes.
he
six
had
three
the
in height,
skills
six
to
three in
do what
height,
he needed to do.
six
So,
Yep.
three
so
in height.
Carlos,
By the
yeah,
way,
do you think weight bullying is a thing?
Um, it's a tricky question, but it's all about
if the power
matchups. I
carries,
believe you can't just we can't just look at one fight and be like, oh, this is what every uh fight is about. Like for example, like I'm trying to say, like the whole Haney situation. I believe the WBA had to put a rule now
power
that
doesn't carry over.
uh um that the WBA now has like a 12-pound rehydration rule now that you gotta meet up to it. So it's like
Yes.
it's all about being a fair playing field. And who can say Nick Ball? Nick Ball's like, well, how tall is Nick Ball? Like 5'2", 5'4", and
Jesus.
126 pounds. And he right, bro, he's fighting and he became a world champion. So it's like that's the beauty of boxing. I love the David and Goliath fights. I love the fights that is like you look at it, it's like,
Yeah.
man, ain't no way that little dude's gonna beat that big dude. But it happens. You know what I mean? That's why there's divisions. That's why everybody has their limit. Nobody is built the same. Nobody
Manly's
is
5'2".
Wemby Wembyama from NBA who's 7'4". Nobody's like a Tyson Fury who's 6'9", 300 pounds, and he got beat by a Alexander Usyk. Why? Because of his boxing skills. Like this is what makes boxing great. You know, that's all I gotta say. I really say that weight bully does exist because, but it's like if you're able to lose the weight better than others, but it doesn't guarantee you a win. But you can
Does it give
use
you
it
an
for
advantage?
your advantage.
There you go.
Okay. One thing. I almost forgot about this, Carlos. Yo, you know what I mean? You're my man. But check it out, right? Um, the reason the reason why two of these belts are trying to adopt weight clause, which is the IBF, has always been a 10-pound rehydration clause if you want to compete for their belt. The
Yeah.
WBA just entered a 12-pound one, which
Uh-huh.
was enforced on the night that Frank the Ghost Martin and Tank Davis fought. That was the first time, and they're initiating them. Now, what a weight clause does is, in fact, means that if you were a weight bully, let's just say, it's impossible for you to cut weight all the way down to the fight, and the next day at 9 o'clock in the morning, they reweigh you. You cannot exceed 10 pounds. So you couldn't go from 140 to 151. You would be disqualified. You see? Now, in order for you to maintain a 10-pound the next day would mean that you would have to be and had been training anywhere around that area, which keeps the fighter honest. Now, any weight that you gain after the 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock to the fight, that's up to you. I don't think there's any human that could put on 20 pounds. That would be absurd, right?
Yeah.
All you're gonna gain is 4 pounds maximum, 4 to 6, maybe. That's like super shit. So the 10-pound IBF claw is put in effect in place for weight bullying. That's why a lot of men don't like to go after the IBF
Yep.
because you got to answer to the 10-pound rehydration claw. Now the WBA introduced a 12-pound, and we need the other belts to start doing it, and that would be the answer you're looking for. It would keep divisions honest, and it would do away with weight bullying. Yes, that
Because it
would
would
be
be
better.
So that
uniform. It'd be like,
you do
yeah, you're
believe
not gonna
that
come
there
in.
is a such thing as weight bullying? Sorry,
I
Carlos.
personally don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Because remember,
because what you can do is there's an argument when Big Baby Miller came in 302 pounds
No, he's a
against
heavyweight.
Dubois. He came in on fight night 98 pounds heavier than Dubois.
That's a
98
heavyweight.
pounds. It means by standard, Miller should have been able to give him an uppercut and knocked him out of the ring.
Mortal Kombat style.
You know
No,
what I'm
that's
saying?
heavyweight, undisciplined.
and
That's different.
But
Let's
that's still 100 pounds.
no, let's get away from heavyweights.
and
Okay.
let me say this real quick
Please, please, and
to
respectfully, I
answer
say
your
that.
question, XL. I don't know if y'all remember the night that Richardson Hitchens beat Gustavo Lemos. They interviewed him. They put the microphone to his face. It says, "Okay, now that you are the IBF interim champion, are you gonna challenge Subriel Matias for his world title?" And
Nope.
he's like, "I don't know, this and that. I'm gonna search around." And there was other interviews saying that Hitchens was saying, "Man, I couldn't make the weight well. But now I'm on
Exactly,
a
and he don't need to be fighting at 140. That's
and,
another.
but yeah,
Anyway,
But he
go ahead.
fought Liam Powell for the same belt under the same claw.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
and
Get
weight
out of here
bullying.
with that bullshit, bro.
That dude wanted
right,
nothing to do with Subriel
and then
Matias.
right, and then he said, "Oh, now I'm on a perfect diet. Now I can make the weight well." And if you look at
Listen, what
Hitchens.
happened with
Is big
Matias?
for the
What
division.
happened? Okay, yeah,
He's 5'10". He has a long reach. You know what I mean?
yes,
But
yes.
that just shows you that, man, you really should be fighting at 147 if you can't really
Thank
make
you. At
140.
the least, at the least.
You know what I mean? But that's my answer to that. It's like, you know what I mean? You want to fight in this lower weight class, make the weight.
You respect that though?
Yeah, but there's no
We
way
kind
I
of have
don't
to, though,
respect
Because
it
right?
this is the thing,
unless
though,
we're
bro. This
We
is
kind of
competition
have
okay.
to,
huge.
right?
No, fuck no. Because okay, this is my opinion, right?
Yeah.
What Hitchens is what, 5'10"?
Yeah, he's 5'10".
Errol Spence is 5'9".
Yeah, he's 5'9".
Okay?
Yeah.
So come on, bro. You know what I mean? That's my opinion. So let me ask you this. If Usyk was to say, let's just say, man, it's gonna be tough because
Listen, brother,
y'all
your
believe that.
analogy, it's not gonna work though, because your analogy is not gonna work because I know way smaller fighters with smaller frames, way more skilled and beat the bigger, taller guy time and time again.
I
Naoya
understand that.
Inoue went against McDonald. He was
We're talking about
5'10".
bullies. We're talking about bullies,
Yeah,
though. I
but that would
get
be
you.
considered the same
It
thing. I
doesn't.
mean, look,
No, it
bullying
doesn't apply to the
aside,
smaller guys because the smaller guys are daring to be greater, right?
yeah, I don't think you can
they're the
measure
little
fighting
man,
by
the little
small or
engine that
big,
could.
brother. Yeah, I don't
Okay,
think you can judge fighting by either small or big. You can't.
You can't
okay.
judge
You can't
every
judge a
So
fucking
person's
boxer
will or
the
how
same.
far because you're taller than me means you're tougher than me.
is
No, that don't.
Espinoza a weight bully or no?
No,
Okay, then that's
That
all that
dude's a
needs to be
stick
said.
figure.
that motherfucker can make the weight as a professional. That's his belt. He's a professional.
But also remember the
Okay.
divisions
Yeah,
are the when you
he
jump
makes
to
the weight. He makes it.
when you jump to another division, the the weight between those two divisions is different. For example, 112, 115. That's three weights.
Three
No,
Then
3
pounds.
pounds.
3 pounds.
on my fault.
Yeah.
3 pounds.
3 pounds.
Three
Yeah,
Go ahead,
pounds. But
Carlos.
look at 140 and
that's a bottle of
147,
water.
7 pounds.
7 pounds.
You know what I mean? It's not the same.
Right. From
So every
140 to
division is different.
147 is 7 pounds. Right.
Every division is different. You
Right.
know what I mean? So
Yeah, it's not the same number. From
I get that.
122 to 126 is 4 pounds.
you
Yeah.
think that Haney, I had this conversation with my dad. My dad was like, "No, Haney and
Power
Ryan
Jamal.
are should be fighting at 154 because they're around the same height as Xander Sayas." And I told him, "Dude, have you seen Xander Sayas back?"
He's big.
Shorter. He's big.
He's big.
Ryan Garcia
He's
looked
not a
like he was
small
about
kid.
Xander
Stop
Sayas
looking
size.
at Xander Zion like a baby. My man is growing up in the sport of boxing, and I think it's
They look
about
about the
time he
same
gets his
size.
shot.
Everybody has
Yeah,
different
I think
genetics.
so too. I think
I
that's
Yeah,
the
think
real
it's
that's
time
true.
face.
for Xander Zion to step up, man.
I think that's the real
Man,
face
I got his
of
back. That's my
yeah, I
boy
think
right
that's the
there.
real face right there.
That's
You know what I'm
I just
saying?
I just need him to stay the course and focus. I like everything he's saying. I like he don't got a girlfriend.
Listen, he got
I like he's staying focused. Yo, don't let them women in your life, son. Stay
he gotta step
focused.
up the next fight. He gotta step
Right.
up the
If you're
next
not
fight.
talking about boxing, teaching me something about boxing or anything, go the fuck that way. You know, tell them,
Let's
dude.
go ahead. Listen, Sanders side because Virgil Ortiz is gonna lose his next fight, right? He's
You
gonna
think
lose
so?
against
Israel?
oh
We'll
fuck,
see.
he's gonna
We'll
get
see.
fucking outclassed
Hey,
bad.
No,
It's
hey,
gonna be.
Hey,
Idram
man, we'll
Madrimov
see.
I'm
throws a
gonna
We'll
lot of
see.
listen.
feints.
Listen.
what?
I'm a. Israel, what? He throws a lot of what? Feints.
He throws a lot of feints. Like
That's
he be
cool.
feinting a lot.
That's cool. That's cool. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna throw some money on Madrimov. Madrimal's gonna make him look fucking basic. You
He's
know
gonna
what I'm
Oh,
school
saying?
him. Okay.
okay.
That's a
Yeah.
Okay.
possibility. That's definitely a
Virgil
possibility.
Ortiz is a De La
Yo,
Hoya
guys, what do you
Golden
guys
Boy
got to say to
type fight.
that?
And he ducked what's his name? The prospect coming up in a game, which is Xander Sayas. He did. Xander Sayas accepted it within 1 minute. I'm telling you right now, Madrimov had a real chance against Crawford. I'll give the edge to Crawford. Why? Because he's a champ. Because of whatever the fuck the reason is. That's another, in my opinion. If we go down to all the shit we were talking, that's another guy that needs to be at 168, right? Anyway, besides the point, the skill is gonna show everybody what it really is. It's gonna be nasty. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a masterclass in all this
All right.
Virgil Ortiz is
Respectfully.
gonna end up like Gabriel Flores.
Okay, respect.
Oh man,
Okay,
that's
okay,
wild.
we're gonna get to Gabriel Flores, but respectfully, panel, what do you guys got to say to my man here? What do you guys think, Lionheart? I want to hear what you got to say.
Okay. Right off the bat, I want to say I like that fight. I can't wait. Again, this is a good litmus test, right? Because Bud and Madrimov had like a chess match. That's what that fight was. Neither of them
Right.
wanted to, really overcommit, too much. And obviously, Bud started to kind of put some things together around the end. He set himself the championship rounds, and that's kind of what gave him the edge. Virgil Ortiz is not going to do that. He's not a guy that really. He doesn't really overthink too much. He wants to get in there. He's a pressure fighter. He's going to try to put some punches together. Now, what it really comes down to is who's going to be able to properly enact their game plan. If Madrimov tries to just get in there and try to slug it out with them, I think it's going to be a real quick night. I don't see him going that direction because when you look at like any other fight that isn't Terrence Crawford, Madrimov is usually a guy that really does like to go in. He really wants to put his punches together, and he's kind of looking for the knockout. But he understood he couldn't do that against Terrence Crawford. He was going to get pieced up. So that's why he was a much more calm and controlled this fight. But he really wanted to let loose. He just figured it wouldn't be a very good idea. Now, I don't know what game plan he's coming in there for Virgil Ortiz. I'm not quite sure how he's going to want to play this. Virgil is obviously no Terrence Bud Crawford. So I think Madrimov is probably going to come in more like how he likes to fight. You know what I'm saying? And I think if he does that, for me, this is like 50-50, but oh man, that Boacek fight, it's so different,
He
right?
got
That
his ass
Boacek
whooped with
fight and
Bocek. But
Madrimov
go ahead.
is such a different fight. Yeah. Well,
Boacek
regardless of
won
whether you
his
think
last
he won
fight
or not.
by
Carlos,
stoppage.
I want to hear what you got to say.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I'm still really thinking about who I'm gonna pick for that fight, but I don't. I think what you're
What's your
saying,
pick
XL,
right
is a
now? What's your pick
possibility.
today? Damn it!
Right now,
If you had to,
okay, if the fight is happening
I already got my pick.
tomorrow, if the fight is happening tomorrow, I kind of want to give the slight edge to Madrimov. I think.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
thank you. So me and
Oh,
But
him
like,
is
Carlos,
Fight
let
together
me know
then.
what you
Magma.
think.
Hey,
No,
hey,
wait, I want to hear what Carlos got to
what's
say.
your?
I want to hear what
Go
Carlos
ahead,
got.
Carlos.
What you
Go
got to
ahead,
say,
Carlos.
Carlos?
Go ahead,
hey
CeeLo.
man, I'm sorry, but I'm favoring Virgil Ortiz.
Okay.
Junior. It just shows that listen, you can't knock Virgil Ortiz with that great fight he had with Boacek. You gotta understand Boacek is a
He got his ass whooped.
he's a top level fighter. Like you gotta understand that 154 division's full of killers. Not
It
only
sure
that,
is. Ask Tim Zoo.
with Bakram, oh my god, destroyed him in front of his dad. Man, that was embarrassing. But anyways, the thing about I'm not favoring Israel Madrimov is that when he was having this chess match with Crawford, he didn't really step on the gas in the championship rounds.
I gotta
And,
rewatch these fucking fights.
and I just know one thing about Virgil Ortiz. He's
Hmm.
coming to give it to you. You know,
No doubt.
Right.
he's how many knockouts he had? The only time he went the distance is with Boacek.
In his
He had
last
like
fight.
it was like 21 fights, 20 knockouts. Has Israel Madrimov faced someone like Virgil Ortiz? Has faced someone with the power like
Cropper got the power.
well, Crawford's power has stopped since he faced Israel Madrimov.
One fight.
It, well, yeah, that's one fight, but
Madrimov looks like Canelo. You know what I'm saying? If
no,
we
I
call it
don't
what it
know. No,
is.
I can't say that. You know what?
They
Where
fight
that come
very
from? Why
different.
is
They
it
Stand
fight
up
so
to a
clear?
critic.
very,
Carlos,
Madrimov
very
got
Carlos,
about
different.
don't go
300
there.
amateur fights. Okay,
No, but
maybe
I
I'm
think
wrong.
I
They
think
fight completely different.
Yeah.
Edwin, what's your prediction?
Well. My prediction is this: that Virgil Ortiz is he's a crafty little Mexican fighter, right? That has this kind of style to him when he feels comfortable and he's like he brings the fight to the fighter, right? Here's the thing about Israel, right? All right. Okay. Just because you went 12 rounds with arguably the pound for pound best fight in the world, you didn't fight him in his natural weight division. He moved up to fight you. Now, your inexperience in a professional match, a lot of people talk about Ismail's amateur record, which I don't like to bring that up. That's 3 rounds with headgear, right? But it does
Mm,
provide the fighter with insight in fighting. Okay. All right. The tricky thing, like Lionheart said in the Terrence Crawford and Ismail Madachek fight, it was a true chess match of moments of guys. That was some real superior shit going on in there, right there on that night, right? Okay, that's not what's gonna happen with Ortiz. What you're
yep.
gonna get out of Ortiz is you're gonna get out a fight. You're gonna get a guy coming. He doesn't understand, and he's gonna be coming. He's not gonna give you the respect Terrence awarded you. You see, Terrence
He's
was
not going to
coming
second guess himself.
in. Right. No, no. You got to understand the respect Terrence awarded him. You have to understand what I'm talking about. Terrence Crescent came into a new division, 154. You got my respect because I never fought here. I don't know what it's like to really fight a guy like that. Sparring is not the same. So he gave him some respect. If you fought him at 147, he would have never gave Israel Madachek. Trust me when I tell you, as a fighter, he gave him early round respect because it was earned. It was a big fight. Those are little things I talk about in a fight. As a fighter, I understand. You see, so Terrence, that that was a different fight with Ortiz. He's not gonna get that. Ortiz is gonna come in his face. Ortiz is going to come right through the front door. He's going to start initiating the action. It depends how Ismail responds to his attack. It's going to be a complete different fight. And if Ismail feels like Ortiz hits him with his biggest punch and he's still there, I'll talk to you in that round. And it could be accumulation of punches. Of course, that always happens. But that fight right there, because of the little information I know of Ismail, but I'm taking off the performance he had with Terrence Crawford.
Um,
His smartness, I was like, yeah, but it's gonna be a different
I'm
fight.
sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm not banking on a dude with 10 fights professionally. Just like You
That's
got,
look, that's fair.
you got to look. Listen, Munguia went 12 with Canelo. What happened to when he faced against Bruno? Man
He
got
got
knocked out.
sloppy.
He
That's
got
on
hit
that's
by a
on
punch
him.
he
You know what
didn't
I
see
mean?
coming.
He got sloppy.
The punches you don't see, man.
Yeah.
Look what happened to Tim Zoo. Tim Zoo thought he can beat this champion that nobody knew of, Bakram, and he got destroyed.
Yo, I just want to say real quick because Edwin had brought that up. Normally, a fighter will lose and then the excuses come. This guy beats Tim Zoo and then said, "Oh, and my other hand, my other hand was broken."
Broken.
Rub salt in
Add
the
salt
wound.
to the wound.
Who said that
Ah.
shit?
The dude who beat up Tim Zoo, what was the name?
Bakram.
Bakram?
Murder
Yeah,
check. His name was Murder
Murder
Check.
murder
Murder
check.
Check. Murder
His
Check
hand was
whooped your ass
broken?
and then had an excuse why he couldn't do it worse.
Bullshit. He said that?
That's
Yes,
what
he
he said.
did. Yes, he
That's
did.
crazy. That's crazy. Hey yo, let me ask y'all. I want to ask the whole panel one question. Then, or when I want to ask you one, and I mean, if y'all could chime in, that'd be great. But let me ask y'all this. So, boxing, I mean, it's gonna pick up. I think in 2 weeks, it's gonna get on and cracking. But let's just say for tomorrow, I want to get everybody's take on the top five most controversial fights. And again, this is coming from a casual wanting to
Yeah.
watch it with my family as casuals. What top five fights can y'all recommend for me to watch, right, as a household? Um, Silos, if you want to go first, and then
Can
Lion,
I
and then
just say one
Edwin.
fight?
Give
Oshazi
me
Go
Foster.
ahead,
just
go ahead, go ahead.
Oshazi Foster versus Conceição.
I seen that.
Oh,
So let's go to
Conceição.
the next one. I'm talking about one that's gonna
That's a
get my
good one.
lady cracking.
That's a really good one.
Listen, when I say casuals to the casuals, one that skills is gonna bore people to sleep, right? Concessia and Oshaki, I seen that.
Man,
Like, does
I
it have
had
to
that
be
shit playing in the
recent or just
background.
like any fight?
No, no, all time, all time. We're talking all time.
Okay. Because
I'm looking at. I
there are
got
two
I got.
fights I have in my head right now
What
that
is
I
it?
was
What
just
is it?
thinking about randomly, and I was like, huh.
What
I
is
don't know
it?
if I can
What's
give you if I sat here and think about it, I can give you five. But if you haven't seen it, look up
yeah? Go ahead.
Sugar Ray Leonard versus Tommy Hearns 2, their second fight.
Okay.
oh, I
I'm
got
gonna
one. I
watch
got one.
both. Why not both?
Go ahead if you haven't seen them, watch both.
Okay,
I
cool.
think
Don't tell me the
I
outcome.
okay. I won't tell you
I
the
got one.
outcome. And Sugar Ray Leonard versus Marvelous Hagler. Those are good
Okay,
fights
cool.
and
Yeah.
very controversial endings. Let me
Cool,
tell you.
cool, cool, cool. Let's
And
go a little more modern.
Okay.
oh man, I got an old school one, but I'm still gonna say it because
Yeah, yeah.
man,
What's up?
Julio Cesar Chavez versus Pernell Whitaker.
Okay,
Ooh, that's true.
I'm gonna
Man,
check
That's
that
true.
out. Yeah, I
Whitaker
might
should
have
have
to
got
do
that,
them by
man,
myself because
but
I
they
think
ended
so
as a
too.
draw.
the quality ain't gonna be that great. You know
But
what
a
I'm saying? So
recent
I might have
one,
to do those by myself. Yeah, a little where the quality looks good on the
You
TV.
should have said
You understand what I'm
Chavez
saying?
versus Marvin Taylor.
that's another one too.
Let's go 2000s and
Um,
up. Can we do that?
okay, yeah.
2000s and up.
Controversial.
Hmm.
Controversial.
I'm talking about where it's gonna keep us,
Francis
Well, you
Ngannou versus
and
Tyson
you
Fury.
what?
we seen
Francis
that. We saw that. We
Ngannou.
saw that. We
Nice.
saw that together. That was the last year.
What about Yusuke versus Daniel Dubois? Do you think that was a
We
low
haven't
blow
seen
or
that.
a
We haven't
body
seen that.
punch?
Yeah,
Ooh,
okay.
That was very controversial.
that was
People thought it
controversial.
was
Okay,
a
okay.
body punch that stopped Yusuke, but they called it a low blow, and then
Okay.
Yusuke ended up beating Dubois. So
Yeah.
it was controversial.
Yeah, they favored
Roberto Ramirez versus Espinoza 1.
we watched. Hey
Oh, you
man,
watched that? Okay.
Robeisy Ramirez is
It
he's
was
the
an
face of the
exciting
Cuban
fight. I
boxing.
want to see
He's
what you
he's
think.
the face of El Boxeo Cubano out here. You know what I'm saying?
All right, all right, all right.
So yeah, and he got cheated by a weight bully with elbows. Anyway, we're not gonna get into that. But let's go ahead and a little bit behind that. I want to show my lady something proper. So I'm thinking more of a De La Hoya versus I don't know. I mean, what y'all think? I
Um,
think the Mayweather Collazo gonna be nice and
Well,
proper.
well, Oscar De La Hoya versus Felix Trinidad was a
Was
really,
pretty good.
yeah. You might want to look at that one
you should watch,
Okay.
even though this
because
wasn't
that was a lot of.
controversial, but you should watch. Man, this is man. Tito
You guys
Trinidad
remember when
versus
Ortiz
Fernando
fought
Vargas.
Maidana?
Oh my
Fernando
God,
Vargas.
bro!
Oh my
That
gosh,
kind
watch
of
that
fight. I'm
fight,
talking
man.
about something fucking nice like that, which I think I'm gonna have to show her because she ain't seen it.
Man, that Vargas
No,
Tito
watch
fight.
Felix Trinidad versus Vargas.
Watch
That
that
would.
That
fight.
hey, I swear to you, I got that shit up on the screen. I'm just waiting to, I'm not gonna watch it because I
Man,
got it up
the
on a
bad blood.
You need to
The oh
watch
man,
that
you gotta
okay,
fight.
watch
okay,
that.
okay, okay, okay,
We gotta
cool. So
you gotta understand. Fernando Vargas was the youngest 154 champion in history, and he was
also
going
he
against
was
yeah,
yeah, okay, he was
like he
He
was
good
going
shit.
against Tito Trinidad, and
What
man,
was
freaking,
what was
and then you
Trinidad
gotta
at that
add the
time?
Mexico-Puerto Rico
Who would you
rivalry
compare
on.
him to now day and age? Charlo versus Ortiz? Virgil Ortiz? Or would it be Xander Sayas versus
They're a little
Ortiz?
different in stature though for the time
it
frame.
was a different time. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Why? What do you mean stature? They weren't weight booming back then,
no,
or
it
No,
was just
just like it was a time where more
hype?
height, where guys were like more like yeah around that line. Because okay, all right, there was a time that there was tall
I want to know
people.
what boxing was back then,
Check this
or
out. Look,
just yeah. Go
check
ahead.
this out. Right, check this out. Right, if you think that
Go
there
ahead.
was a time, or it like somebody tries to give you the impression that the men are bigger now than they were then, no, I disagree. I think the men have been the same size in any time frame. It's just the more exposure boxing got. Some of these kids couldn't dribble a basketball or dunk a basketball, so they turned to boxing. Because some guy outside of a gym saw a 6'1", 130-pound kid walking by his
Right.
gym and said, "Hey, why don't you come inside here?"
Come on over here, kid.
So
Yeah.
so 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 seriously, yeah. So just because social media brings a lot of people more better together and you're starting to see different heights and shift, doesn't mean that wasn't how the world was the entire time.
Okay.
You understand? So
Mm-hmm.
it's just a different era. More people, more schools, even other schools are getting these teams, and now we're getting T-shirts, and they're giving us confidence, and now we want to compete, and maybe we might stick around for practice, and it's just different, different times, different things. So, hey,
yeah, boxing has flourished to magnitude that you know we got great Japanese fighters, man. The Japanese fighters
right?
are killing it, man, in those lower weight
They
classes.
really are. Goodness
We don't.
gracious.
You don't
Okay.
you we
So,
didn't see that back in the day. You know what I
but
mean?
why are the lower weight classes not getting the light that the
Because
higher weight classes are?
okay. Check this out. Check this out,
Because
mama.
I don't know nothing under Royce
Wait.
Ramirez.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay, wait. This is a good thing you just brought up because I'm about to teach you something. All right. About how it goes, the art of boxing. If you go all the
Mm.
way down to the 105, that's the most speed in boxing. Those guys are fighting at lightning
105.
speed. They're like this, right? Okay. If you go all the way up to the heavyweight, that's the most power in all of boxing. Not a lot of skill, not a lot of speed, but big knockout power, right? Okay.
What's the Boricua fight at
Wait, brother.
105?
I'm gonna answer your
Go
question.
ahead.
Trust
Go
me.
ahead. Go ahead.
I
Go
said
ahead.
all of this to get to your point. What happens is when speed meets power at the right weight divisions is 130, 135, 140, 147, sometime 154, and the one glamour division that is the heavyweight. But this is where nature says that speed meets power. And the most skilled fighters fight in those weight divisions where you can have equal speed that matches power. You see? So that's where you get, where you're down in the lower weight division, you're all speed, no power. You go too far up, all power, no skill.
It's the perfect balance.
It's the perfect
Yeah.
balance. That's why those lower weight divisions don't get no real recognition because the glamour divisions is where all the money is made. That's where the best fighters in the world lie. That's why Naoya Inoue is not getting the kind of respect because he
No, he's
hasn't
getting
broke
a
the
shitload.
130 mark.
I
You
and
think
al-
he's
understand?
getting.
and also
Yeah.
the average person, can't identify to a 105 fighter because
Fuck
like
no.
No.
Yeah,
105.
they feel like, oh man, I
My
can beat them
pit
in a
bull
fight.
weighs
I'm not watching
105.
them fight.
You understand what I'm saying? Like shit,
Listen, you could
10.
be
I don't want to be
225 pounds
disrespectful.
with
Yeah,
no
yeah, yeah.
skills and smack a guy 105 across the table. How would you believe he would beat you? You
And he
225,
will.
no skills, and a 105 guy came and attacked you. Come
Yeah.
on, man.
And he's gonna do his thing. And yeah, I get it, bro. I get it. It's tough. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, what's that Boricua's name that you was talking about at 105? So I can look him up.
Oscar Collazo.
Oscar
Oh
Collazo.
shit, Silos, you already knew what it was, huh?
Yeah, he's
Y-
tough, bro. He's tough. He's one,
Yeah,
and not only is he tough, but he's
Silos,
also coming out
tú
the
eres
gate
Boricua or
strong.
what you Puerto Rican?
yeah,
Me?
I'm Puerto Rican. Oh yeah,
No, I know you are, Edwin. I'm talking about
Oh,
yeah, I'm Puerto
Silos.
okay.
Rican. I'm
Carlos.
most
Oh,
I'm
tú eres
mostly
Boricua
Puerto
también?
Rican. I
Okay,
got,
okay.
and I got a little,
Lionheart's Puerto Rican for today because he's with us. So
I got a
yeah,
little bit
That's
of
true. That's
Dominican in
true.
me
I'm
too,
an
but
we
I
got
honorary
don't,
three
Puerto
Puerto
Rican.
Ricans
Lionhearted,
in the mess in
lionhearted,
the room. Yeah,
lionhearted.
Thank
yeah,
you.
but
Thank
yeah,
you.
I really don't
yeah.
claim
He's stamped
Dominican.
right now. Yep. Okay.
There you go.
Thank
There
goodness.
you go. That's right.
I
Hey,
was
can
feeling
I?
I was feeling left out.
Hey man, nah, you're all right. Honestly, your takes, Lionhearted man, your takes is very fucking good, bro. Like I'm sitting there while you was talking, I was sitting there writing this shit down, man. Because honestly, like I said, I want to learn a lot more of the history. You know what I'm saying? Compared to what I know, and boxing is dead like a motherfucker up until the 26th, the 25th, in my
Oh,
opinion, right?
mm,
And
yeah.
I put money up on these fights. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
do I watch half the fights I fucking put money on? Fuck no.
I get you.
The
I get
ones I
you.
mainly watch, yeah, is the ones that really catch my eye. But yeah, the 25th is going to be cracking. How do
I,
y'all see that Andy Cruz fight going? If y'all don't mind me asking, against
um,
Lemos, is it Gustavo Lemos?
no,
No, no, no. Who's he fighting? This I heard he's a good ass Mexican dude.
he fought. He's fighting the Mexican dude that beat Colbert, Chris
There
Colbert.
you go. There you go. There you go.
I
Exactly.
still got Andy Cruz winning that. Cuban. He's not only that he's with he. I think he trains in
Jerome
Philadelphia.
Buchanan,
Yeah, he
Yep.
trains with
Bozy
Durham
Ennis,
Bulls
Bozy.
camp,
Mm.
Bosianis and stuff like that. I just want to say that I love boxing. I love the history of boxing, and it makes me proud of being Puerto
A
Rican,
boxing fanatic.
a boxing fanatic, and also being Puerto Rican because being a little island competing with big old countries like let's say Mexico, and what I mean. We have our own pillars that gave it their all. Like think about it. Wilfredo Benitez was the
Hmm.
youngest world champion in history at 17 years old. Let me ask you this:
I didn't know that, bro.
Do you believe a 17-year-old can do that now?
Fuck no.
Man, that's
Mm.
what they was doing back in those days.
Times
So
was, yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, listen, XL. Yeah, I appreciate that. See, I'm still kind of in that. I'm above casual, but below like hardcore. I'm trying to reach
Fuck no,
like,
you're pretty good, bro. Honestly,
I'm
your
trying to
takes are
reach up.
really fucking good.
Well,
When I hear you talk, I'm like, damn, this
I
man.
look,
And
I
where
do.
you from, bro? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, Florida, Florida.
Florida? What part of
Hmm.
Florida?
Do you know where Tampa is
Yeah,
by any chance?
yeah, I know it's. I got family in Hialeah, Miami,
Okay.
Orlando, and up in Jacksonville.
Okay,
Small part
yeah,
of
yeah.
family moved up there, but okay,
I got
okay, got
cousins
you,
in
got you, got you, got
Jacksonville.
you.
Yeah,
Okay,
see, it's really like the last 2 years I've been just downloading crazy amount of information. Prior to that, I only really cared about the heavyweights. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And then I just hated heavyweight boxing. I hated
not
Tyson Fury. I hated Deontay Wilder. I couldn't stand these guys. I liked AJ, but I didn't like him at first. I kind of warmed up to him. And then I
got
met some people and I started to find channels much like this one that started to talk about the lower weight divisions.
non-biased.
right?
shit.
Yeah,
There you
and
go.
then that's when I started following. I'm like, yo, hold on. I'm seeing stuff I never seen before that I didn't see in the heavyweights. I started to see like real skill and get an appreciation for the sweet science. And the sweet see a lot of people that think, oh, the sweet science means boring. It means being on your skates. It means Shakur Stevenson.
Shakur
No, that is not the case. That is
Shakur
not the case.
Stevenson.
Sweet science. You know who utilizes sweet science? All the top boxers. Mike Tyson utilized sweet science. Larry Holmes utilized sweet science. Anyway, Oscar De La Hoya. You know, there's a lot of guys who utilize sweet science, and it don't have to be boring. So once I got an appreciation for that, I just wanted to see more and more and more. And then a channel like this one with Edwin, this guy is an actual, and the people here are actual boxing fans. A lot of other YouTube channels, right? And this, by the way, this ain't coming from round one. It's just me speaking. I don't speak for nobody, okay? But what I see is that these guys, like, they follow very specific fighters and they talk about stupid shit that don't matter. They talk about, like, who's sleeping with whose wife, what purse these guys are wearing, their fashion, what shoes they're wearing. They're just talking about nothing. Just absolutely nothing. There's very few boxing channels that have an actual appreciation for pugilism, for hand fighting. You know what I mean? I love the red gloves. I love the ring. I love, the way boxers do it. When I think about, like, the term fight me like a man, I think of using your hands. I don't think of like roundhouse. And look, I got nothing but respect for MMA fighters. I love them. Okay, I got nothing but respect. When I think of you fight me like a man, I think of you put up your dukes. Show me with these. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I get when I'm watching boxing. And I just take in information. Obviously, Edwin here used to be a boxer, so his takes are more like in depth. You called it with the when what was his name, Bruno, when he knocked out Hama Mangia. You were
Yeah.
literally the
Yeah.
second before he got knocked out. Like,
Yes.
yo, you know what I'm saying? Just like that, he gets
Yep.
he gets knocked out. So, man, you stick around, man. You got a lot to learn from this guy. You know what I'm
Yeah.
And
saying?
Thank you,
you
man.
know,
Thank you, man. Yeah,
I
and I
don't.
was watching him. I was watching the whole setup go down with Bruenheimer and go, yeah, and I was watching him get lazy in the fight. And I was watching him just kept going, and it was just, hey. But Carlos, you got anything to say to that?
About what, Bruno or Munguia or
No,
what, or
no,
anything.
just anything in general. I mean, you know,
I don't act like I know it all. I just try to be
Not at
unbiased.
all, Carlos. Shit, you pretty
Matter of
good with
fact,
it. Both,
matter of
all of
fact,
y'all, man.
I'm if honestly I'm the youngest of everybody here. You know what I mean?
How old are you, Carlos?
I'm 23.
Oh, fuck yeah, you do. You
Yeah,
younger than
like
me.
Edwin could be my uncle. Matter of fact,
yeah.
I look. Every time you hear me,
Hey.
I feel like, man, this dude could be my uncle for real. But what I'm trying
No.
to say here is that um I appreciate the moments of boxing when the times where my family members used to get together and they used to
Hey,
scream at the TV, like, you know what I mean, all that stuff. I remember seeing that as a kid. And yeah, definitely, like, I don't want to be no, like, right now where social media is at, everybody wants a cloud chase, and that's what's killing boxing. You know what I mean? And we need to definitely talk about what makes the sport actually, what is the fruits. By the fruits, you know who they are.
losses don't matter, and they need to get rid of so many belts if they want belts to
Thank you,
matter.
Arnaldo Nieves. Gracias, bro.
What did he say,
No,
Arnaldo?
he said, Carlos, you do good cooking.
Nah,
So
Carlos, you really are. Yeah, yeah.
I
Fucking
appreciate.
lying, all y'all. Hey, can I ask a question before I get up out of here?
Yeah.
Edwin, I want to ask you directly, and then if you know y'all two want to chime in, that's great. Let me ask you something, bro. Edwin, so when you're holding mitts for somebody, doing pad work, right? And just off of naturalism, okay? Let's just say you're holding mitts for, a young up and comer.
Oh, snap.
Are you Edwin? You with me, or am I losing you? Hold on. Hello. Y'all hear me or no?
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My
Okay,
mic
cool,
was
cool.
off. I was taking a
Oh, okay,
phone
okay,
call.
okay.
I was turning in the phone call off, and I was trying to switch to you guys. Well, I was about to close up the panel anyway. I wanted you guys to like, say what you guys your experience on the channel, and if you guys have any social media outlets or anything, if not, just um a few brief words, and we can
Can I
close this
ask you
segment.
one more question since I'm about
Yeah,
to get up out of here too?
yeah. What's up?
Um, hey yo, so when you're holding pads for somebody, right, doing the mid work,
Yeah.
and just off of naturalism, right? Let's just say you got a young up and comer, whatever, fast, strong, anything. When you hold the pads for them, do you tell them to punch through the pads, or as soon as they hit the pads, go back to their position, basically
Okay.
like a
Okay.
whiplash?
As a
What are
as,
your thoughts on that?
okay, as a coach, I don't work pads and with every
Mm,
position in this because they're in different points in their life. If
right,
the young
right.
man doesn't know how to secure his wrists, I'm not going to ask him to punch through the pad because it
Okay.
can damage his fist and his hand. Until he secures more wrist control by hitting soft, I would rather him be perfect on his form at that age than punching through the pad as when you get older. There are different situations that I would consider in those because of my experience. You see? So um it's learning how to listen to the kid,
Your fighter.
adult, or your fighter. It's not how to push them to what your vision is, but to what their potential can show. You see?
Okay.
So that's I can only figure that out when I'm in front of them.
Let me ask you this then, just to follow up on that, and I swear to you, I'm out after this question.
All right.
Let's just say an amateur fighter, he's already got the wrist control, the strength and everything. He's
Mhm.
already basically seasoned. He's waiting on us to take it to the next level. Are you
Right.
still having Oh, okay. Amateur fighter, do you have him punch through the mids, or are you meeting him and catching him as he's throwing for speed and teaching him how to
Okay. Okay. The
pull
only
back as soon
way
as the
he gets
impact goes?
permission, the only way he gets permission to punch through the mitt when his form and his technique is right.
Is
Don't punch
okay.
through the mitt on a bullshit punch or it has no technique behind it. You get the right to punch through when you work on your technique.
Okay.
I'd rather teach you how to throw it slow and correctly and to the target than throw it strong. You
Okay.
understand me? And out of
Got you.
control and no form. First practice on your form and the way you get to the target before you get the right to put some pop on the target. See?
Got it.
And then
Got
work
it.
slow combinations, slow, sweet sequence, and keep going, keep moving on. And then you don't learn, the human body doesn't learn one punch every 5 days or 10 days. No, the most you'll ever record the human body is 2 punches per year. And a kid would learn probably double. So you would probably add 3 to 4 punches. That's it out of the 18 punch combinations you guys work on because it's all about memory. You want your fighter to do it instinctively, not to
Mhm.
think about it. You understand? It's preparation. It's over and over and over and over. All right, man. Listen, I gotta end this, guys. Listen, let me tell you. Listen, I love the conversation, and everything, but if I can let this guy keep asking me questions, we'll be here all night.
Yeah. Yeah. We will.
Lionheart, listen, my man,
Thank
and
you.
listen.
Thank
Can
you.
you sign off with a few words, or Carlos? Any of you guys before you guys want to go? Go ahead,
Oh,
Carlos.
look. Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Carlos. Okay, I'll go. I'll go. I'll go. Go. So right off the bat, Carlos, Excel, Edmund, greatly, really love talking boxing to you guys. Shout out to
Love the
everyone here, Onato, Frontline, Bang, all you guys. This is an excellent place to be. I don't have anyone to talk boxing with. Like this is it. You know what I'm saying? I drive my friends crazy when I talk about this and that in a new way, and they can kind of they don't really get it. But I'm
Right.
trying to like mold them a little bit. So this is really
Yeah.
one of the only few places I can really talk boxing. I absolutely love talking about it, talking about with people who are every bit as passionate, if not more so, than I am. Shout out to Round One Sports Talk. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the place to be. You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to, get information, Edwin is definitely your guy. I don't have any like I'm outside of this. I'm pretty much like off grid. So I'm like
Yeah.
the wind. I'm here today and gone tomorrow. So I don't really have anywhere you can really find me. Just here, just here, lurking in the chat, and that's all I got, man.
Thank you for stopping in, Lionheart. It's always a pleasure to you stop by. You're always welcome here to come and talk boxing. Carlos, you got anything you would like to say?
Um, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to you, Edwin. Thank you to Lionheart. Thank you, XL. Thank you to everybody in the comment section. I just want to say that, I'm humbled that I'm able to talk with my voice, you know what I mean? And honestly, it just shows that this channel is gonna grow, is gonna be bigger, because at the end of the day, we keep it honest. There's no fugazi. There ain't nothing like that. It's strictly boxing. Hey, everybody got an opinion. Doesn't mean that we all gonna agree, but hey, let's keep it respectful. Let's keep it cordial. And thank God it's a weekend, because we went like 6 hours. You know,
Oh man, it
damn,
flew by.
it
Damn.
was good.
Damn. Well, Well, we had a young guy come in, a young fan, and he was honest about it, and I caught it right away when he started talking about the name, and I kind of like set the tone. I could catch right away what he was. But he was a man that wanted to learn, and I appreciate that. He came on, we explained it, whether we agree or not, or he sees our vision. At least we explained some things. Now he's a little bit more informed in boxing, and I always welcome him back. Both of you gentlemen, thank you guys for
Thank
coming
you.
on. Carlos,
Oh
Lionheart,
yeah.
you guys are amazing. You guys have always been around, here at Round One Sports Talk. And I hope I answered a lot of you guys' question, and they're at the end there where he asked me a lot about boxing. But I try to give my honest assessment on these fighters. If there's any fighters you want me to talk about, please leave them in the comments below. And like always, I'm on to the next one after this one here at Round One Sports Talk.
Yep.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
You guys
Peace.
have been the best.
Peace out.
Chat family, Armando, seriously, you are the man. Armando, you've been handling business in that chat, and I've been seeing you, baby. So
Shout out to
Armando,
Ronaldo.
shouts out to you. LX, hey, LX, yo, you've been good, brother.
Peace out,
Lionheart,
brother.
my man, peace out.